다가오는 시즌 제로와 또 남은 시즌들 저희 농심 레드포스 잘 준비해서 세계대회에서도 많은 활약하는 농심 레드포스가 되겠습니다.
항상 응원해주신 팬분들께 감사드리고 이번에는 꼭 우승으로 보답을 드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
이번까지 따라가서 끝까지 응원해주셨던 여러분들께 우선 감사하다는 말씀 먼저 드리고 싶고요. 1등을 하겠다라는 지키지 못할 약속 그런 거 말고 1등을 하기 위한 최선의 노력을 하겠습니다.
기대하시는 만큼 걱정하시는 팬분들이 많으실 텐데 걱정 안 하셔도 될 것 같아요. 작년에 잃어버렸던 트로피들 올해 다 들어올리도록 하겠습니다. 믿고 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
Good afternoon, Korea. Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series where legends are born, I believe. Coming in hot as we prepare ourselves for some epic battles that will definitely play out this afternoon. And to make things even more exciting, we are going to be your casters ready to take on the challenge of delivering those hot, juicy, spicy chicken dinners. My name is Red Queen, together with the Filipino Opa himself, Pika Lozano.
Well, thank you for that, Red Queen. Arguably one of her best introductions for yours truly and ever in history. Gotta love it. And yes, we are here. This is the Pro Series, ladies and gentlemen. So you can expect the best, the most high-octane action to be delivered right to you by the voices of us right here on the desk. So now let's talk about how important this is. 16 teams representing Korea. My goodness, Red Queen. I, for one, am super excited because some of these teams, they've been enigmatic, they've been mysterious, but it all boils down to whoever's day it really is.
You know what? I am hearing a little bit of that feedback, but yes, not exactly sure what is going to happen for our first day, Pika. But one thing I can say is the action that we also crave for is going to be on full supply, ladies and gents. I am thrilled to see just what kind of performance this amazing teams are going to show us, what story is about to unravel. So I guess you just have to stay tuned to find out.
Fingers crossed. And, you know, more importantly, finger hearts crossed, if I can say so myself, Red Queen. Because today is gonna be absolutely exciting. And not only that, we're not just doing this for today, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna be doing this for 3 straight days. So this Pro Series will have these teams pit up against each other to gather as much points as they can, as much winner-winner chicken dinners as they can. And more importantly, I know for you action junkies out there, as much elimination points as they can. Juicy stuff.
Yes, things that I'm really looking forward to is the meta here in Korea, Peak. I mean, what are the trends in the community? Is DBS the widely used shotgun as well? Or is it the S12K? I know you were a fan of shotgun, so we also have the DMRs like the Mini 14. Do they go for aggression right off the bat? Because if we're going to be looking back during the Clash of Giants Season 3, one of the major reasons I believe that made Korean teams finish strong was the fact that most of the teams that went against them were sort of unfamiliar with their movements. You know, they were unpredictable on the battlefield, but today it's different. I mean, we are about to witness Korean teams all together that will battle it out to be at the top spot. So at some point, we will see the pattern, the behavior, and just really how they move on the battlefield.
Yeah, that kind of strikes a bit of intrigue to me, Red Queen, because some of our teams we've heard of, some of these teams that are here are new to some of our audiences, if not completely unaware of who they are. So this right here is a mix of a lot of elements, if I can say so myself. Some of them we've witnessed actually to what they're really capable of. They top charts before, they've become MVPs and all that. These teams right here, they have a lot. So for one, I'm so excited. I don't want to say this is we hear the word bias quite a bit, right? But it's to make a prediction at this point because these teams, they're here for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm not sure if I'm hearing everything correct, but there's just so many voices like right now. So mission control, I do feel like there's a little bit of that feedback, but of course, we're gonna be fixing that in just a while. As you can see on the screen, we have the overview, the schedule. So this is how it's gonna go down. Again, that just like what Pika said a while ago, it's going to be 3 days full of PUBG mobile action. We're going to do or see some epic battles happen in just a while. But when it comes to the points, it's the same thing. 10 or like 10 points will definitely go to our first place winner during every match.
Oh, and in succession, of course, all the way to 8th place, they are going to have their points respectively. But again, sadly though, if you are 9th and below, you're going to have to grind a little harder in the next games. Now, let's talk about the nitty-gritty here. This is the prize pool we are talking about. My goodness, a whopping 10 million Korean won for the first place, 4 million Korean won for second, and 1 million Korean won for third. A total of a whopping prize pool of 15 million Korean won. So Red Queen, that is a prize pool to say the least. My goodness, have you ever seen this amount of zeros in one sitting?
Mm-hmm. Woo. Oh man. Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. So, looks like our maps right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a banger if we're gonna say the map
Yeah,
that we have
this
right
is
now.
going to be the schedule as well. The map sequence. So first up, we're going to kick things off in Sanhok, and then we're going to have Erangel. I think we're going to have... Okay, so it's 3 Erangels, ladies and gents, and then we're going to be finishing it off with 2 Miramars. And now I'm so happy because I can hear your voice loud and clear.
Ooh. Okay, great. Hopefully this is real time as well, Red Queen. I don't know what's going on, but with all the maps that we saw, this is gonna be treacherous for some of our teams, especially the final 2 maps being successive Miramars. That's gonna be a tough battle to climb. Now, here, ladies and gentlemen, these are the participating teams for us to enumerate for you. Beyond Stratos, DPLUS, Kia, DUKSAN Esports, MTEK, Storm X, Eagle Owls. Those are just some. We have Gen G as well. If You Mind, Game PT, MIRAEN, SEJONG, NS, REDFORCE, and the rest of these teams. Red Queen, please do the honors. Oh, Rocks. Okay, we have Rocks Esports and VEGA Esports. I think Red Queen will be back in a little bit. Angry Forever, Underplay, SEONGNAM GE, and Asa Korea. Okay, so guys, this is gonna be lit. I'll be the first to say that. 16 powerful teams. It's I don't know what to expect at this point, but of course, we also have the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Open. Wow. Okay, so this right here has a total of, if I'm seeing this right, 500,000 USD for a prize pool. Man, that is a lot of loot right there, Red Queen.
Oh my gosh, I am back, ladies and gents. So we're talking about the PUBG Mobile Global Open. But you know what, Pika? It is always going to be the same narrative. We are going to look for the teams that will start strong, those that can keep the consistency, teams that will crack under pressure, maybe, and our most valuable player in every match. That sort of stuff. But most importantly, Pika, the numbers that they put up on the scoreboard.
Man, and I don't have anything in mind right now, Red Queen. I know that some of these teams, as we mentioned earlier, they're familiar. We've seen the way they play. We have witnessed what they're capable of. From players to teams, there's always that distinction, and there's always a moment to remember. But at this point, this is an all Korean terrain, right? All Korea. So these guys, I know that they've scrimmed, they've sparred, they've encountered each other in ranks. There's just gonna be a lot of chaos moving forward. Hopefully, so the chaos that will match our taste.
And you know what? This is our first time to cast in the Korean community. I mean, I'm expecting teams to really go at it. So far, I've seen DPLUS Kia as well as DUKSAN Esports battle it out during the Clash of Giants Season 3 in Rootless Hype Esports. And man, they are, I mean, aggression is really the name of the game. So far, the teams here, I'm a little bit unfamiliar, but I'm pretty sure, Pika, the moment that they land in Sanhok for our first match, oh man, we are gonna get acquainted.
Yes, there will be an indication of what their plans are, their habits are. I know these are minute details, folks, but we're gonna have to pay attention to that. Some of these teams I've dug a little bit, Red Queen. They're not new to the esports scene. Yes, they have teams from other, honestly, from other niches. So that just means that they've put a lot of time and effort into bettering their craft. If I'm going to be one to be asked. Now, one such team that I'm excited to see, guys, if I'm gonna stall for a little bit, I'm Gen G. I did say this while we were actually behind the scenes, guys. So Gen G, they've had a reputation. I already saw Missile as well. So, ooh, that right there, setting my expectations high here. But of course, no pressure.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, and I don't want to sound so biased right now, Pika, but
Yes.
I've seen, you know, the power of DUKSAN as well as DPLUS Kia, but I've also looked at their profiles, right? And there's also this potential teams that can destroy, perhaps, you know, DPLUS and DUKSAN Esports. There's SEONGNAM. There's also, I believe, ROX and NONGSHIM REDFORCE. So those are the teams I think that I will be keeping in mind just to make sure.
Honestly, throughout the years of me being in esports, I've always been a fan of ROX. I don't want to say why, but ROX Esports, yes, they have some homegrown Korean talents. I for one, am super excited to see what their PUBG team actually has in store, Red Queen. So there are some as well who I've seen are actually native to some of the some of the big events that we have here in Southeast Asia. I believe one of them is Eagle Owls, if I remember correctly, if they haven't joined. But Eagle Owls, they've also been all around the globe in terms of, at least in terms of tournament placements and attempts to getting that. So they've been into 2 or 3 pro series already, Red Queen. So, and that's for last year alone. So this might be their debut for, you know, for Korea, at least for this year. I'm so excited, man. I cannot hold my heat right now. I want to see what these teams can offer. And you know me, I'm a huge PUBG fan. So yeah, and you know, you're right. You make a fair point. I want to swerve back to what you said earlier, Red Queen. What is the Korean meta?
Right? I mean, I haven't seen them. Again, one of the biggest factors, I believe that they really won that COG S3 from Rootless Hype Esports. The fact that they were so unpredictable. Nobody can guess what they're going to do next, right? So that what makes them very explosive and very dangerous inside the battlefield. But how is it gonna be now that we are seeing all Korean teams battle it out with one another, right? Is it going to be the same ARs, same SMGs, same DMRs? I don't know. Is it going to be DBS still? That is the powerful gun that we have so far in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I kind of find it hard to believe that there will be a different meta, but what I have noticed in the past seasons of the tournaments that we've casted with a participating Korean team is that they have a different sense of patience. So they don't always go for the kill unless it's a clear shot. I like that about these teams. So I'm not gonna mention which one because that might spoil a little bit to you guys. But they have that. They have that essence of waiting for the right time. Because some teams, they just come in guns blazing. We've already mentioned this before. Because they want to make sure that even if they don't get the winner chicken dinners, they're able to rack up elimination points. And that's right. That's okay. But if it's at the expense of one, maybe more teammates, Red Queen, I don't think that's worth the risk. So you yourself, a PUBG Mobile player, you know what it feels like to lose even one member in your squad.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, not gonna lie, and you don't have any choices but to really be proactive, especially when you are lacking in firepower. So that's what we're gonna be looking for, as we jump into game number one. Now, as you can see, oh man, players are already being introduced. We've got DUKSAN Esports, we've got QX, Saisei, SAWS, and Hyunbin. And man, this is a force to be reckoned with.
It brings tears to my eyes, Red Queen. I'm not just seeing some visuals. I'm not just seeing some player profiles. I'm actually seeing the players now. So this kind of makes me happy.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm finally seeing these boys up front, in the flesh-ish. Because we're still not there, but we are seeing them at least as they go to their respective spots. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking things off like this. Talk about
Yes,
production
sir.
value, by the way.
And they've won a lot of tournaments, to be honest. I mean, always first place. I mean, we've got the PUBG Mobile Pro Series 2023 Season 3, Season 1, Fall Finals. Oh, they won second place. That's a A-tier tournament. We also got the Pmps 2022 Season 1 and 2, which they won first place. So talk about DUKSAN Esports, man. One of the formidable teams. This is probably my my bet, my chicken dinner in all of this, in the entirety of this tournament. What about you?
Yeah, honestly, I'm with you there. They're one of the top dogs here that I feel people should always look out for, right? Because the credentials back it up. Their performances have always been more than commendable. For lack of a better term, right? I mean, they've stolen some moments from other teams because of how good these players are. Especially, in my opinion, Saisei. He's been on my radar for a few, honestly, a few games in the past, and he's never disappointed.
And it's really different, right? I mean, playing inside your room, playing in a boot camp, now playing in an LAN event wherein you can feel the pressure, you can feel the energy, and it's just so exciting to watch them in action.
Action it is. So here we go. As I mentioned this earlier, Red Queen, Gen G Esports, Missile, Satan, Juni. We have ZZP and Match out here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're just gonna see who's sitting this one out, honestly. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of these players in person except for Missile, honestly. But at least now we're seeing Gen G in the flesh. Yeah, because again, I've seen their other titles. I've seen them play the other titles, but again, as we mentioned earlier, most of these events were held online, right? So it's just now that we're actually seeing some or most of these players just like this in a beautiful setting.
And I do love the fact that we already have this Pro Series for the Korean community, because this will definitely, motivate younger generations to be very good at what they do, especially when it comes to playing mobile games. The amount of work, you just have to give it to them. The training, the hours that they put in just to make sure they play at this level is just so amazing. It's outstanding. It's very motivating for a lot of people. And I do wonder, because everyone else is playing at this caliber, just who will win at the top. I mean, we are going to have just 3 days of this tournament, and this is not a marathon, because this is going to be a sprint.
Definitely, you're right about that, Red Queen. So beyond STRATOS Gaming, believe it or not, folks, this team has very little information to give a lot of us, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine that. They've had almost no records whatsoever when it comes to tournaments like this. It's so hard to find out anything about this team, but it is of course not to say that they are someone to scoff at. These players are not a joke. They are in the Pro Series for a reason.
Exactly. And you've been one. in one of these tournaments, right? So, how can you describe the feeling like playing inside the comfort of playing inside your room and playing in front of an audience?
Right. Exactly. So being in a LAN event, that's a very good inquiry, right? So being at home or being at least online, it kind of gives you a sense of comfort because there's no tension. You are where you are. You feel that sense of home. But in an event like this, I mean, you can tell in their faces, they're still getting used to this particular terrain. Look at them. Honestly, they're looking around. They're trying to see if are there any familiar faces here? Is anybody gonna be keeping tabs on me while I do this, right? So I, for one, Red Queen, would attest that this is gonna put us a little bit of a different kind of pressure, to say the least. Ooh!
Hey, we're putting up a show here coming from Angry Esports. We got this player is flexing right there. Okay, showing his muscles, you know, just putting up a good show for the fans out there, which is, I think, very commendable, right? We need this kind of energy, especially, you know, we are curious just what kind of mentality these guys have before they get into the game. You really need to condition yourself, not just physically, but mental as well. You have to have that mental fortitude.
Yeah, you know what? Those push-ups will definitely help him a little later on. Get that blood flowing in the system for sure. And as much as their, honestly, as their emblem says, it is an angry bull right there, seeing red. So you better watch out, Red. You know, you gotta steer clear of these boys. You know, they might just be headed straight to you. But all jokes aside, yep, that's about what, 4 teams already on board. So, and we are gonna have a group split here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So expect some of these teams to maybe, just maybe, not yet be on your sides for the time being.
Coming up next, we've got Sixta, Chuhyuk, Cap, Hyungbu, Jinpe, and Trey coming from Underplay. Now, I did try to search for some information about this team. But so far, I think this is a new team, if I'm not mistaken. So this is probably one of the dark horses that we expect to rise above the challenge.
Right. You know, again, that's what we mentioned earlier, Red Queen. A lot of these teams are enigmas. They are mysterious. They are absolutely hard to decipher for the time being, and that makes them dangerous, right? I've always said this before. Anonymity is an enemy. So the less they know about you, of course, there's less information to go around. So let's see what Underplay is gonna come up with. As you notice, they actually have a 6-man roster. It's just hard for us to tell, pardon us, ladies and gentlemen, who's who for the time being. But I'm pretty sure that these other guys are ready to go should the situation call for it.
Yeah, and you know, PUBG, it's a very tactical game. It's not just about, you know, the gunfight. You always have to outsmart your opponents, and I think one of the best things that you can do is to know your opponents. So that's some, you know, art of war right there. So
for
you
sure.
need to not just play the game. You have to play your opponents, and having the most information means that you know how to approach every situation inside every match.
Okay, well, yeah, that's true, right, Kid? I'm gonna add to that. Drops, right? Drop zones, your potential hiding patterns. Those are just some of the small details, ladies and gentlemen, that you're gonna have to watch out for, right? So Team Forever, again, may eternity be with them in this in the entirety of these 3 days, that they continue to rack up those winner chicken dinners. But of course, MIRAEN, SEJONG over here, Onva, Justice, Hoxie in final, just a 4 musketeers right in front of you folks. We're just oh, look at that, very simple, Red Queen, nothing spectacular. Literally just a synchronized respectful bow. You know, sometimes it's the people who don't say much that actually take those wins.
Well, you know what they say, confidence is silent. So probably that's what they're showing. They're so serious, right? They're so game face on. Like, I'm ready for everything that you're gonna throw at us. But that's exactly what you want to do when you're in a tournament, right? The goal is to always win. Whether you're gonna whether you're gonna go passive or aggressive, the goal will never change, and that is to be at the top of the game. Now, you mentioned about the drops. Of course, when you consider yourself as a high-level player, right? You're gonna go right into the middle because that's where the resources are. The gold so far, or the pot of gold that you guys are looking for to always have the advantage against all of the teams. So if you are confident enough with your skill set, well, you're probably one of the teams that are not shy to build their momentum initial stages of the game.
True enough, Red Queen. You know, that's also one thing that some of our teams in the past have shown us. A lot of confidence, a lot of bravery. Jumping into those crucial zones will really make the difference. Right now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. ASA Korea coming front. And just to give you guys an idea on what that stands for, it is Ace Skill Arsenal. So that right there, that's what ASA stands for. And that's as intimidating as it can get, guys. So, man, I for one, I'm already waiting. I know that these boys right here have something to offer. And again, very plain and simple. All they did was just stand there. Look at the crowd. Look at the terrain. I am out in the open here, says ASA Korea. I am ready for the world. Now, all they gotta do is help those phones, Red Queen, get ready for the signal, and that's the start of the story.
Man, looking at those teams, it's just making me crave for like a sumptuous meal of Korean barbecue. Because we always talk about this, every time we cast for Ruthless Hive Esports, even Sir Cloud, we are fans of kimchi. We are fans of K-dramas. So yeah, if you guys are watching this one, I know that you guys are too. So just make some noise down there in the comment section. And here we go, Pico. One of the teams that we are looking forward to, the DPLUS Kia. Oh man, this guys, where do I even begin? Did you know that they won a first place during the Korea Invitational? So I think that's a lot of mullahs. If I'm not mistaken, they won around 45 to 50,000 US dollars.
That's my boy right there on the second seat, Noldu. Again, no bias here, folks, but I've seen them enough, as well as Chips. Chips originally came from a different Korean team, Red Queen. So now he is, I'd say, probably a long-staying import right here for DPLUS Kia. So Chips, waiting for them shots and for those patient plays. I know where you're from. I wish you the best. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned a while ago, and helming the flag for their organization, we have Vox.
You know what? I couldn't even believe that I will still be live to witness this kind of industry, right? Kids. Okay, let's not go there. I know where this is going. But yeah, I mean, I never really thought that we've come to a point where this industry will become so massive that we'll put up tournaments such as this one, and there's a huge prize pool for our teams, for our players, and you can actually have a career here, not just for the players, but for us casters as well.
Yeah, it's a bunch of talent that can really take you places, not just for playing, but of course even for the broadcasting, even for hosting, as we saw one of our hosts earlier. There's a lot of opportunities here. And thank you so much to Captain for that, ladies and gentlemen, making all this possible. Saying the same for Ruthless Hive Esports for organizing this entire thing. But yeah, I'm gonna go back a little bit, a little later actually, for Rocks. But right now, VEGA Esports, Gentlemen in White. So gotta love it. Foxy Ski Junior Finale, Nova, Holy Day, and Viper. So for now, ladies and gentlemen, again, we don't know who's who. A lot of these events have happened online. So we gotta start pointing fingers a little later on, Red. We're probably gonna see who these players are, and maybe if there's an MVP here, it'll be a lot easier to track them down.
Oh yes, definitely. We have all
they
the
have names on the back. They got names on the back, all right?
Oh, that's definitely gonna help us. That is a big help right there.
Thank
now,
you.
I can only imagine, the feeling right now for all of these teams to just sit there, do what they do best and just really stay at the top, bring their A game. I miss being in this kind of arena, where people can actually give you the boost of energy that you need to power through all of the matches for today. And again, we are going to have a total of 6 matches, which is not easy at all.
Yeah, not just for us here on the desk, but of course for the players as well. That is a lot to take in, ladies and gentlemen. 6 matches. 3 of those matches are in the same map. So imagine how many times you're gonna be landing in the same field, but change your plan up. Right? That's a completely different story, folks. Okay, so yep, now we're seeing that gesture. I'm gonna remember that. Game PT. So we have Mipung, DNB, Tamra, if I'm reading that right, and Yong Hwan. So okay, another team here, Red Queen, honestly, that kind of eluded us in the past.
Very interesting name. If You Mine. So if you mine, what is it, Pika?
I know. I wish
like
I
to
could
pull up
really
some, you know, like
continue.
romantic, cheesy line out there. Just, I felt okay, a little hesitant now, but yes, if you mine, okay. Trying to relate some good words there, but okay, so never mind.
I love it. I love it. And it's a different vibe each and every time, right? So here we go. This is one of the teams, Red Queen, that I kind of found really interesting. Eagle Owls, right? So Zenta, Uriel, Big Star, Will, 2, and Cola. One such reason why I found them very interesting is what I mentioned earlier. They've been into quite a bit of Pro Series tournaments, right? Especially last year. They were in all 3 seasons, all A-tier tournaments. So what that means is they're going to have a lot of experience coming forth. And those are the only tournaments that they've been in.
And I just love you people down there in the comment section. I mean, you guys are really cheering for the teams. I saw just one comment right here that it's finally nice to watch a Korean tournament in English. A big shout out to everyone watching. Don't forget to follow Ruthless Hype Esports because I mean we've got a lot of events such as this one, so you better stay in loop.
Yeah, before we end, before we move on to NS REDFORCE, I would like to add Eagle Owls also, in a manner, Red Queen defended the land as they did go up against Japan in PUBG Mobile Showdown last year. My goodness, what a credential! Now we have NS REDFORCE here, so looks like we have a 5-man roster. All 4 up front. We have XZY, Sportan, TZ, Binny, and Zimyan. So again, hopefully they have made them back. So that way it's going to be a lot easier for us to point out who's who a little later on.
I think you were talking about the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2023, where they won 7th place and a total prize amounting to $107,000 US. So man, these guys are pretty rich.
Be loaded, yeah, for sure. But again, yeah,
Loaded.
Mobile Showdown last year, that's something. But here we go. I'm pretty interested on more of these credentials that we've been talking about. NS REDFORCE, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I mean, me for one, Red Queen, we know for a fact that some of these teams have been under our radar, not the Korean radar, our radar. So please, ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section, give us more information on these teams. We'd really appreciate that.
Yes, and let's just talk about you know, what kind of meta we are expecting to see before we start our game. I wonder if they're gonna are these teams gonna stay at the edge of the circle, or are these teams big on just getting down and dirty and dropping into the middle and just go right out the bat?
Oh, absolutely. That right there, I'm also keeping my fingers crossed, right? I hope we see a bunch of diversity. But we already mentioned that earlier, that maybe, just maybe, they have a different approach every map, by the way, Red Queen. We're not just talking about one. Because what if they're aggressive in one map? What if in Sanhok, everybody just pulls the trigger as soon as they land? Or what if in Miramar, they do that? Or everybody just plays patient? Because we've seen it before in previous tournaments that some of the Korean teams that we've witnessed, they're very patient. They don't really want to engage unless it's a clear shot, or if honestly if the coast is clear for making it simpler.
Yeah, I think you have to really show versatility, right? And also good chemistry, synchronization in terms of like approaching every situation inside the battlefield. Also, it depends on like what objectives are you going to set for your team in every match, because you always have to consider your weaknesses, your strengths, in order for you to actually have that very good mix of action to pull off a chicken dinner.
True enough. So I'm also excited for the last few circles here, honestly, because if we're talking about patient teams, then it means that somebody's gonna play bluff. A lot of one step forward, two steps back type of situations. But yeah, that right there, ladies and gentlemen, EMTEK. That is EMTEK Storm X. I hope I read that right. So we looked at a five-man roster. They've also had quite a few years. Unfortunately, though, the last time that we've had information on this team was still back in 2022. So this right here could be a return Red Queen of sorts for EMTEK Storm X.
Yeah, and in terms of gameplay, Pika, I do believe that you should be able to identify whether you're going to take a battle or not. You should be able to know how to pick your battles smartly. You don't want to overextend your stay at a certain point in the game, and if you do not have enough firepower and you might collide with a full squad. I mean, those type of situations, you need to be able to make a quick decision. You need to be quick on your feet and make a series of good decisions just to stay, I think, competitive in every match.
Yeah, honestly, you're right. If I'm gonna be real, I feel that being ready for whatever situation is easier said than done, because sometimes. Honestly, it depends on the flight path. Things will never go as planned. Hopefully, they have enough experience, enough wisdom to go around for whichever scenario comes their way. Especially in Erangel, it's absolutely a meta. It's a classic. So almost no situation out there has been untouched.
I'm just excited right now. Which areas are going to be the point of impact, right? And you're right. I mean, flight path is the one dictating the tempo of the game. And especially in Sanhok, the circle there is very erratic. It's unpredictable, so it's always exciting. And when it comes to Miramar, the lack of resources is what makes it hostile. So the El Clasico map of Erangel definitely is the bread and butter, for the teams, because they know this map inside and out.
Yeah, which is, again, it brings back to the point that I made earlier. Interestingly enough, there should really be almost no situation that these teams are not aware of, right? So say, oh, okay, we're going to take a leap of faith. We're going to go to military base, maybe, regardless of who drops in there. Try to withstand the storm that's going to come with us, if in case somebody else is there. But if you're lucky and people did not call the bluff, the loot is all yours for the taking. I'd even say the same for Paradise Resort when it comes to Sanhok, because that right there is it's a gold mine.
Risk is probably one of the greatest things that you have to consider. If you are big on risk, then high rewards. But if you want to go and play passive, you just want to get the things that you need, all the attachments that you need before getting into any engagement. That can actually work. It really depends on the chemistry that you have set up with the team and just how good you guys are when it comes to your aiming and the skill set. So that's probably one of the things that we will be looking out for, because just like what we said earlier, I mean, this is the first time that we will be casting, for the Korean community, and it's just so exciting. I know we're not out there with you guys, but just seeing your smiles and just the way that you guys cheer for the teams, the energy is actually passing through the screens.
And look at the support that they're getting, right, from all their peers, from the people who believe in these teams, who give their love as we're witnessing right here in this LAN event. So, yep, they might be up there in the bleachers, but those bits of energy that you shower upon the players, that really goes a long way. So, right now we have, I wish we could read Hangul if that is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So please correct us if we're saying that wrong. But oh my gosh, okay, and they even have exclusive, they have exclusive, honestly, signs for PMPS. You can already tell that this entire event was done masterfully.
Whew, I really miss, being in that kind of event. I wish that we can join you guys, but who knows? Maybe soon. We don't know. Keeping our fingers crossed. Okay, here we go. So Hangul, is it really pronounced as Hangul or Hangul?
Yeah, please, guys, let us know.
It's one of the challenges, right? But you know what? Been watching a lot of K dramas, right? So I knew a few words. I know a few words, right? Debak
Oh
is one
no!
of the
Oh no!
favorite words that I like. So please correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm saying this right. But I am looking forward to see, some debak moments, and that means excellent moments or like on point moments. So that's one of the things that I studied last night.
Are we also gonna get some
Debak.
Mamori? Alright, so yeah. Maybe we'll get some Mamori here. So that means great as well. Ah, see? Red Queen, I told you. I know me some
Okay,
stuff.
okay.
But yeah, oddly enough,
Alright.
I'm not gonna say how I found those out, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, a lot of our players right here, they are getting ready for our first drop. So as much as this ceremony right here has a lot of wonderful sides, the tension also builds for these players. So the energy, the comments alone will lighten them up. So please do not hesitate to give them your love of moving forward.
And like we mentioned a while ago, we are always curious what kind of mentality these players have before they start the game or before they enter the tournament. They may seem calm and collective, but we really don't know what goes inside their head. As you can see, we got one player right here. They're all closing their
Contemplating.
eyes.
Yes.
They're trying to condition themselves, the challenges that they are about to go through for this day. And to think that we are, going through 3 days of PUBG Mobile action, sometimes when you think about it, it can be pretty exhausting. And so, again, we're always curious on what kind of energy they're going to be bringing to the table.
Oh yeah, you know what? For real, I also feel that we do need to credit them for this entire thing, wherein they're trying to compose themselves. This is not easy. I'll tell you straight up. In events like this, some of the players, I won't say that they suffer, but they kind of have anxiety. There's a little bit of anxiety coming into it because again, you're not at home. It's that simple. You're not in your favorite couch. You don't have your lucky blankie with you. Not all the time, at least.
Oh, lucky
And-
blankie.
Yeah, you would know. But there's always that element of unfamiliarity. So to some of these players, this may be their first, this may not be their first, but for those who are experiencing this for the very first time, you can sympathize with them. There's gonna be pressure. You have eyes all over you, not just from your team, but from the others as well.
And I just have to share a story here. The first time that I really considered streaming on Facebook or like in any other social platforms, the fact that I thought I'm that good to be able to play professionally. But the moment I step into this world and I saw a lot of players in my own community playing hard, really cool with their moves, I just thought to myself, okay, I think I'm just gonna go and stick it with casting. And it's pretty much the same thing. When you guys are watching all of these pro teams, they just make it look easy. But can you imagine the hours that they put in just to make sure that they play at this level? And I heard they actually put in 10 to 12 hours a day, practicing, training, and just making sure that their aim is good.
Talk about discipline right there, because again, there's almost no way, by the way, folks, for those of you watching, there's almost no way for anybody to simulate what happens in a PUBG mobile game to the dot. Like, it's almost impossible to make a certain scenario happen the same way twice. So you can really tell why they spend a lot of time, a lot of effort trying to perfect their craft, or at least be ready for any situation. After all, PUBG Mobile is a game of random number generation, so you don't know where your drops are gonna be, you don't know the flight path, you don't know what loot you're getting. So imagine being ready for all that, or at least the attempt to be ready.
Yeah, we can see the players warming up. They have to make sure that their hands are hot, ready for action any time of the day. And we can see them concentrating, talking at each other, trying to polish all of the game plans that they have so far. And it all gonna, it all goes down on how they can be perfect when it comes to the execution, right? Because you can have all the plans in the world from A to Z, but if you cannot execute it right, then man, it's gonna be a waste of time. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise as we kick things off in Sanhok for our first match of the day.
Oh man, okay, Red Queen. So this right here, it looks like we're gonna be seeing an initial drop from EMTEK, specifically from Shun. At least we're looking from his vantage point. We're dropping at Camp Alpha, so that I believe that's a bit leftward. That right there is a pretty bold move. I'm just not so sure who's dropping with him. I wish we could see more of the teams, maybe a little later on. But yeah, okay. Again, that raises a lot of questions, but I'll leave it to them. I'll leave it to them.
I mean, here we want to make things exciting for each and every one of you, so we're only giving you this angle right here coming from EMTEK Storm X, and this is Shun. We're dropping into Camp Alpha. Of course, we're always going to check which of the guns it is going to pick, but here comes the overview now, Pika. I think pretty much all the teams are very well distributed around Sanhok. Since this map is small, everyone is just within proximity, so I guess the fights will happen in just a while, and this is a very good circle because it's just right there in the middle.
Yeah, true enough, if there's anything we know about Sanhok apart from the shrubbery here, folks, is that it's surrounded and it is comprised of a lot of water. So one way or the other, these teams are going to encounter somebody either taking a dip or maybe just maybe hiding it out, trying to burn the time. We are only at stage 1, so this right here, this is a farming phase, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are new to PUBG, I won't say not to expect gunfights this early on because elimination points are still important. But right now, this is the calm before the storm.
Yeah, the calm before the storm. I don't see anyone getting knocked down just yet, so I do believe they have their own areas right now, just pillaging through town. So we'll just have to wait and see just which of these teams are going to go and decide, okay, I'm going to challenge you up. But if we're going to be focusing on the middle, or in the middle right here, we can see like VEGA Esports. We also got the DUKSAN. We have MSJ, ROX as well. They are all in the middle, and I just have to say, Pika, I mean, I'm not used to like Sanhok being passive at the start of the game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. This map right here, the space that you have to work with is not really a lot. And there's a huge chance that you're going to be encountering somebody. But this right here, this is bizarre to me. The fact that we haven't heard a single shot just about almost 2 minutes in, maybe just maybe this is again, Red Queen, the surprise we're about to get. The Korean style of playing PUBG Mobile, right? Just try to get those resources down and wait for somebody to cross your path before you pull that trigger.
So, okay, this is the first taste of Sanhok for the Pro series. And you're right. I mean, nobody is firing any guns just yet. Everyone is busy getting all of their loots, just making sure they have everything before they go for any engagement. On the screen, I believe this is Beyond Stratos Gaming. Okay, so far, so good. They are now heading towards another location, probably get some more bullets to make sure they have enough ammo for anyone who will, probably challenge them or comes their way.
I'll be real. I feel that, yeah, when it comes to weapons, I don't think they really mind what primary they have or what assault rifle they have, as long as they have the all-reliable DPS in hand, right? So maybe Red Queen, I don't want to spoil, but this could be our first contact, and it is VEGA Esports just looking over the hill. Yep, there it is. Finally, we are hearing the fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and if we're gonna be looking at the situation right now, BSG originally dropped around the area of Cow, and now they have prioritized getting inside the circle. But the first team to actually challenge them up are the boys of Vega. But they need to be careful though, Pika, because I can see that they are. I mean, there's a possibility that they can be sandwiched, between two teams, and that is not good, especially when you are in Sanhok. It's a little bit open, so and a lot of like high and low positions. So it's gonna be crucial for the team if you guys get stuck in there.
Yeah, you're right. As being sandwiched in a map such as Sanhok, especially if you're not within the compound areas, right? Like if you're not within somewhere like Paradise Resort, any of the camps where honestly where houses or roofs are really rare to come by, you don't want to be in that spot. You want to be caught, or you want to be able to catch somebody at a choke point. You don't want to be the one being choked. So you gotta wait
Oof.
for those twins. It kind of explains why Red Queen a while ago we didn't see a lot of action. But speaking of action, it looks like GP right here is about to flush off this compound. Let's see if Final is gonna be able to make it out of here. Okay, shots fired.
Ooh.
Justice was just there's backup.
ML Pung, and these are the guys coming from If You Mine. Okay, that's a little disadvantage right there. 3 players for the side of GP. What is MSJ going to do at this moment? Okay, they have the advantage, definitely going in for the pinch. We can see Final right here with the AUG, nonetheless, doing a massive spray, but so far still not connecting.
Yeah, I am a huge fan of the AUG as well, Red Queen. There's not that many situations where you actually see an AUG, and not to mention to get a frag off of it. I'm waiting. Hopefully he stays with that AUG a little later on. So yep, GP right here. They already have their respective compounds. So this is a matter of survival now. Final still going for that aggressive push here. Is this going to be a wise choice? He does have backup, so I'd say this is fair.
Yes, sir. And they already have 1 elimination point under their belt. So if they continue playing at this pace, they can probably shut down the rest of the boys of GP. So far, a lot of smokes being popped off. Okay, that's one way of concealing your location, trying to be mysterious at how you're going to be approaching the game. But we've got Onba a little off angle right there. Justice just went inside. Pulls out his S12K, okay, trying to guess their location. But then again, it's such an aggressive gameplay coming from MJ right here.
Wow, Final scoring again an AUG frag over here. I'm a huge fan, as I mentioned. So this is really a nice sight to me. We're not seeing a lot of M416s. It's just a diversity of weapons to say the least. So yeah, not looking very good right here for GP, guys. So they're down to their last 2 players, and this is a very early. Oh, but look at this vengeance for GP as they manage to knock and get elimination, scare of the frag grenades.
Yeah, but we're looking at the last player. I mean, okay, opted to go for that revive. I think both of the teams are now trying to do a reset, but Final, he has another thing in mind. Goes in for the push, now has a DBS on hand, and now going in to make sure that he seals the deal. But can he be successful though? Okay, manages to inflict a little bit of that pain. Not enough still. Oh man, this is really exciting right here. 1v1 situation inside the house, but would you look at that? At the end, MSJ was the one that got eliminated. All that aggression, Pika.
Man, I was holding my breath the whole time because I didn't think that Tamara right here would be able to flush out the remaining players. My goodness, MSJ, valiant effort. But you know what? Leaving at number 15, I was 16 rather, being the first team eliminated right here with 3 elimination points. Not bad for a starter. But I would say what a spectacular start for GP. Even after a 3 casualty loss, I know that he's going to be wiping his tears after that. But being able to wipe out a squad in the process, I'd say that's a win situation for GP.
Oh man, like I said, I mean, you have no choice but to remain proactive in this type of situation. I mean, being the last player in your team can be difficult to pull off a chicken dinner, but it is not impossible at all. Again, you just have to be smart when picking up your battles. And if you can just like maybe go to another compound and chill for a bit and not reveal your position, I think you have a slight slightly a fair chance of maybe landing at second place, perhaps. We still don't know. But that was an intense fight between GP and MSJ. Unfortunately, though, in that process, GP lost 3 of their members.
Man, that was epic. That start right there was absolutely epic. So again, we're back to the farming phase here, folks. You gotta fill up those pockets with the medical utilities and of course ammo. Every encounter requires ammo, so you can't leave the premises without those stacks of bullets at hand. So
Yeah.
wow, that was really something. I'm actually lost for words. I didn't think that clutch right there was possible.
Not much going on for now. So I mean, like what we said earlier, Korean teams like to start things off a little bit passive. Okay, perhaps they're still gathering some information. As we all know, knowledge is always power. Information gameplay is a crucial thing to have. Just how good you guys are breaking down information. How good you guys are at getting exactly where the enemies are headed or probably going towards your direction. But this is now the situation coming from Underplay. We also have BSG and Vega. So this is a Mexican standoff right off the bat.
Okay, so with a complete squad right here, this is going to be a bit of a predicament for Vega if they do not evacuate, or at least if they don't find a spot that's good enough to hold it for a little bit. We are moving to stage 3 in a few seconds, folks, and here we go.
Hmm.
So it looks like it's going to favor boot camp quite a bit here, Red Queen. Again, this is just us calling what's pretty obvious. Some of the teams are still away from the play zone, so they're going to have to make haste, but better be careful. Look at where Rocks is. They can definitely flush out the teams that are headed their way if they're careful. They are pretty safe at the very edge, but look at the cluster up above, Red Queen. Look at that bowl of cereal right there. We have UPGP and Vega, as well as BSG. They are about to get it on.
Oh man, and okay, so a lot of the teams will be coming from down south, so that's probably where we need to put our attention to because there will be a massive cleanup down south. We've got ROX as well as, if I'm not mistaken, If You Game and DK, so that's DUKSAN Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, down south, there's a battle brewing, and it will definitely be starting in just a while. We've got Auto trying to heal up and about to face another team, which is ASA.
Oh man. Okay, this is gonna be pretty tough. I hate being right, Red Queen, in the sense that oh my gosh, Korean teams, folks, they are as patient as they can get. Look at that, like coiled vipers. They stay in their pits, wait for somebody to come their way and strike when it's possible.
Uh-oh.
You see the trigger discipline right here on the side of Tom from Rocks Esports. So he knows that there's somebody in those compounds. Not just somebody, the entire squad of ASA. So my goodness, any limb that shows up on his radar, I'm pretty sure he's gonna go for it.
Yeah, and pretty much it's all standoff. I mean, we can hear gunshots, but we're not seeing any of the teams really pushing hard, to get those points. It's a little bit unusual for me considering the fact that we've always seen PUBG, or we've always known PUBG to be very like aggressive game. We have a different point system, so you really need to build your foundation, at the initial stages of the game. Make sure that you really put up huge numbers. That's the only way that you can maintain your position at the top. But so far, for our first game, everyone is being a little bit careful though. But NS REDFORCE, okay, they have a different idea once again. We've got XZY cooking up that nade real good and has the potential to actually shut down not just one player, but 3 players coming from DPLUS Kia.
Oh man! All right, so this is it. This is where the dust is starting to not settle, ladies and gentlemen. This is the reverse of that. These players right here are disturbing the peace, and in good manner. Oh, look at that, Uriel with a FAMAS frag. So again, another weapon we don't really see that often, Red Queen. So these guys, they're not holding back. And another AUG in the hands of Sightsay this time. So a DUKSAN Esports here. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. DUKSAN Esports, they I think they're gonna try to weather out the storm. See how they're starting to slowly be squeezed out by
Yeah.
the blue zone.
My bad. So that was DUKSAN Esports, not DPLUS here, everyone. But yeah, we've
Oh,
seen these guys really go at it. They're one of the formidable teams, I can say. Just considering the amount of achievements that they have, they are one of the teams that are highly decorated when it comes to the Korean community. And that was a good spot coming from Saisei. We've always known him to be very good at shutting down his opponents, and now he already has that 1 point under his belt, which puts, NS REDFORCE at a disadvantage because they're now just playing with 3 players. But then again, just like what we've witnessed a while ago between GP and MSJ, things can still go south for the aggressive team.
yeah, you're right. If they're a little too careless here, they just might walk into traps, or maybe, just maybe, unfavorable zone. Now, on the feed right there, we've been seeing a lot of action, at least specifically from Rocks. So they're still complete. They already had 1 knock. I'm just not so sure if that's going to be a confirmed frag. Let's give that a bit. Let's give that a few seconds before that happens. So look at this clash right here, folks. Look at this honestly, this bundle of players in one zone. So Jerry right here playing like the mouse that he is, goes from the side, but no. Uriel with the S12K frag. Tom gets vengeance on Zenta and against Big Star as well. Look at this. Tom with the oh my goodness. With a 3-peat care of this DBS, Red Queen. Wow, he is a hungry cat.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, huh? But okay. Oh man, that was a long-range shot coming from ROX, and SNGE is already eliminated. 5 elimination points for the side of ROX. I think he kind of lost the element of surprise there. I mean, it wasn't still a very good angle, just really a missed opportunity. But it's a different story for the guys of Beyond. STRATOS Gaming trying to go up against Forever this time. Daho with a DBS securing a win, but finding it a little bit hard because there is another team challenging him up, and those are the guys coming from Underplay.
This kind of caught me off guard here, Red Queen. If I'm gonna be honest, I think Team Forever is formerly known as ZZ. So this right here is it left my jaw wide open because I just saw CXXN, one of the most patient players I have seen from that team. So Team Forever, they're already doing that. They're already doing what they need to, just slowly chipping off of the other teams, not being too greedy here. However, they have been eliminated, sadly, with 2 elimination points. So that right there, really unfortunate. We did mention it earlier. If you overstep the line, then that might be it for you. Speaking of not overstepping right here, Team Angry, amidst their name, they're not very angry right now, Red Queen. They're being ever so patient.
Now the kill feed is definitely lighting up because I mean, we've got EMTEK on your screen at the moment. We've got Amen currently knocked down. Clutch trying to clutch it for the team, but DUKSAN Esports in big trouble as well as they lost 2 of their members. ROX is finally eliminated. Beanie goes down. Saisei puts him on the spot, and oh man, this is a battle left and right.
Oh man, okay. So EMT, they're not looking very good right now. We are down to Clutch, and as his name says, would he be able to do so? This is gonna be tough. A bit of pressure there. So Angry, however, they have 1 knock. Oh, never mind. They're back on their feet. And Clutch, I bet that is it for EMT. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that is it for EMT. So Gen G, I did sing my praises here for Gen G. So maybe, just maybe, they are taking their sweet time, allowing these teams to flush each other out, and they come in for those last bits and pieces.
All right, here we go. Gen G Sports applying some pressure up on the guys of ASA. U1 goes down. So this now brings awareness to the side of Asauke not to go in there. ZCP got a little bit of damage and now healing up. But we can see Asana going in and repositioning themselves. Probably not interested to take in another fight because it's not a very good position to be in. I mean, coming from down below and going up against those teams that are just right up above them, you don't have the angle to shut them down completely.
And now we have entered the point zone, ladies and gentlemen. So we, I believe it's Team Angry. Team Angry is still here. They're down to their last man. So now these teams are already entitled at least one elimination point each. So, or rather, one placement point each. So, no matter what score you have on the board when it comes to eliminations, you can already surely add one placement point. So, it is now a matter of farming who's going to get to the top. Let's see. Now we have Underplay here, still a complete squad. This is what we're talking about, Red Queen. It's not a matter of those frags if you make your winner chicken dinner, because so far, none of our teams has entered a 2-digit frag fray.
And this is one of the things that we are all always excited about, Pika, is just the amount of throwables in every match. But so far, we are not seeing that happen right now. 6 elimination points, though, goes for the side of Gen G Esports, and they continue to rack up some more points. And right now, we've got Missile, oh man, doing a massive spray up against Laon of ASA, and he definitely got that one under his belt.
Man, okay, so maybe, just maybe, it could be Genji who's gonna enter that, who's gonna start to break the mold and enter those 2-digit frags. Again, I don't want to jinx it. We've seen that happen from a full squad Red Queen. They can get flushed out in a zip. So, fingers crossed. Please don't hate me, Genji fans, if in case that happens. So, but right now, we still... wow! We were talking about this. GP, they're still at it. Tamra is still racking up some frags for the team.
I mean, there is no doubt that Gen G Esports is the one really dominating Sanhok at the moment. 4 elimination points for the side of If You Mine, okay, but then again, I mean, they are lacking in firepower at the moment, considering that we are dealing with the lone wolf of the team. Now, I don't know why he didn't go for it, because New Jeans had some doubts there, but oh man, that was an open angle right there.
And maybe he became a little super shy there. New Jeans gotta be slightly careful. Gotta be careful. Now the blue zone is slowly catching up to New Jeans. Oh my goodness. Okay, now this is gonna look really tough. He has nowhere to go, and a lot of the teams are still complete within the vicinity. Look at that. He has sight set on a lot of the players, but still not pushing for it.
Okay, here we go. Goes in for the nade. Shuts down one player of DPLUS and now doing a massive spray, but it was still Gen G Esports that got the point. Are you kidding me? 10 elimination points, ladies and gents.
Oh man. Okay, you know what? Still props right there for New Jeans, right? Gotta love it. And I don't think you caught what I said, but yeah, you know, he was he didn't take the shot. He was a bit super shy in that sense.
Super shy.
Now we have Genji, DPLUS Kia, and Underplay, the last 3 teams here, folks. Now we have a lot of bleeding on the side of DPLUS Kia. So without a pickup, this is going to be a problem. Down to the last man, I would say. But you know what? Even if Red Queen, Genji does not win the winner chicken dinner here, they have so much points to probably be the highest pointer of this first game.
Here we go, ladies and gents. The final 3 teams: Gen G, Underplay, and DPLUS Kia. Everyone, our Filipino Opa came prepared, ladies and gents, with his Korean references. But here we go. Noble, the only player active for the side of DPLUS Kia, getting in some damage, but still gets the job done. And now he has the opportunity, of course, to revive his teammates right here. But Underplay, I don't think they're gonna give him that opportunity. 7 elimination points, down to just 2 teams, and now it's just a short path to get that winner chicken dinner. They have the advantage. They're gonna continue on, just applying a lot of pressure up against Noble, but still, oh my goodness, great exchange. But at the end of our first match, ladies and gents, it is still this team, Underplay, that won Sanhok a match.
Oh my gosh, what did I say, Red Queen? It's these people, it's these players who we don't see for a long time, who might just come back for that ambush, and that they did. We thought it was going to be a lot of Gen G. We thought it was going to be a Gen G held first game, but no. Underplay, with the under-the-table plays, just ever so slow, made their way to the top 3, eliminating Gen G as well. So, wow, what a deserving winner chicken dinner. They were not greedy. So with all of that, 7 eliminations, if I remember correctly, plus the winner chicken dinner, what a way to kick off Sanhok.
Yeah, even with a kind of number up on the scoreboard, I do agree with you. They kind of played this one a little bit on the chill side. They weren't that aggressive, they weren't that passive, so I guess it's just a right mix, really, to get that winner chicken dinner. And also, Genji has been aggressive, from the get-go, getting those elimination points and setting up like a good pace, for our first match this day. We all thought they're gonna be finishing off Sanhok, but it was Underplay that actually took that chicken dinner. And I think it's safe to say that you just don't go and underestimate the teams right here, because they can definitely surprise you, and that's exactly what Underplay just did in front of us.
And I love it. I'd say that Genji, towards the end, it wasn't really the bloodlust that got them to win. It's really or rather, it was the bloodlust that got them to win, not really the placement. But 3 isn't bad. Third place is not bad when it comes to stats.
Yeah.
I wish we could see that a lot sooner. I'm so excited to see who became the top scorers here. So that's Genji right there, folks. I'm pretty sure they're recollecting their ways because they were doing so well, Red Bean. They entered the 2-digit mark when it came to the eliminations. I believe scoring a total of 15. So that right there is a statement. So they are ready to go. I'm not really so sure what their plans are going to be for the next 3 Erangel maps, but this right here, you gotta watch out for Genji.
And PUBG is, a kill-centric game, so that was an awesome performance coming from Genji. Although they did not win that chicken dinner, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's a double-digit finish, so they're pretty safe. They might be even the ones at the top right now, in the leaderboard. So no problem right there. But still, an epic win for the side of Underplay, a convincing win nonetheless.
Yeah, convincing it is. So me, I of course I gotta give my flowers to our winner chicken dinner right there in Underplay. But yeah, but I also gotta try to be laser focused when it comes to Genji, because that was an insane showing. But there's also a part of me that wants to address Tom from Rox Esports a while ago, because he scored an insane streak, Red Queen. 4 frags in succession, 3 from one team, and then he took 1 from another. That right there is again a display of marksmanship. So
yeah,
the cat is out of the hat.
Yeah. Anyway, one thing I noticed about how these teams are actually playing, at least for the first match, we don't know if it's going to be the same, in the succeeding matches that we're going to have for this day, Pika. But most of the teams actually avoided getting inside, the circle. They all waited at the edge. So there were so rare opportunities that we've seen, teams really going at it in the middle. Now, if we are looking at this fight right here, this is one of the best highlights I can say. I mean, that was MSJ losing to GP at the start of the game.
And Tamra holding the fort right there, scoring 4 eliminations for the entirety of the team. And not to mention, Tamra was able to last quite long after that, right? I mean, he did not become easy prey for the rest, but that was Tom. That's what we were talking about. My gosh, he had his finger on the trigger the whole time, not really sparing any situations for him to not score a frag. I love that. Tom, however, he did fall victim eventually. So, but the kudos, still very big kudos to Tom right there from Rox Esports. Oh, here we go.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
At the beginning of the match, everyone is pretty much very well distributed. They are scattered all over Sanhok, but when we saw another overview of the map, everyone is just right outside, right at the edge. So that was I'm just saying that it's unusual, right? It's unusual. It's something that I haven't seen for a while. Usually, this kind of gameplays I saw, when players are doing like an earlier PUBG event. We are used to the moment that they step into the land, they go right at it, right? They challenge up each other real quick. But this is a different pace, I might say.
Yeah, as we mentioned, they're not stepping on the gas right away, folks. They're just very composed. Wait for the road to clear before they start revving it up. I like it. So I've seen some names as well that kind of struck my interest. CXXN is in forever. So this guy right here, another player that I have kept my eyes on lock for quite a bit. I cannot believe I missed him on stage earlier. So this this just got a little spicier for me, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's game number 1, and Sanhok already baptizing us with fire.
All right, everyone is definitely going in for a little break, okay, just to give time for the players to collect themselves once again, to compose themselves after a crucial match number 1 down here in Sanhok. But you know what? The fans still so eager to witness another set of battle happen once again, Pika. But you know what? I'm also excited to be part of this Pro Series Korea, PUBG Mobile Pro Series. And hopefully, you know, in time, again, I'm just crossing my fingers, we can join them in South Korea.
Yeah, same, absolutely. It'll be my first time to step foot in that land. You know, it'll be an esports Graceland. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We are just starting the day here. This is the first day of PUBG Mobile Pro Series for Korea. We're gonna take a quick short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Pika and Redpin on the mic. Don't touch that dial. We just witnessed a barn burner of a first game, ladies and gentlemen, here at the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea, bringing you the action. Yours truly, Pika and Red Queen on the mic. Wow, that's all we can say for our first Sanhok. Wow.
Yeah, what an opening match that was. At least we already have an idea how every match is gonna go, but so far very promising indeed. So what we noticed from the teams, I mean, there weren't really any drop clashes that happened, although there were a lot of teams that dropped in the middle. So that was kind of fascinating for me, a little passive for my taste, but then again, this is day number 1 and this is usually the time we're in. Everyone gets acquainted inside a battlefield.
I like that. I like the term you use there, acquainted. So some of these teams, they're kind of waiting for that encounter, right? To make contact with the rest of the opposition. So that being said, that was only Sanhok. So whatever it is that we talked about, ladies and gentlemen, that is only for one map. We have a bunch more to go moving forward. So this is where we're at, Underplay, with a whopping 19 points to start off the day.
Yeah, just 4 points, up against Gen G Esports. And of course, the man of the hour. We've got Underplay, and this is Sixta, setting up a total of 3 kills inside Sanhok with a damage of 390.
So if you notice, it's not really a lot if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, but it was enough to get the job done for Underplay. Okay, so this is the UI we've been waiting for, folks. How many nades did these players actually throw out? Underplay, ironically, being the top dog, only used 3 of them. 3.
Wow.
Red Queen compared to DPLUS Kia, who went all out and threw 10. So this right here is a statement. So we have a lot more stats to talk about that moving forward, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if there's going to be more chaos in El Clasico or Erangel.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, when it's Sanhok, we don't usually expect, the throwables to go up as high as 100, right? It's usually in Erangel and Miramar. But yes, I mean, if we continue on this pace, most of the fights, I believe, will happen during the last few zones in the match. That's when most of the strategies will definitely come into play. But it begs the question of how okay, it is going to affect the overall gameplay. I mean, placement points, yeah, it's not as reliable as before. So you really need to get those kill points to stay at the top. So how do you think this is going to affect the overall gameplay for the Korean teams?
Yeah, that is also a good question right there, right, Queen? Because as far as we've seen it, at least for our very, very first game of the day, we don't see anything going on up until probably the middle of our first stage. So maybe some of these teams are going to flip the script a little bit. They're going to go fast, at least for Erangel. They know this map like the back of their hands, right? This is every PUBG mobile player's introductory map. So I think that plays a huge part. Knowing where to drop, what to do when you get there, that really is completely different. Now, don't quote us on that, folks, because this is the pro series we're talking about. These are professionals.
Exactly my point, yeah. But again, we're not going to have 2 weeks of this tournament. I mean, we're talking about just like 3 days. So you need to set up huge number of points at every opportunity you get. And we're done with the game number 1 in Sanhok. And now that we are about to enter game number 2, which is going to be in Erangel, and just like what Pika said, I mean, they know this map, inside and out. And I do wonder if we are going to have like same pace, or are we going to be seeing teams be more aggressive this time?
Yeah, I'll also bring that back to Gen G, right? Because Gen G, the top fraggers, yes, actually, I was wrong in the sense that they were gonna make it to the top, at least for being the first team, the top scoring team, because Underplay was still able to get that spot. Apart from being the winner chicken dinner. So let's see if there's gonna be vengeance on the side of Gen G here. Are they gonna try to retake that frag throne? Because a while ago, if not for the winner chicken dinner, it would have turned out quite differently for Underplay Gaming.
And let's not forget, I mean, DPLUS Kia did an awesome job as well. I mean, they maintained their position, they maintained their consistency. Obviously, they weren't at the the best of the position. Underplay really has that one in the bag, so I do wonder if they're going to be retaliating this time as we enter game number 2 in Erangel. I mean, they were there almost getting that chicken dinner, but it was Underplay who actually caught the first chicken. So it's going to be an exciting game number 2, definitely.
It's also so close yet so far for DPLUS Kia. There's a reason why we praise them so much, folks. We've seen them at their best. We've seen them in really tough situations, and that was nothing new to DPLUS Kia. We've seen them actually get their winner-winner chicken dinners in the past, as well as just making it to grand finals, so on and so forth. So that right there, that is a statement to start with. Second place is it's a big deal. Right? So because of all those frags that Gen.G was able to do, they actually overtook DPLUS Kia in the charts, Red Queen. So they were second compared to DPLUS Kia, who were actually third, if memory serves.
Yes, you're right. And there's also that question, Pika, we're in. Like, okay, Underplay, they started off strong. They really racked up some numbers there. They are at the top spot. But there are also those teams that very strong at the get-go, but just kind of fades off, right? As we progress, in tournaments. So I do wonder, like, if Underplay can actually keep up the tempo, keep up playing with at this kind of pace, or will other teams really put in that extra work, that extra effort to build their foundations at early onset, and just to make sure that they stay there, like sit on the throne.
It's good that you mentioned that, Red Queen. This early on, if Underplay continues this tear, because momentum, as we mentioned before, it is basically an unstoppable force, right? If you have that and no one has the solution to it, you're gonna stay there for a while, like for a good solid while. We've seen that happen in qualifiers, in preliminaries, in survival stages, yada yada. So again, if Underplay will be able to do that, you said it yourself, they're gonna sit on that throne really pretty for the next 3 days. But of course, we've seen shockers in the past. We have seen surprises. We have seen those weird turns of events, and they just completely change the complexion of the entire thing. In this case, look at the love that we've been seeing from BSG, from the fans of BSG, from the likes of again DK, right? Obviously from Rocks as well. I don't know. It could be just one good game, as I always say. A good game, and that might be it.
Yeah, I do love the energy. I think we've pretty much established that one. I mean, the amount of support that these fans are actually giving to the teams, to the players. I bet their friends and families are all in there, just making sure that they feel comfortable, that they feel loved and supported with what they're doing right now. I mean, to pull off this kind of I guess success or like energy playing in tournaments such as this one is always hard. Again, they just make it look easy, ladies and gents, but it takes a lot of hard work, and we just have to like really applaud them. Win or they don't win, you just have to give them love.
Sarang love it is. There we go. All right. So yeah, that's really it. I've always adored, honestly, the culture of Korea. I've always been a fan, right? So it's not just for the entirety of their way of life, but the way that they also love their esports. They put everything. They put everything in there. So just look at this, right? Again, the fact that they have provided placards for the audiences, that already says a lot, Red Queen. I'm so jealous at this point. I want one of those. I want one of those PMPS placards.
Okay. Since production is not really asking us about team predictions, thank God. Okay, I think we can have fun in doing that right now. Okay, since Underplay did an awesome performance with DPLUS Kia, we also have Gen.G, the top 3 teams for Sanhok. Who do you think is gonna win this time?
Okay, yeah, again, right off the on top of my head, I'd say this is a Gen.G game. Of course, there's no pressure here, folks.
Bold
We're not scoring
statement, huh?
anything. I know, but I really am a firm believer, right? I do have a bit of a prediction going on here, but that's That's just me. It's just the gut feel that we have for this. For me, Genji might take this one. They know they're so close, but it was a little so far. This could be it. This could be redemption. And again, this is Erangel we're talking about. This might be their comfort zone.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And of course, we'd love to
And you?
know what you guys think about this whole tournament as well. Or like, which of the teams do you think is going to get the chicken dinner this time in Erangel? Just put it down there in the comment section. Make sure that you also show your love and support for our Korean teams. And make sure that you subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports. And also, don't forget to follow our social media pages as well. We've got Red Queen and, of course, Pika. Now, we've already asked Pika which the teams he thinks is going to win this time in Erangel, and now I'm going to give off my two cents. So, okay, I feel like this team is just warming up, really. Probably like a diesel car here. I think I will have to choose DUKSAN. Just because I know these guys are impressive. I know that they are not shy when it comes to engaging in battles, even though they are playing with just two of their players. The gun skills that these boys have is something that pretty much admirable. So I do know it's going to be an explosive start for the team. So I hope that they can pull through.
You know what? I can't blame you. I can't blame you for that choice. That is actually very, very rational. So, in my opinion, I'd say let's leave it all on the table. May the best caster win. If we're proven wrong, then even better. Honestly, even better if we're wrong here, ladies and gentlemen, because that means that the field is absolutely even for all of our teams, right? Again, finger hearts crossed for this one.
Finger hearts crossed. And you also remember that there was this one commentator a while ago that said, it's finally nice to witness and to watch a Korean tournament in English. I kind of feel the same because I am also a fan of other teams in other countries, in other regions, and sometimes you wonder what is happening inside a battlefield, but you couldn't understand because of the language, obviously. But this is a great opportunity that was given to us by Ruthless Hype Esports. The fact that we are casting this one in English just proves to show that, this industry really is growing massively, and I'm just happy to be part of this one. So again, thank you guys for inviting us. This is the first time that we're casting for the Pro Series of the Korea. So, man, amazing. That is all that I can say.
I quite had a bit of commentary on my belt here, folks, but this right here, as Red Queen implied, it's the first time we're doing this for the Korean Pro Series. And I was also quite baffled having told that it was gonna be the Pro Series for Korea, because I'm so used to other countries. But this right here, this is a debut for me. And as much as this is a debut, I love every single bit of it. So for what it's worth, 감사합니다. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
감사합니다. Yes, you are right. Oh my gosh, I need to polish my Hangul language.
Brush up on it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Everyone is, of course, warming up once again, preparing themselves to go into battle number 2. And it's going to be in the El Clasico map of Erangel, ladies and gents. Everyone is just sitting right there, probably praying and wishing that, their teams can be given the strength to power through all the 6 matches this evening. Just look at that. You know what? I am in Oppa land, Pika.
That you are. But hey, hello, buddy. What's good? But yeah, again, these players, some of them may be new to the scene, like I said, or new to a setting like this. You see the young bloods that we have right there, right? A lot of these talents, really young, really immersed into this game, and this is already paving a future for them. It's good to see how the enthusiasm, the love that they have for esports has slowly built its way up to a stage like this. Pro. Imagine being called pro this early on.
Yeah. I wish, we have we had something like this growing up, as a kid. I would have aced this one. right? Because we've played a lot of video games and technology paved the way, for us to have this one. And I'm already happy that I can cast this one, witness this kids really go at it and just really be, at the top of the PUBG mobile tournament. And I just have one question, Pika. So you do play FPS games, right? Mobiles, right? So are you
Yep.
the type of player who uses finger sleeves or just like pour powder on your phone?
I I am guilty of both, for at one point during my playing. I kind of did powder for a while, but now I realized I'm gonna go at it raw. Like just absolutely raw. Just your phone case and probably good room temperature. I'd say that's good enough, Red Queen, so that there won't be any precipitation. There won't be any 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 downsides to whenever I would play.
So are you the aggressive type or like are you competitive that even though you're just playing a classic game with friends, you always want to make sure that you get that chicken, or you play for fun?
No. I'm really the latter, especially for PUBG Mobile. I feel that PUBG Mobile is supposed to just tell stories, right? Not competitive. Not like you. You're really competitive, I'd say. In a good way, that is. In a good way.
Oh, you're right,
But
definitely.
she ain't denying that, folks. She ain't
I
denying
am
that.
not gonna deny that one. That's how I enjoy the game. I mean, it's very different, from all battle royale games. I mean, PUBG, you only get one life, right? So you only get one chance to actually do something good and pull off a chicken dinner. So, man, you really have to be good at predicting the circle. You have to be very good at your gun skills and outsmarting your opponents. So if you can do all that, I guess you are you can consider yourself a good player. I mean, I'm not saying I'm that good. I'm an average player, at least. That's
I didn't say
how I'm
nothing.
gonna position myself. Okay.
I didn't say nothing. But you know what? The slate is clean. All right, that didn't come from me. But yeah, speaking of predictions, right? So that's kind of a proper way to go about it when it comes to when it comes to a professional scene like this in this pro series. Seeing the very first brush of the circle of stage 1, that very first circle kind of gives you an idea how that's gonna turn out. And the only way you're gonna have accurate predictions or close to accurate predictions, despite this game being random generated, is experience. So imagine the experience of these players, Red Queen, for them to be able to handle these situations.
Well, all I can say is that the more XPs that you get, the more that you become good, at playing this game. So you better participate in a lot of scrimmages and a lot of, leagues and a lot of tournaments just to make sure that you've experienced, a lot of mind-boggling situations inside every map to be able to know how you're gonna approach every engagement inside a tournament. And this seems like what you said are pros. They've been to a much bigger stage than this one, perhaps, so they already know what to do next. But of course there's the exception wherein you can do maybe like mistakes in the game or like errors in the game, which is inevitable, but the important thing is how you guys can recover from a bad game.
True. Funny you should say that. The recovery phase. Whenever a team actually fails to get to their goal, like maybe even get the top 8, right? Because right now we're looking at 16 teams. So these 16 teams, they know that the value really starts when you enter top 8, and then the points start coming in, especially placement. Whenever you don't get to that part of the game, that kind of bothers you a little bit. What did we do wrong? And you have to regroup. That we've never seen that, Red Queen. Now, in a LAN setting like this, we can see how these players start to recollect themselves. We saw it with Gen G a while ago. They were going back and forth. We don't see them in their boot camps or at home. So now in a
Yeah.
setting like this, it's so important for us to witness how these players regather, regroup themselves.
Yeah, they are out of their comfort zones, and it's always hard, right? Again, like what you said, they're not playing in the rooms or in the boot camps. There's always that constant pressure, when you look at the audience and they're looking at you as well, you kind of feel the vibe, or like if you come in from a bad game, you can see it on their faces, like, okay, what are you gonna do next, or like, how are you gonna recover from this one? And if you win, however, you can feel the energy coming off the audience that they are really celebrating you. So it's a, I don't know, it's a mix of emotions. Like it's a roller coaster ride for me.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50 to say the least, right? So you win some, you lose some, and more importantly, I feel that at this point, you take what you can, right? So whether or not the crowd is against you or with you, you just try to live off the energy of what's there. So it could be the energy from your teammates, it could be the energy from your coach, right? If the crowd is not on your side, then you could be the heel. You're the villain in that situation. But at this
Oh
point, I don't think
man.
there's a single villain here, Red Queen. I don't think we have a single villain.
Okay, the important thing is when you guys are participating in this kind of tournaments is that you don't crack under pressure. And again, you need to have that mental fortitude, right? I mean, okay, you come in or you come up from a bad game. You just need to make sure that like brush it off, and just pick yourself up again. Because if you enter a game with a messed up mind, or like you still feeling a little bit sore from the mistakes that you did from the previous match, it is going to affect how you do in the next battle. So those are the things that you need to consider. I mean, you really need to have a fresh mind because it's always a gamble.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's true. That's true. So a gamble definitely is. At the same time, it's for what it's worth, I feel that these players have also maybe internally conditioned themselves, right? They're trying to go beyond these conditions, these atmospheric
Hey.
changes. So yeah, just like that. This is Gen G. We were just talking about this. So with the way that Gen G are, I feel that they have enough motivation. They have enough energy to go around moving forward. So this is why I feel that this is gonna be their game. Just me. But again, if I'm wrong, I would lose no sleep over it. I just feel that these teams are heavily and evenly matched.
Yes, exactly. And I'm just fascinated with the different reactions we're getting from the teams, from the players. Some are pretty tense, some are very relaxed, like nothing is happening. Some with smiling faces. So yeah, I love watching them. Very much interested to see, like, at the end of the day, which of these 16 teams is really gonna do well, gonna perform well, is going to keep up that consistency and just manages to rack up huge number of points to the point wherein it will be very hard for the rest of the teams to actually catch up inside the leaderboards.
Oh man, I don't know. At this point, I'm keeping an open mind. A lot of these teams are gonna be a bit of a mystery to me, at least based on what we've seen. But again, there's always room for correction here. And again, I'd love to be corrected when it comes to these teams' performances. Gotta love it. Now, speaking of correction, I feel that one of your followers, one of your fan bases, RQ fan over at chat, just showing us some love. I have a faint idea who that is, but I'll leave it at that. I'll leave that. I'll leave that to my thinking.
Hey, big shout out to everyone watching. Of course, we are live at Ruthless Hype Esports page. So make sure that you guys subscribe to the channels to stay updated with all of the action happening inside of the community. So we're not talking about just action here, Pika, but a little bit of science as well.
Well, yeah, I know. That's what I found quite amusing, to say the least. So gotta love it. But thank you to everybody who's still joining us in chat. I do feel that the players right now, as they are preparing, as the venue as well as preparing, I feel that there's going to be a little bit of a, in my opinion, a change of pace here from the players, right? Because I'm not talking about the teams, the players. We already saw Sixta as our first MVP. So not really so sure what's at stake here for our MVPs, Red Queen. But I think that there's already a bit of internal pressure that comes with that particular announcement or that particular leaderboard stat. So if you're one of the people who have, oh, somebody didn't file their leaves, okay, great. But if somebody, if somebody, if some of these players actually saw who's on top, they're gonna want to top that guy. They're gonna want to dethrone him, whoever it is.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, that will always be the goal, right? It's to always perform well, the best, good enough to actually dethrone anyone who is sitting at the top, and just make sure you are the apex predator in any tournament. The goal is to always win, to get that big chunk of moolah right there. How much are these teams are fighting for again, Pika?
Well, that's 15 million Korean won, guys. That's the prize pool awarded to our first, second, and third placers.
Yeah, so okay. So if I'm not mistaken, that's probably around $11,500 US. That is still a huge amount of money. I mean, can you also imagine the stardom that these kids are facing? I mean, we're talking about pressure just a while ago, and I think one of the things that we always fail to recognize is just how good their IGLs are. I mean, they are the ones giving structure to the team. They are the ones giving the commands. And so, I mean, if your IGL, the first one to give in to pressure, oh man, that can be disastrous.
Yeah, funny. That's actually the reality. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. There is that element right here that could make or break your team or you. But for the time being, let's go a bit more positive here. Look at all the love, and again, the audiences right here. Hello, 안녕하세요. Say hello. So that's just that's just us showing some love as well to our Korean audiences right there. So I hope you filed your leaves, because I know it's a
Yeah,
weekday.
It's a Friday. It's a Friday anyway.
It's still a weekday.
Friday. Okay, that's the mentality that we all should have, and the best way to spend your Friday is with us, of course, watching this epic teams go at each other. And you know what, Pika? I'm not sure if I got this right, but when it comes to the population, I think we have more guys in Korea than women. So, unlike in the Philippines, it's the guys that usually go for the girl. I mean, all the courting and stuff like that. But it's a different world in South Korea. I think it's the girls that actually kind of proposes or like give flowers to the men. I'm not sure if I got this right. So, if you have the information and you're pretty sure at it, please let us know down there in the comment section.
And I gotta fix my passport and visas if that's the case. All right. So we gotta arrange my travel, guys. But kidding aside, this looks to be quite an entertaining field, to say the least, for a lot of our players. So yeah, maybe they're about to get ready. They're bound to take off anytime soon. This is 3 Erangels, by the way. For those of you who just tuned in, we already finished our one and only Sanhok today. So the triple Erangel map moving forward, that's gonna be quite heavy. A lot of our players need a bunch of corrections, a bunch of honestly a bunch of planning, because 3 Erangels, man. So how many chances do you get for a winner chicken dinner in a familiar map?
Yes, you are right. But of course, some of you probably are asking, okay, come on, guys, start the game. But you know what? This time, actually, we are giving it to the teams and the players to reset, to probably go through their game plans, to go through some of their finishing touches, so to speak, when it comes to their gameplay. So we just have to be patient a bit and just like really look through the crowd and how happy they are cheering for their son or like their cousin or their friend, just giving the big support that they need to power through again for this day. And in case you guys tune in late, we are going to have 3 days of action for this pro series. So a total of like 18 matches for the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, that's a lot to take in, right? So imagine that you have 18 maps, ladies and gentlemen, for your team to gather those necessary points. That means that you can't drop a single game as much as possible. If you can, at least at the bare minimum, get one elimination, or rather at least one placement point each. That's going to be huge for your team every single time. And not to mention the eliminations, those frags that you can put all together, that's going to sum up to a bunch of points at the end of the series. So, again, that's just us for wishful thinking. Hopefully, the teams understand the gravity of the situation.
Oh, pretty sure that they do. I mean, they wouldn't be here in the first place, if they don't know how to play the game. But I am curious to see if we're gonna be witnessing a lot of nade actions happen, pretty much just like what we always do in other tournaments. Are we gonna see the numbers go up this time? Because the first match was in Sanhok. It's a small map, and we don't always see throwables going up as high as 100 plus, right? So it's Erangel, and just like what you said, this is a map that they all know too well. 3 chances, I can say, to really get those points that they need to kind of take the lead, compared to the teams that will be performing a little low, at least for day number 1. We still don't know yet.
Yeah, that's also what's scary. The day number 1 is a make or break day, in my opinion, because that's how you start momentum, or that's how you establish a streak, a pace, if you will, when it comes to getting those points. We've seen this happen before, that one of the teams, or some of the teams who have made their mark from day number 1, they have enough points to retain that spot for a good amount of games. And that says a lot, because you won't be playing the chase. You're not going to be on the tail end of the train. You are on the driver's seat. So that said, honestly, Underplay, they already have 1 foot in the door.
So if you do play, just for the fans out there, which AR do you think is best to use inside the game? Are you more of like an M416 or like an AKM kind of player?
Okay, this is gonna be tough. Okay, so well, for me, I'm gonna answer that. I am a player, so I think I'm valid. I'll say
Yes.
You're gonna find it a shock. Okay, I'm not an M416 guy. I am so not an M416 guy. Yeah,
Okay.
I know. And that look right there
Wow.
said a lot, right? I am an M762 guy.
Not bad. Yeah.
I'm an M7, yes.
Oh wow.
About you?
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you. I mean, that was my gun before. That's a choice of gun before. M762, it provides, I think, more stability compared to an
Yes.
AKM. The recoil is not hard to control. Plus, it's a powerful weapon with a 762 millimeter for an ammo.
Yeah. And that right there is also the primary reason why I like it. So it's really bang for your buck, right? It's big damage, slow fire rate compared to a lot of the other assault rifles. Honestly, a lot of the 556s are pretty fast paced when it comes to, again, rate of fire. So that I can go with, but it's damage. It's really the damage that that makes the difference. It's the same principle why we pick DMRs, honestly, over sniper rifles, right? Red Queen. So because you want that consistent damage, you want to keep going at it.
Exactly. I mean, if you're pretty accurate with your shot, I think M762 is gonna work for you. In terms of like DMRs, I think Mini 14 is the most effective, just because it's
yeah.
not it's it's automatic. I mean, you can just tap fire if you want to put down someone from a long range, right? It usually works best in Miramar, which we are going to be witnessing in later on as we progress into the game. But I'd still not disregard the power of like the bolt action sniper rifles, like the AWM and as well as the Car 98. It's still a one tap shot.
Oh yeah, for real. You know, honestly, I still tend to get scared hearing the likes of Car 98. Honestly, even the M24. I also still feel that bit of dread when I hear Mosin Nagant, you know, stuff like that, because those rifles, or basically those long range shots, are chances are when you hear them, you're probably shot already. So it's an indicator that someone's out there looking at your location. So yeah, you know, case in point, it's really a matter of knowing the tools, knowing what arms you can bear when the situation's right. And let's talk about Miramar while we're here. I know Erangel is next, but Miramar is so prone to giving a lot of mini 14s for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the best gun to have. We've always known that, you know, Miramar is the haven, you know, for snipers. But there's also the consideration, Pika, that the tempo is changing, the meta is changing, and most of the time we see DBS compared to DMRs. We are seeing a lot of rush gameplay, but again, we don't know what to expect just yet, as this is the first time that we are casting for the Korean community. This is the first time for me to really see them perform, see what kind of meta they are used to. That's why I'm super curious. I'm super excited at what kind of narrative, like what kind of story is going to unfold, you know, at least for this day alone.
True enough, man. Tell me about it. I for real believe that there's gonna be something that's gonna shock us today. You know, one such is the use of AUG. Like I saw like about 2 or 3 AUGs in in a row a while ago, because it's still effective. It's still a very effective weapon, to say the least. But you know, there's also the FAMAS. You know, I was happy.
Oh
to
man, the
see
FAMAS.
Right? We have not seen that in a long time, right? But you know, I'll just leave that up to surprise. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know that we've held you for quite a bit, but we are gonna take a quick break. The action will return very shortly here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Series. Pika and the Red Queen on the mic. Don't go anywhere.
Well, we did say short, so welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series. And this is, of course, Korea. And now, as you can see, we are headed to our second game for today. But before that, before going in for a break, Pika, we did talk about FAMAS and how, despite of it being the best AR, quote unquote, inside the game, it is now widely popular compared to AKMs and M416s. I honestly don't see that ever happening. What they need to put back into the special loot crate is the DBS.
Oh boy, you're one of them. Okay. But I completely understand it. DPS is just absolutely destructive, you know. Only literally one notch ahead of the S12K, which people consider
Yes.
the most effective shotgun in this game. But you know what? We're gonna start
Oh.
talking about weapons a little later on, as soon as our teams start to land. Because right now, I did
Yes.
mention that there are gonna be some brave souls who are gonna jump right off a military base. Looks like we have 3, maybe 4
Ooh.
teams already making their way there. Our flight path went straight to shooting range, being the last stop. So what that
Yes.
means is some of these teams are gonna have the luxury of getting as much firepower as they can this early on.
Ooh. Tough circle. Look at that. I mean, it has
It do be.
favored the side of Milta, right? So flight path started from Novo going up to Zarki, and yeah, we've got at least 3 teams down there in the military base. Around there in the middle, I can probably say we have 4 teams in the middle, but the question is whether or not they're gonna go up against each other. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right, here are my boys. My bet at least. We have Gen G here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if they're going to be able to turn the tides back to their favor, as much as they had those really good fragging moments in very first game. This is completely different. This is Erangel. A lot bigger, a lot more spaces to hide. So hunting might not be the best option here.
Hmm. Okay, one of the players actually picked up a DP28, which is an absolutely massive gun to have. Also, one of the players, Laon, has an M249 and an S12K to pair it with. So that is some pretty powerful weapons right there. So far, just like what we've witnessed in Sanhok, a little bit passive during the initial stages of the game. I mean, everyone is just busy looting up, pillaging through towns, and getting everything they need before they go into any engagement. It's all going to be rotations, probably up to second stage.
Yeah, if that's an indication, right? So hopefully, in a manner, I'm kind of wishing for a bit of a difference here. But that's just me. That's just wishful thinking, because some of our players, some of our teams, they know that getting points this early on will really mean a lot, especially for SNGE right here. So they have zilch so far. They have no eliminations, no placement points. So that could be a motivation, Red Queen.
Yeah, it is a little different. And we did mention this as well, at the beginning of the game, that one of the reasons why I think Korean teams were so effective during the Clash of Giants in Ruthless was the fact that they were unpredictable inside the battlefield. And now, probably some of the teams coming from other regions are watching this, getting information, getting, a peek of like how they move, how they play the game. And so far, again, as we noticed, from the previous match, they don't like engaging at the start of the game. And considering that we do have this circle, a lot of the team still needs to get inside, although they are within proximity, right? Within the area, we are not hearing even gunshots or like even challenging up teams or the neighboring teams that they have.
Yeah, the circle betrayed everybody, Red Queen, right? So we did have a northwest flight path, to say the least. Again, we ended at shooting range, but the circle really favors the likes of Novo. So that right there is, honestly, it's southeast of our map. So That's gonna be a bit of a hike for some of our teams, especially those without vehicles at hand. That's gonna be quite a tricky situation to be in a little later on. So first, we already know that these teams are gonna go for resources, right? They're not gonna go for encounters, but also I feel they need to have map advantage.
Game knowledge, yes. And I don't know. Again, it's really something new for me. I mean, this is not the kind of pace that we're used to. But they are taking their sweet time. They are killing nothing but time at the moment. I do believe, when it comes to the gameplay, being prepared as you can means, a lot to these teams. And one of the factors I think is just before they get into any gunfights, they would want to make sure that they have everything first, right? And that's exactly the kind of momentum that we are seeing, coming from the teams. I mean, again, not even gunshots. They are, I believe, avoiding each other, at least for stage 1.
As well, they should. Not gonna lie, that's gonna be tough if you try to just maybe step a little too early on the gas for some of these teams. Speaking of stepping on the gas, so this is Game PT, if you mind, a while ago, who gave us a very sweet, remarkable highlightable moment, right, in the form of basically a 1v3. So it's around the same time a while ago, Red Queen, that happened. But right now, we said it clearly a while ago, absolutely passive for a majority of the teams.
Yeah, we saw a while ago that there were 3 teams at least a drop around a military base. So we're just gonna wait for a few minutes, perhaps, before they decide to collide with one another. But I do understand why the teams chose, other teams chose to drop into the middle section of Erangel, because that's where you can find, vehicles, which is going to be very useful for the team to go from point A to point B. There's also the abundance of resources there, like this cool area that's a good fortress to actually defend. We also got Rozok. We've got Yasnaya, which is one of the biggest areas that we have in Erangel. So we can actually fit in at least 3 squads in there. But I do believe that there is a scaffold that might push through between EMTEK and DS, but we're not seeing any hard push just yet. Probably information gameplay, the least.
This is so insane. Not gonna lie. The fact that we hear some gunshots but no casualties yet. You hear them very faintly. It just really baffles me. What are they shooting at? And no one from the feed has ever been damaged. So here we go. This could be it. This could be it. This could be the pull-up that we were waiting for. Eagle Owls getting flushed out by Genji. Look at this. Will 2. He's probably going to leave the premises. He knows that this is not the zone. This is not the time. Nope. Gotta peel out.
Okay, getting some gunshots, but I mean, live to fight another day. I guess this is not the right time for them to engage too early. They don't want to risk losing any members of the team. So, yeah, probably we'll see each other in the next few zones. But this is interesting, Pika. Just look at that. I mean, all of the teams are now inside the circle, with the exception of Hoxie coming from MSJ, the only player that I can see outside of the zone still. But it's amazing. Like, it is crowded. As you can see, there's a lot of callers right down there in the middle, but they are not really engaging with one another. I mean, this is mind-boggling.
It's truly nuts, you know, the fact that a while ago our first encounter wasn't even successful, right? So a bit of damage taken, but not quite enough to put somebody down to their knees. So yeah, we're already at stage 2. So this is quite the calm, Red Queen. I don't think there's gonna be a storm anytime soon. It is looking absolutely sunny here in Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single person knocked. And look at that. All the live bars are yellow. So no one's been damaged heavily just yet.
Okay, that probably was the first exciting thing that I saw, at least for our game number 2. We're not exactly sure, you know, what the plan is. Probably there was a treaty signed, okay, like a truce signed between all of the teams here. Um, uh, right now, they are probably just checking out from which directions their enemies will be coming from, considering that they all know the flight path, they all know where the circle landed. And again, this is the time we're in. They're probably discussing, okay, how are we going to be approaching this one? Which of the teams are we gonna challenge up first? Which areas are we gonna raid first? And again, there's just a lot of rotations happening at the moment, but no action still.
Yeah, I'm not greedy. I'm not greedy, so I think I can wait for it. Honestly, let's see how this is gonna go. So yeah, the fact that we've been seeing some shots fired, we've been seeing some vehicles tapped, that that really shows you the trigger discipline, Red Queen. These players, man, I'm telling you, there's really a lot of action to go forward, to go forth. But right now, it's not it. Look at how the
Oh,
clock
there you
is
go.
winding down. Oh, I had to say it. There we go. Nova from VEGA Esports, the first casualty, and it is Mr. Tom himself once again who drew a first blood.
Well, first blood, yes. Nova, no chance to go supernova right now as he had been sent back to the lobby. Stage 2 inside Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the only casualty that we've seen so far, at least for this match. And now we are having kind of like an overview of which areas are highly populated at this moment. We can see ASA right down there in the middle, pretty close with the guys of DUKSAN Esports. We also got Jen, if you mind, rotating, headed towards the middle as well. And ASA pretty much caught up in between.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's that's gonna be a problem if that does not get solved a little later on. But speaking of solving some stuff, it looks like forever right now. We have Fabian and CXXN trying to once again probably find a piece of the puzzle that they can put together here, because right now I think they're going in circles, maybe just maybe scouting for information or potential frags. I'm not so sure yet, because I know CXXN. He's not the type of player, honestly, Red Queen, who would really engage unless it's a clear frag. So, man, this brings me a little bit of a wonder. Meanwhile, here we have MIRAEN, SEJONG still taking their sweet time. Everybody with a vehicle, so could be one of those drive-by episodes, Red Queen.
Yeah, this is the damage output versus the elimination points, right? I mean, if you can shut down players from like mid to long range, okay, that's fine. But if you cannot actually translate that or convert that into elimination point, I think it's pretty useless. Okay, like you have a high damage output, but then again, the numbers that you put up on the scoreboard will be the one that will matter most. But here we go, Pika. I think this is the first engagement, like a full squad, we're gonna be witnessing right now. And this is ROX versus SNGE.
Okay, so basically it is up to Tom right now to probably save Jerry. That's the first time we'll see that, actually, after all these years. Because with Jerry down to his knees, he does have a bit of company here. Oh no, is it gonna be a job finish for Jerry? Oh, but Otto brought to his knees by Yororong. Okay, so we have a clash here, Red Queen. Let's see how this is gonna pan out. Yororong is inside this very small shack. Pumba! Oh no! Pumba took out Otto!
Yeah, I
Friendly
mean,
fire.
that was a very good 2-piece skill coming from Yororong with a DBS. Good support as well coming from his teammate. And now they have established 2 elimination points for the team, but they're getting knocked down as well. I mean, Pumba right now is not singing Hakuna Matata. I mean, we are left with just one player right now for ROX, and it is not looking too good. Decided to drop around prison area, which is basically like a dangerous spot to be in right now, considering that we have a lot of players surrounding that particular area right there.
Oh my goodness! Wow, that was fast carnage. And even then, Red Queen, we don't have a single eliminated team yet. So that's how insane this is going, folks. We are at stage 4, and yes, we have seen triple casualties on the side of ROX Esports. but we don't have a single elimination yet. So Tom, holding the flag high for Rocks right now, is gonna try and survive this onslaught.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. DPLUS Kia obviously
Oh.
on the move, just passed through at least 4 teams right there, not engaging, not paying attention to which of the players are actually doing a massive spray up against them. And it's a good thing because they were able to actually get through that space right there. I can say with no casualty, but unfortunately there are already 2 players currently knocked down from their side. And we've got Noble right there popping up some nade, I guess, but a little bit exposed there. And now he gets knocked down, and they are in big trouble as they are now sitting ducks in the middle.
My gosh, DPLUS Kia, everything just went haywire for that team, ladies and gentlemen, from a complete squad all the way to the last man standing. So it is up to K right now to try and survive for the remainder of the team. And they don't have a single elimination point just yet, Red Pit. If they are the first team to go here, that's going to be so tragic because at least Rocks has one guy. CXXN brought to his knees by Daho here.
Riz making it happen, but unfortunately he gets tagged from behind. Oh man, he is going through that one person right there inside that small shack, but unfortunately it's a little bit exposed on his side as well, so he gets knocked down. 14 teams remaining, ladies and gents, as we go on stage number 4, match number 2 here inside of PUBG Mobile Pro Series.
My gosh, okay, it really crazy stuff going on here, and the fact that Tom is still alive, that right there, and I just might be jinxing it. Here we go, Tom taking a significant amount of damage and missile from Genji. As we mentioned, there might be out here for vengeance. There's the nade. Okay, but missing the target. Tom, look at that, just holding his ground a little bit longer.
Well, I can say it's getting too close for comfort, you know. I mean, okay, he missed to put down that one player right there, but I mean, he's just right below him. But hey, a lot of players getting shut down. Coming from Gen, I guess. Missile finally able to put down Tom, and it's just, you know, battle left, right, and center. Underplay again, making some moves and putting up numbers. And it's just chaos right now, Pika. I believe this is happening probably northwest side?
Yeah, looks like it. Okay, so yeah, Genji still complete. Red Queen. So right now, they're one of the stronger squads that we have with the highest points. So if they manage to keep up this pace, this momentum, this strong showing that they have right now, it could be their game, as I mentioned earlier. I do feel it. I do feel it in my guts that Genji might be able to get away with this. However, there's a lot of action going on with the rest of the teams. Let's try to pay attention to that too.
Right. Here we go. So all the fights actually happening along north side area of Erangel, okay? Because we've got MSJ, we've got ANG, Gen, as well as ASA right on that spot. And yeah, it is inevitable that they will collide with one another. So far, I think it's Gen again having the most advantage so far compared to the rest of the teams that are in the same location.
True enough. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that being said, I feel that yeah, Genji, they can hold this for a little bit longer. Honestly, Red Queen, I'm just not so sure if that's gonna be the wiser choice. We're already moving to stage 5, so that circle is bound to move. Position-wise, yeah, they're not looking very bad, but I know that they're gonna get flushed out. There's gonna be a lot of teams headed their way, and yeah, that one frag that could be good enough. I'm just keeping an open mind here. Now, let's move towards MIRAEN SEJONG. So they already have 2 frags, right? But they lost just Tess in the process. What's the plan here? I don't really see them trying to go overly aggressive this time, Red Queen.
Yeah, if you mind, I think losing some of their members. We've got Eugene's on the screen as well as LXN. Okay, LXN. Pretty hard to pronounce. Okay. Eugene's cooking up some nade. We've got Missile. And he has his eyes over this one player right here coming from MSJ. Was able to put him down, and now he seals the deal. 2 points for Gen G Esports.
Okay, so again, this is the streak where we're talking about, Red Queen. They're going to have a lot of company. But at the same time, they're able to stand these onslaughts, right? These assaults from the other teams. I don't know for how long, but I'm going to keep my eye on PSG as well, because they already have 4 frags, Red Queen, and they're still complete. As well as, honestly, I'd say I'm going to keep my eye out for ASA, for ASA.
Mm-hmm.
These teams have been untouched, right? So this is the patience we were
Oh,
talking about.
man.
These teams are not too, they're not too greedy for these frags.
Man, Onba just applying pressure up against ANG at the moment. He's been throwing a lot of nades there, making it very difficult for this team to actually penetrate the safe zone at the moment. Of course, if you do have that advantage, you're not going to let go of that one. And now here comes the attack. It's a hit and run situation for the team. Unfortunately, though, he crashed and wasn't able to put down that one player. And that was the end of the line for that MSJ player.
Oh, man. So Onba, very, very unfortunate. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you know those situations really you really get a head scratch out of that, right? So as much as we want to play it all to perfection, there could be some blunders that'll be really unavoidable, to say the least. Now, we are one team elimination away from getting the point zone. What that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that all the teams who will be within the top 8 are going to start scoring placement points. So, fingers crossed. It's hard right now. It is very difficult, I'd say, for Underplay to survive this. Look at how many teams are still here. And they're all, a majority of them rather, Red Queen, are still complete.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their points at the moment, some of them just, I mean, was able to put at least 1 or like 2 points, and we are now at stage 5. Okay, you talked about placement points, and we also said that, you know, placement points not as reliable as before, because, okay, if you manage to get into stage 5, perhaps stage 6, but I mean, if you're not able to put up any score, any kill points, I don't think it's gonna do well for your team. So I don't know. What's the strategy here, Pika? What do you think?
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to start putting the pedal to the metal here, because we don't have much time. We're already at stage 6, and if the other teams, especially the stronger teams, will stay the way they are right now, then you have more problems coming into the more crucial stages like 7 to 9, and those are very painful when it comes to the blue zone. So yeah, you're gonna have to start eliminating. Speaking of eliminating, look at this, Missile is still on a tear.
Yeah, and also EMT having a hard time getting through the circle. A lot of or like most of their players are very low in HP. It's a little bit difficult to see as well, just who has the best advantage of actually getting the chicken dinner, or like in terms of like position, who has the higher ground. Because I mean, obviously, if you have the higher ground, you'd always have that advantage. But let's talk about the numbers. EMT already has 3 kill points. I think the team that has the most number of kills would be BSG. Beyond STRATOS Gaming. Okay, so Beyond STRATOS Gaming. So far, they are the ones really having a kill streak right at the moment. All right, guys. Final 9 teams. We've got Haru coming from EMT, goes down. So does Daho coming from BSG. Shun as well. Oh man, EMT losing their members. They are getting bombarded with an S12 game. Nonetheless, a wing of Beyond STRATOS Gaming. 9 elimination points for the team, man. Oh man, they are on fire.
Now we are in point zone, as we mentioned, Red Queen. So yeah, very unfortunate there for EMT, because after all that holding, after all that stalling, they still exited at probably one of the least pointers within the top 9, right? So that's what I was talking about. People have to make haste. Now we're at stage 7 in just a few seconds. So that blue zone, never gonna be forgiving. You know, as soon as it hits stage 4, you can no longer take those hits. It's not an ant bite anymore, to say the least. So the players, they need to find their spots. They need to find the zones that they need to be in, just like
Yeah.
DUKSAN is doing.
I mean, the circle is shrinking and it gets crowded. So you're right. I mean, you really have to find the best position for your team. And if you are coming from down below, it will be very difficult for you to challenge up those squads that are right on top of you because they can already see you coming from a mile, right? I mean, they know where to point their guns. But oh man, okay, this is a tough one, Pika. Most of the teams, again,
Hmm.
pretty much just like in the previous match, they are outside of the zone, but most of them will be doing a massive cleanup over there at the northwest side.
Oh man. Yeah, you know the fact that
Northeast, I'm
we.
sorry, northeast
That's
side.
right. Yeah, you know the fact again, as I was saying, that we're still down to 8 strong teams at stage 7 is just absurd. So they are gonna start. They're gonna start teeing off even faster than they should right now, ladies and gentlemen. So Gen G, again, I don't want to jinx it. Complete with 3 frags. They have a bit of a problem here in the form of BSG because with 9 frags, this is at this point, Red Queen, they are so
Oof,
close to
man.
reaching that top spot. Here we go. U1 with a self-inflicted nade knock. Oh my gosh. Gotta be careful where you swing your hand, my friend.
Man, if you are playing in the pro series, I mean, you need to make less to zero errors, right? It's going to be crucial for the team. I mean, one mistake can actually cost you a game. But here we go. We've got Underplay right now making it to stage number 7, racking up some points, going up against Eagle Owls at the moment. So this is like a 4v2 situation, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, they don't have the numbers. They are being thrown nades. Oh my goodness, Jinpei goes down. So we're talking
Oh,
about the last player coming from Underplay, which is Tre. We've got a DBS. I can see a DBS on hand and an M416. But man, I mean, he is pretty surrounded here, Pika.
oh yeah. So this is also another up and down situation when it comes to holding a compound. You see that DUKSAN right now, they have this house to themselves, right? But that also means attracting the oppositions. Just like that, Yunfin runs to his knees by Wing S.
Woohoo!
So big S12K plays right there. Big star from Eagle Owls already knocked down as well as Uriel. Gen G, as I said, Red Queen on a tear right now.
Oh man.
Woo!
See, this is what I was talking about, Pika. I mean, DUKSAN Esports, I mean, they've managed to get in stage number 8, but they weren't able to put up any numbers. So I don't think that's going to be good in the leaderboards. Not the kind of performance, honestly, that we are expecting coming from the DUKSAN boys. But let's see. I mean, this is just like game number 2, and there's a lot of opportunities more to get back into the game. And now 4 teams remaining, ladies and gents. We've got Gen G Esports once again setting up a total of 7 elimination points. The stage number 8 in Erangel. Right now, we can see them resetting, reviving their teammate, and going up against If You Mind or GP in just a little while.
Okay, so this is so far the furthest that GP has reached without massive casualties. Yes, they're 50% down on manpower, but with this one elimination, they just might be able to withstand a little bit of this terror from the other teams. Of course, Gen G and BSG right now, they do have some personal issues that they need to sort out because they are the top scorers. And there we go, Gen G up top with a total of 27 points so far. Red Queen, and they're still going. My gosh, 30 points already
Woo!
with
Oh my
almost a complete
God.
squad. I did say it. It looks like it's gonna be their game. That is, of course, if BSG cannot stop their momentum. But right now,
Oh
it's
man.
pretty even footing, almost even footing.
Oh man, BSG Beyond Stratos Gaming. I mean, they are the juggernauts right now, at least for game number 2. And this is a top spot, for the rest of Gen G Esports. But if they can actually pull off a win, that could be big, for the team right there. But obviously, Beyond Stratos Gaming, they have all the advantages. The other thing that I can say, Pika, is that they popped off a lot of smokes. Okay, that can help them a lot, considering that we don't have that much trees, to use as cover. But they are really getting massacred right here. Oh man, BSG, if they play their cards right, obviously they can win the chicken dinner here.
Oh no, now we are down to the last two players on the side of Genji, ladies and gentlemen. I think I spoke too soon. Please pardon my sharp tongue. Now BSG here. we have a 2v3. All things considered, Genji already has 9 eliminations, but a whopping 17 eliminations. Look at this. They're starting to tie things up here, Red Queen. BSG 2v2. One man down on the side of BSG. This is so close to call.
Oh man, this is a bloodbath, ladies and gents. A fight to the death. I mean, okay, it's pretty exciting considering that 17 elimination points at an insane number to put up on the scoreboard. Now it's a 2v2. Genji amazingly was able to pull off a miracle here, Pika, to be able to catch up with the BSG. And we can see the Shy moving in, creeping in like a snake. Oh, this is not a 2v2, Pika. This is a 2v1. Oh, man.
It really looks like a 2v2, but yeah, hopefully we're not wrong with our assessment. It's still a 2v2, but yeah, it is. But the Shy able to best Satan over here. Now he takes out one. Are we getting trades? Are we getting trades?
Hey!
Woo!
Who won? Who won?
It's BSG!
Yes,
My
that is
goodness!
scary.
Whoa, what a denial! What a denial, ladies and gentlemen! The second winner chicken dinner goes to Beyond Stratus Gaming. Unbelievable!
Hey, but you have to give it to the guys of Genji Esports. So, if they did not make it easy, you know, for Beyond Stratus Gaming. I mean, they really gave it their all and made sure that they can play at the same level, even though they don't have that firepower. They were able to make it at least an even fight during that last zone right there. So, I mean, that was an exciting thing to watch, giving their best performance coming off from these two amazing teams.
And I was gonna grab the phone myself, Redfin. I was so ready. I was so ready to go at it. I'm just kidding, guys. But of course, we gotta give credit where it's due to Genji. Holding it that long, being actually at the top of the board before that grand finals with 30 points already, but at the end of it, and it is at the very tail end of it, Beyond Stratus Gaming. Whopping, I think, 19 eliminations, Red Queen. Maybe, just maybe, 19 eliminations. That is not a joke, on top of the 10 winner chicken dinner points. So talk about a follow-up, right?
Beyond Stratus Gaming definitely in cloud 9 as of the moment, winning and getting that chicken dinner. It was a close call. Okay, they almost lost that, but still they emerged victorious from that fight. All I can see, adrenaline probably just flowing in their veins at this moment. I mean, you can see the excitement, you can see the tension, you can see, I mean, you can feel the vibe, even though we're just, you know, casting and seeing them on the screen. But I can only imagine, you know, the pressure right now that they are feeling. It must be very extensive.
I did mention earlier that we have to keep an eye for BSG, because they were, the moment I laid eyes on their stats, they were like five eliminations already, complete squad, and everybody was just going at it, but they were just calm. They just stayed put. They waited, I feel, for the right timing, the right circle for them to enter the fray. And all this time, I for one felt that it was gonna be Genji. I wasn't wrong, Red. I wasn't wrong. They were pretty close, but I'm still wrong in the sense that they didn't get the winner chicken dinner. But that showing right there from Genji is also, again, a cherry on top of the ice cream.
Yeah, but there are some teams that, you know, we've already witnessed this a couple of times, because that some of the teams actually be at the top spot without even getting any chicken dinners. So again, it all boils down on how many numbers you're going to be putting up on the scoreboard. And having said that, Genji, they're pretty aggressive in getting those elimination points. So no chicken, no problem for the team. As early as now, I think that is a good statement to put out. Now, what I am not expecting is the fact that you know, I mean, the performance from DPLUS Kia and DUKSAN Esports after witnessing like how aggressive they are during the Clash of Giants, because that's probably the only basis that we have, from these two amazing teams. But again, with the dark horses, you've got Gen G, we've got the Beyond Stratus Gaming, we also have Underplay. I think this is going to be an exciting pro series in the Korean community.
True enough, and again, look at that. ASA had very unfortunate self-inflicted casualties, right? So you said it yourself. We cannot afford those errors, especially in the professional scene, because that might cost you a plan. That might cost you the original blueprint that you guys had, but because of one flaw, and that could go to ruins. But speaking of ruins, right here, this was an absolute ruined moment, in my opinion, for the supposed victory of Gen G. And again, I'm not crying over sour grapes here, but again, BSG, Beyond Stratus Gaming, just showing us exceptional gameplay.
At least we are already having that idea, okay, which of these teams do you think are going to be performing the best? I mean, this is just the second match, and although it's a little slow, but they never disappoint us once we step into the last few zones in every match. So I believe we're going to be seeing the same thing. What we are curious about is that if teams are going to have some sort of alterations when it comes to their gameplay. Are we going to see some teams drop in a different location? Are we going to be seeing those three teams drop again in the military base? So that's what we need to look out for. But before we head on to our match number 3, ladies and gents, we are going to have another break to allow teams, of course, to do a reset, to clear their mind before they step into our third match today. And also for your casters to drink some water, hydrate, right? And kind of breathe for a moment, because of all the action, we're kind of tired. But yeah, don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
So we have been given a taste of what it's like for these Korean teams to be at Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. My name is Pika, joined by Red Queen. So that's two games, and we're already treated to this much action.
Oh, still doing the hard to. Yeah, I'm still waiting on those drop clashes to happen, to be honest. I mean, since PUBG Mobile prioritizes risks, Pika, do you think that these teams are a little too careful going through every match? I mean, like, okay, these are all Korean teams, but how well do you think they're going to do once they step into an international stage where they have to go against the best of the best in all regions based on what we are seeing right now?
Yeah,
I'm
I think
kind
they're
of
starting to get
putting you on the spot.
I know, but I feel that they're starting to be accustomed to it, right? Maybe just maybe they've put on their jackets proper now. It's a perfect fit to the sleeve, so hopefully that turns out the way that they would expect it. So yeah, we're headed to our map number 3 here, folks. Our second Erangel of the day, by the way.
Wow.
So, in a shocking turn, as we mentioned, Beyond Stratus Gaming besting Gen G Esports with 29 points. My goodness, I was right. The calculation was a total of 29 here, Red Queen. My gosh.
And yeah, I mean, 29 points. That is a huge gap right there. And talk about at least the bottom 4. We've got SEONGNAM, we've got REDFORCE, Forever, and EMTEK. Okay, with still a single digit here. Okay, we still need to also mention DUKSAN Esports, MIRAEN, SEJONG, VEGA Esports, ASA Korea, ROX. So these are the teams that has a single digit score still after going through 2 matches for today. But everything can change, of course. We still have 4 matches to go through before we end our day number 1. So they still have 4 more opportunities to rack up and make a difference, at least for day number 1. Now, the MVP coming from Beyond Stratos Gaming, there is no doubt about that. This is Seiwoo, ladies and gentlemen, putting up a total damage output of 1006 with 4 elimination points.
So yeah, Seiwoo, again, another name that I'm really familiar with. I just don't want to say the org that he came from, Red Queen. But yeah, that is the Seiwoo we know, guys. Absolutely. Now, we did jinx it. Now look at all these throwables, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the nades. Look at the havoc caused by all these explosives. Well, you have to thank Gen G Esports for causing the most explosions care of these 21 frag nades thrown. So a lot of those. A lot of damage, honestly. So it just goes to show what our game number 3 might look like, Red Queen.
At least we're starting to see the picture here of Pika, right? When it comes to damage, at least we know which the teams to watch out for in every map, which the teams are really determined to be at the top of this pro series, of this competition, and just which of the teams is pretty committed, to get that big chunk of that moolah. Now, when it comes to like the elimination points right there, you've seen this guys really go at it and not being shy at getting or like being the most feared player in every match.
Yeah, for real. That again, as I mentioned, they're gonna start gunning for the high ground here. I know that they want that MVP spot. They're gonna want that. Honestly, that mercenary feel, I'm gonna be the guy to beat. I'm gonna be the dead shot of this entire league. So let's wait. Let's see who does that, because we haven't seen a single repeat MVP, at least because it's only game 2. So maybe in the coming games, in the coming days, somebody might have a streak, and who knows? Could be someone we least expect.
I'm gonna be the very best. No one ever was.
Oh my god.
If you know it, you know it. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, hard to for everyone. But you're right. I mean, this is just game number 2 and this is just day number 1. I mean, so far teams are trying to get to know each other, pretty much like what you do during first dates, right? I mean, you talk about stuff, but this time we can see them dropping to their favorite spots, okay, getting to know their rotations, and again, just knowing thy enemy. I think information gameplay doesn't just happen inside a battlefield, right? Information gameplay also happens outside of the game. I mean, you have to know the players, you have to know the teams, which of this amazing fraggers really has the power to put you down, or like which of the teams you think you're gonna avoid up until you get into the last few zones of the game. So those questions right there.
Yeah, I like that. I like that because again, I'm a huge fan of knowing a devil. You know, that's just me. Because there's a saying, guys, if you're unfamiliar, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So, in this case, these teams right here, they've already shook hands. You know, albeit through guns. So they kind of know already what's up. They know the possible patterns. Especially, we're gonna do 2 more Erangels. So it's safe to assume that those teams who tried to go to military base, they're gonna do it again. They're gonna try to go for the cannons. They're not gonna settle for pistols here, Red Queen. I'm pretty sure they want that big loot.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you're gonna settle with a pistol if in case you drop into an area and there is another player just right up in front of you. Of course, who gets to the guns first will definitely win the fight. So if you have a pistol, then you are lucky. But to have a pistol in the entirety of the match, I don't think that's gonna play out well for you. But yeah, at the beginning of every match, some of the things you also need to be wary of is just how accurate you are when it comes to gauging that jump distance, right? Because that will in a way dictate the pace as well for your team, especially if you're dropping into an area where there is a possibility of teams contesting that one, or like taking that area from you. So you must know how well to defend that spot. I mean, you must know every corner, every hiding spot, and every let's say power position, so to speak.
Yeah, true enough. You know, such as areas like just maybe, if I'm gonna go out on a limb here, the likes of ruins, right? If you're familiar with every square inch of that place, then you would probably know which spots you can start peeking out of, or just maybe hide it out. It's up to you. It's just a matter now of how well you know your terrain. Speaking of terrains, a while ago, sadly, we did not get a military base clash. We went a little too far to the right, a little east. So yeah, it's not the action we wanted, but it's certainly the action that brought us that ending, which emerged with honestly PSG being on top. And did you see the gap, Red Queen? Just for game number 2, 29 points to 16. That is crazy.
Insane performance coming from Beyond STRATOS Gaming, and that's what we want. That's what we came for, right? I mean, to see these teams really go at it and just be merciless inside a battlefield, getting those elimination points, right? And Beyond STRATOS Gaming did not disappoint their fans. Okay, the man of the match again. This is Wings coming from Beyond STRATOS Gaming with a damage output of 1,006 and a total of 8 elimination points.
You see that 1006 damage? That is not funny, guys. That's the damage of the blue zone if you stood there for the entire game. That's how much damage you can do. And it was inflicted by Wings, right? So that said, we're still looking for whoever's next. So a while ago we had I believe that was Sixta, if I got the name right. So right now we have Wings. We're waiting for the next. This is game number 3, and again we're back to Erangel. Who is gonna be Mr. Sharpshooter for this one? I'm making a prediction.
Oh, Mr. Sharpshooter. Okay, let's make our team predictions just for the heck of it. Okay, but you still owe us, like a TikTok dance. You still owe us me and Sir Cloud.
I don't know what you're talking
By the
about,
way,
but
just reminding you, you have the least number of points when it comes to team
I don't
predictions.
recall that. I absolutely do not recall that. I don't know. I don't remember signing anything, guys. But for for this one, I'm keeping my eyes on Genji. I'm not even joking. I'm keeping it on Genji.
Oh man.
Hmm.
Okay, fine. Genji. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, formidable team. I mean, surprised us definitely. They are quite consistent. Okay, not getting the chicken dinner yet, but in terms of getting those elimination points, I think we've already established the fact that they are one of I can say the heavy hitters inside the game. And now that we are about to enter game number 3, we are expecting nothing less of this team. But okay, for Red Queen Gaming, I'm thinking about like which teams do I think is uh will make up for the loss, right? And
Yeah.
I feel this time it would be Underplay, Pika.
Oh, fair enough, actually. Yeah, you're right. Underplay. They want that thrown back, you know. I believe that with still 26 points, they're not really far off from retaking that top spot. It just takes a good amount of frags or surviving long enough, and they're definitely going to get back on top. And not to mention, again, the reason why I feel that Gen G is going to be able to take this one, look at the point difference. All that hard work by BSG only to lead by 1 point against Gen G, Red Queen. So that's a statement right there that Gen G is still in this. Do not turn a blind eye on us. We're probably going to take that back in a jiffy. So now we are looking at a northeast flight path. We're headed all the way to Yasnaya. I believe Kameshki will be the final drop-off point of our plane. So it goes to show, Red Queen, we're going to have a lot of action in the military base.
Yeah, I do wonder if teams that are comfortable to drop around Jorgopol area will invest on like time and chance to get a vehicle and actually go up the south or like north to Jorgopol area. But it's a little bit far from the flight path, so we are looking at least battles happening right in the center. Not to mention, of course, the military base. If in case BSG decides to actually engage and rack up some more points. And right now we can see the initial circle, as this will dictate the tempo of the game. Most of the teams already inside, with the exception, of course, that those that chose to drop around the southern area. But I do wonder if there will be a lot of teams that will probably gatekeep this one, because of the fact that we've seen during the first 2 matches that teams love to stay at the edge of the circle.
That's an ongoing norm. I'll be very honest. I kind of find that to be strange, but at the same time, sure, maybe with logic, right? Just burn some time a little bit. And you know what, Red Queen? I'll say it right now. I feel that some of our players here have re-rostered, or they have probably brought in a sub. I'm seeing quite a bit of new names here. So again, it goes without saying, it's probably a wiser choice. If maybe, just maybe, this certain player has a better shot at actually providing that winner chicken dinner, or maybe he's a better shooter for this game. Let's see. Keeping my mind open for this one.
And I mean, we're looking at the usual suspects. We've got Gen G Esports. We've got SEONGNAM, GE, DPLUS Kia. We also have the guys coming from ANG, if I'm not mistaken, all right there in the middle. I mean, who wouldn't want to be in the middle peak? I mean, if you stay there, if you drop into the central location of Erangel, the zone isn't always that far away. So when it comes to travel or going from point A to point B, I think that that would be like less risk, right? Lots of opportunities to get the guns that you need, the attachments that you need, rather than really going far away from the zone. I mean, you don't want to play this super passive, right? Because that could mean that you might not be able to at least reach top 10.
Yeah, a little too long of a wait. Sometimes you have to let the good things come to you, or rather, you can't wait for the good things to come to you. You have to get them. You have to get them yourself. And in my case, I feel that some of these teams, especially those at the bottom 3, they need to break that tie. That's Forever, NSS, and SNG. That's not a good spot to be tied with. You want to boost up that morale a little bit, right? Just to be real. Now, speaking of being real, I have not seen school in quite a bit. For Erangel, we've seen a lot of action happening in, say, Georgia Pole, maybe a little bit of Milta, but right school not really the more common spot that we see a lot of players go to. But yeah, we did lay eyes on that. So also, Red Queen, two games wherein we don't ever see a team get eliminated from stage one.
Yeah, and beyond Stratos Gaming, now that they have taken the lead, um, of course, we are curious if they can keep up the consistency, right? If they can maintain their position at the top spot, because a lot of these teams are kill hungry still, and would love to dethrone them right on the spot. But seeing the kind of gameplay from these teams, they're really being careful, not to make any mistakes. And again, we are seeing the kind of the same kind of pace that we've seen earlier. Stage one, they're kind of avoiding each other, right? We are hearing some gunshots. Okay, they're probably challenging them up, but no teams are gonna take the bait, at the initial stage. So we might be looking at stage three, at least for some action to start.
I remember in our previous game, we were at stage 4 and we had a complete roster. So imagine that. We waited 4 stages, guys, before the first eliminated team. That is a haul if you've ever seen one. So yeah, right now we're back to the usual. This is as the program states. We have some teams just gathering up the resources, trying to be as diligent when it comes to filling up their backpacks, honestly speaking. And we don't really get to see a lot of level 3 helmets anymore here, Red Queen, as far as really searching is concerned. You really get the luxury of receiving that when you go to military base or maybe even shooting range. But looking at where we are,
Uh-huh.
that's kind of a hard call.
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps, this Korean teams don't want to waste any bullets unless they're pretty sure that they're gonna, put down a player from a considerable range. And on your screen, we can see Finale all out on his own here from Vega Esports, parking his car. Okay, making sure it stays in the corner right there, so teams will not be tempted to actually flush him out of this compound. But I do feel like his teams are about to follow. Okay. Oh, I think okay. So he left the car. Probably he run out of gas or something.
But this car's not looking very healthy as well, so
Mm.
I'm not really so sure how long that's gonna last. But here we go, first contact, and once again getting their hands dirty. Oh
Ooh, there you
wow,
go.
is Gen G? There goes Auto from Rox Esports, care of Missile. So yeah, Red Queen. I don't think we're gonna see peace this early on.
Well, good shot from Missile. Very accurate right there. And now he puts down Auto and looking to secure this point to himself with a DBS. Just look at that. Beautifully done by Missile right there. First elimination point for the team. And I think that was the first blood.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, leaving no crumbs for the teammates to pick up right there. Gen G again inflicting damage as they've done earlier. It's pretty insane, honestly, because look at where they are now, Red Queen. 32 points with one elimination. They
Mm.
just need one. Basically, I feel that they just need, I don't know, maybe they're gonna switch spots with BSG for this game alone. If I'd say mission control, or maybe another kill just so they'd reach 33.
Again, Pika, look at those colors inside the zone, man. They're pretty close with one another, but man, still not witnessing any like a full-on squad fights happening just yet. And now the circle has shifted once again, favoring the north side, and I think we are going to witness a Yasnaya finish this time. Amazing, 16 teams still inside this stage. Stage number 2. Okay, it's still pretty early, but then again, considering the circle that we have, I'm amazed that everyone is still alive.
True enough.
Not even if they are like just one compound away, they're not really risking it. Just look at what DPLUS Kia is DUKSAN Esports is doing right at this moment. I mean, they're circling like the predators that they are, pretty much like a Shark there, but not seeing any action just yet, except for the Eagle Owls versus ASA this time. Ooh, getting the win with the S12K right there, going at each other. And now Uriel is already out of the game.
Man, that was a nightmare to behold right there. 3 guys all up on you with shotguns. Oh, that is pretty cinematic. A really bad death right there, honestly, on the side of Uriel. So now a bit of a regroup here for Eagle Owls. I know that they have to honestly, they have to change their ways, having lost 1 member already, and it took us until stage 2 for that second casualty, Red. So that being said, the teams, as much as we're seeing, this is probably the fastest action we've gotten since we started today. And even then, it's still really slow. It's still really paced.
Yeah. It's a slow burn, not gonna lie there.
Absolutely.
But we did predict that, action is gonna start to happen around stage 3. But amazingly, it happened during stage number 2. So, but just look at that, Pika. I mean, not a single team eliminated just yet. Okay, maybe a couple of players, but not a team, because we still have all 16 teams in stage number 2. How about that?
Yeah, again, we've seen something as late as stage 4 before we had our first eliminated team, ladies and gentlemen. So that's the patience game. That is honestly the virtue of being in a professional team right here and knowing what's at stake. It is not a joke, folks. The prize pool is staggering. So they don't want to risk it all just because of that trigger itch, right? So they want to keep this composed as much as possible.
Man, sometimes I do wonder if casters can actually earn that same amount of money right there. I'm already thinking, okay, if I get a slice of that prize pool, okay, what are you gonna buy first?
I'm gonna play. That's what we gotta do.
Working. But yeah, this is a situation right now, ladies and gents. We still got a portion of Yasnaya included in the circle, but yeah, there's pretty congested around the east side and southeast side. So, but most of the fights I think will probably happen around south. But you know what? There is a fight that might be brewing around Yasnaya, because I can see at least 2 or like 3 teams inside that area.
And that's probably gonna come to a close as soon as somebody makes first contact between that triple threat. But so far, again, Red Queen, not a single team eliminated. You know, I commend these teams for this patience, right? If this would be me, I'd probably having my HD moment, not gonna lie, peek out the window, see if somebody's gonna be crossing the road or whatnot. But right now, look at this. Even if they know that there's a team over the horizon, NS just taking refuge over this basically this hole right here, this small lump of land that they can probably burn some time with. Here we go. Oh, forever. They're already starting to inflict some pain here on EMT. As I mentioned, Red Queen, the pressure is on them. They want to get out of the bottom 3.
Yeah, I mean, since we're only going to have 3 days of this action, I do feel that you have no time to waste in putting up those elimination points. So there is really that huge pressure on the side of EMT. Being eliminated at stage number 3 is not doing them good as well. But ooh, on the other side of town, we've got players coming from SA as well, getting knocked down by Eagle Owls. And also the ROX team is a little bit in a pickle at this moment, as they are losing players as well.
Yeah, pickle indeed. So now we've already witnessed actually our first elimination in ENT, as we implied earlier. So who's gonna be next? Who's in line? Eagle Owls right here, not looking very shabby, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have Zenta, the last man standing. He's gonna be forced to try and survive this on his own. And this is the wiseness of Genji that I was talking about. We have 4. Imagine that, Red Queen. Not a single member to spare. Where one member goes, the rest follow. So that's why Genji is, in my opinion, very destructive at this point. They're gonna flush out Zenta with 2 players, not just 1. Maybe the entire squad.
The worst Worst part to get shot at is right into the face, right? But yeah, this is not looking too good for the side of Zenta. Eagle Owls now only has that one player, and he's getting flushed out with a lot of nades being thrown at him at this point. The thing is, you have 3 players, right? Headed towards your direction. They can hear your footstep. They basically know where you are exactly inside this building, and we can see that pops the smoke, a lot of smoke being popped off, a lot of molly being thrown at him. But Zenta is not losing any hope. I mean, he is backed in the corner, but he is still defending himself. Now there is another fight right here, and again, these are the boys coming from If You Mind.
Oh boy. Okay. So, oh, but unfortunately though, as much as they tried to hold on a little longer with 0 eliminations, unfortunately, Red Queen, Eagle Owls out of there. My goodness. Okay,
Yes,
so here,
sir.
let's go back to this. Oh my gosh, is this the wise move that I was talking about? Because right now it looks like they have nowhere to go. NS is in a bit of a problem here. If the rest of GP will be able to flush them out, that is it for them.
This is crater to crater because, I mean, they don't want to overexpose themselves because they are surrounded by teams as well, having that high ground position. So they're just throwing nades at each other and popping up those smokes as well. But we've got Beanie, if I'm not mistaken, he's currently knocked down. NONGSHIM trying to defend themselves still. They are at a disadvantage, obviously. I don't know how they're going to be surviving this situation, but ooh, again, information gameplay, you have to know where to throw the bombs, and so far GP's doing an awesome job executing this gameplay.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, for now, I'm actually holding my breath for NS. I don't know how they're gonna get out of here. Look at how many threats are around them. There we go. That's what I was saying. Sporta, another casualty, care of the Scar from DPLUS Kia. So Tizzy, I know that they know that he's here. So Tizzy, you have a lot of company headed your way, and my goodness, look at this. All that stands between him and the rest of the teams are smoking vehicles. So if you're not out of there by the time these teams arrive, oh my gosh, you're gonna have problems.
Oh no, Saisei is a little bit far from the rest of the team here, but a smoke already concealing his position, of course, so that he won't be totally or permanently be booted out of the game. There is still time to pick up their teammate, but heavy pressure on the side of DUKSAN, considering that they're still outside of the zone. Now, checking out the SEONGNAM guys. Okay, Wolf has been knocked down, so we're looking at 2 active players still for the side of SNGE, and the spot that they are at is pretty open because I don't know how they're going to be evading the bullets that will be sent their way.
Sure, speaking of the spot, this spot right here from Angry, actually there's a bit of loitering, which is pretty unusual of a behavior, considering that that is open space and you don't need to overextend, you don't need to push. But look at this, the encounter between both DUKSAN Esports and DPLUS Kia ends in absolute chaos here as the teams are going down left and right. What a shot from Chips, care of that PP19 Bison. I think he took out 3 players.
Okay, all right, DPLUS Kia fans, no need to worry. You still have a full squad right here. I do believe they still have time to go for that revive. I mean, we are at stage 5, Pika, and we still have 13 teams. 13 teams. Okay, let's check out what Beyond STRATOS Gaming is doing right at the moment. They're down to just 3 players. We've got Seiwu doing a massive spray up against VEGA, gets 1, and now they just have to keep that consistency and follow through what they have set up. But ooh, BSG a little slow on the trigger right there. Seiwu now with a very good follow through, but he is the last active member here, Pika.
Okay, so they managed to score 1 in the process.
Oh!
Keeping them the top spot, but Daho though and Seiwu, they're in big trouble. The top scoring team has been eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. BSG is out of there with 34 points just for this game alone. Forever tries to punch back at VEGA, but no, this exchange is going to be a little too bloody here, ladies and gentlemen. VEGA Finale being honestly the one of the final remaining members is definitely out of there. So and NS, as I did mention, not the best spot a while ago, Red Queen, for them to be in. I think they tried
Yep.
to buy some time, but at the end of it all, this burrow is just a little too unsafe.
I mean, okay, they are in a crater, right? But they don't have that much cover. I mean, teams can actually
Right.
just go in for the pinch, and this is a free kill, you know, like easy points. If you're going to ask me, and GP, they know that one, they know that fact, so they are deciding to move. But they're going to be challenged up. The boys coming from DPLUS Kia first. And let's see if they can actually get that win. Unfortunately, for the side of DK, they have defended their spot all too well.
Again, speaking of a spot, it's weird that you get to say spot and then we go straight to death spot right here from Angry. But, you know, he got that pickup. So I believe they're going to stay intact. They're going to stay strong, stay active, and ready for the next clash. Maybe a little later on. Let's see. 9 teams. We are 1 eliminated team away, ladies and gentlemen, from getting back into the point zone. So it is a matter now of who might that be. We have the weakest link so far here in the form of ASA. Red Queen, we only have 1 player remaining. So if that player gets flushed out, then that's the end of the line.
Yeah, one more disadvantage if you're staying in a crater is that you guys are staying basically in just one spot, like in one area. And with one nade and one molly can actually wipe the entire squad off. And I think that is the kind of strategy that Angry is doing up against DPLUS Kia at the moment. But you know what? DPLUS Kia, good sense gameplay here. They've been throwing their own nades and trying to shut down Angry from this angle. Now, again, it's how accurate you guys are at breaking down information, and you don't want to waste your throwables, you don't want to waste your resources because it could be detrimental.
Detrimental, it definitely will be, Red Queen, if also they do not try to place higher here in terms of points. We are now down to our top 8. So we have Gen G still being the top dog. We have Underplay. We have DPLUS Kia, Angry, our top 4 teams so far. All they gotta do is try to play it a little bit more patient. Wait for the bottom teams to try and eliminate each other first. Oh, but look at this. We're suffering 1 knock on the side of DPLUS Kia. So yeah, Red Queen, I think they're not gonna call it quits for the time being.
Yeah, and just look at the fight also happening around North area. Genji and MSJ still stuck around Yasnaya. I mean, they are already outside of the zone, so they have to get over this quickly, you know, get it over and done with. I mean, whoever will win the fight will then have to go through inside the circle. On the other side, we've got Underplay losing some members. We've got one of them currently knocked down. The fight happening down south. They're pretty close with the DPLUS Kia right here, as well as this one player remaining coming from ANG, okay, or ASA if I'm not mistaken. But ooh man, DPLUS Kia now just being dominant at this point in the match.
Oh man, after after a good showing, then now that we only have 1 member remaining on the side of Angry. So okay, gotta go to that management, bro. You gotta get that temper in check. But jokes aside here, we still have MSJ with a couple players still ready to go. They do have a bit of damage taken, but Tom, wow, Tom is still in this. I can't believe it. The cat is still on the hunt.
Yep. And amazing what Final did for his teammate right there. I mean, okay, you're down. I'm gonna get you inside the car and we'll head to another location, probably where you can be safe to heal. But yes, you need all the firepower that you can have, especially when we're already at stage 6, right? A lot of strategy will definitely come into play, and you need your teammate to be able to be successful, at least not just by getting the winner with chicken dinner, but setting up those elimination points. You know how important those points is. I mean, that is probably the language of the game, right? Underplay, they are still racking up points, 6 elimination points in total. Same thing with D plus Kia. We've mentioned this a while ago, Pika. The kind of performance is not the same thing as we've seen during the Clash of Giants, but they are stepping up right now. They're showing up and they're getting as much points as they can. But let's see if they can still emerge victorious playing up against Underplay.
Wow, I like what I'm seeing from Sixta here. Probably gunning for that second MVP. So now they're gonna go on a singular flush here against Chips.
Nice.
Oh, but Chips knocks down Sixta. Okay,
What?
this is a problem. Nolbu falls as well, and the rest of DPLUS Kia eliminated. Wow, what a dip from Tom. So he did go third party on that
Yeah.
one, Red Queen. Interesting stuff. Gen G right now has their hands full. They have to try and dethrone Underplay here. Probably our second winner chicken dinner just for today. I don't know.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yeah, I'm pretty amazed. For the side of D plus Kia, they know what they needed to do. And finishing with a double-digit score, even though they weren't able to get that chicken dinner, I still think of it as a commendable performance. And now we are looking at the final 6 teams, right? We got Underplay, we've got Gen G Esports, ROX, ASA, Forever, and MSJ. But if we're going to be looking at the situation, it's Underplay, the team that has the most number of kill points for stage number 7. And Big Side, okay, last remaining player, the future is not that bright for that team.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. This is hanging by a thread here
Ooh.
for ASA, but Big Sight has his sights set on something big here. Gotta be careful. If he manages to flush out the remaining players from Forever, it just might be basically
Oh, man.
paradise. Oh boy. Okay, gotta
Oh,
reload.
man.
I did tell you, Red Queen. Og is the name of the
nice,
game
nice,
here.
nice.
Oh, but the blue zone, the very unforgiving blue Reaper here, slowly inching towards Big Side. So this means less room for him to wiggle. He has to be aware of his terrain. There's not a single compound here that hasn't been occupied. So he's gonna have to play retake.
I mean, he doesn't have that much space to work with in the first place, so that it's still a good move coming from Big Side right there. A stealthy
Yes.
performance, I can say. I mean, he did all he can to survive that situation, but coming from the kill feed, Jeep coming from Underplay goes down, as well as Tom coming from ROX. Now, Jerry, what are you gonna do to save Tom?
Oh man, he can't return the favor at this point. It's too crucial. It is up to Bomba right here. Gotta call out the rest of the boars. Okay, there goes 6. Now Bomba has 1 elimination in his name.
There you
Rox
go.
certainly punching up. We have 6 eliminations already. And we are down to our last 5 teams. And ASA, finally, after all that suffering, exits the lobby. But of course, not empty-handed with 3 eliminations. And of course, just some placement points to bring with him.
Okay. What do you call when the characters are actually coming from a different title goes into like one appearance, like cross something?
Oh, cameos! Or like, talking about cameos?
Give me cameos, but cross. There's another term for that one. So I'm seeing.
I think, yeah, maybe
Yeah, crossover. So there you go. So Tom and Jerry and Puma from the Lion King. Well, but this is one kingdom that they need to defend. I'll go right there. Trey, on the other hand, crawling desperately back to his teammate right there, hoping that he can still be revived. And now Reese, oh man, he took a nade to the face, and now he goes out of the game. Final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. ROX, Underplay, and Gen G Esports once again putting up a very epic performance.
Okay, I don't want to say anything right here, ladies and gentlemen. I was too eager, but at this point, never count out the previous and the first winner chicken dinners here in the form of Underplay. A while ago, they played their cards absolutely to perfection, allowing them to get that first win. Now, ROX, they also treaded this entire field softly. So now maybe they're gonna be the opportunists, Red Queen. We've seen Missile actually putting on the hurt. So now it's up to the placement points. I don't think they're gonna be bloodthirsty here. Look at the gap between ROX though.
Yeah, and again, stage number 8. It's pretty open, not that much covers to work with. So it's going to be an exciting stage number 9 because that would be the end zone, okay? The circle, whether we like it or not, it's going to shrink, and these players are going to be forced to actually take down one another. Now we've got Jerry right here being sneaky, all right? He's being stealthy with this attack. The big question is, can he pull off a knockdown up against Genji Esports?
Look at that! Oh my gosh! Hello, Famaz! So once again, this painful rifle right here, just doing its job, trimming down the remainders of ROX. My gosh, that really hurts. Okay.
Alright,
I don't know.
Underplay.
I'm holding my breath. One last player here. One upright member on the side of Underplay. Pumbaa falls to his knees. Okay, but there's vengeance from Tom. And again, he's still at it. This Tom is a monster. I'll tell you straight up.
Yeah, let's see if Misa can actually be accurate on this one. Okay, was able to inflict the damage up against Tom. Tom very low in HP. Obviously, Genji has a little bit of that advantage, but let's not disregard the fact that ROX was able to put up 7 elimination points now this time. But if they can get the, if they can assume more points, oh man, that could be very good. You know, that would do good for the rest of the boys of ROX. But Tom is the only active player, goes in for that revive, which is a very risky move. But before he goes for that revive, I think he threw in a nade just to make sure, but it didn't connect.
Yeah, just trying to establish a gap between them. Okay, so Pumbaa just seconds away from getting revived. There we go. Now he does have some medical utilities, Red Queen. So we are back now.
Oh man.
Dos por dos here. 2v2. We have ROX Esports and Genji. Who's gonna make that mistake first? My gosh, I am just at the edge of my seat.
Who has the better set of armors? That's the question. Okay, because most of the players have been knocked down already. But here comes the attack. Judy goes down despite being quiet over there. I think it's going to be alright,
no.
but no, I think I spoke too soon. This is now a 1v1 situation, ladies and gentlemen. It's Missile versus Tom. We can see Tom cooking up that nade. Throw it in up against Missile. Inflict damage, but at the end of the match, I believe it was Missile. It was ROX. ROX who caught that chicken dinner.
Once again, so close yet so far. Red Queen, Genji making it to the top, but falls short. And ROX, they are the culprits responsible for a third denial. My gosh, congratulations to our third winner chicken dinner in ROX Esports.
Yeah, now finally Pumbaa can sing the Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata because of that. It means no worries for the rest of the day. But okay, not for the rest of the day, because this is just like the first winner chicken dinner, and a lot of things can still come into play. So they still need to be careful because they are not out of the wood just yet. This is just the beginning of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. And just look at that. ROX flexing their flag right there, telling them who's boss.
Oh man, and well deserved as well, Red Queen. So I'll be one to say it. If not for Tom's fragging, I'll be real, it wouldn't turn out this way. Because Tom had really amazing kills, amazing frags from different vantage points, different situations, and I'd be one to actually finalize it. He's probably the man of the match. I could be wrong. I'll leave it at that. But congratulations, man! Slow clap for ROX Esports.
Yeah, and I will have to agree with you on the fact that it was, like the third denial for the side of Genji. I mean, they always come too close, but not close enough to actually get that chicken dinner. But yeah, I mean, all of the fights that are happening right at this moment, keeping us at the edge of the season. I mean, this is what we came for. This is what we wanted to see. That's why we are all, gathered so excited today to witness some epic battles happen. And although it's a little slow start most of the time, but when it comes to the last few zones of the game, man, the teams make it all worth it for each and every one of us.
Oh, I can't even highlight a single moment that I liked from that game. It was all good. It was all good. And despite the fact that we did start off a little soon, it still went the distance, right? We still got to stage 9 with about 3 teams at hand. So that right there, it just shows what kind of caliber this is in Pro Series. We have games that are relatively fast, but all these games, they always go to the very end of our map. So I don't know. I mean, this just makes me even more curious as to how the rest of the games will be.
Okay, now that they have some sort of information how the teams play Erangel, we're going in for the third Erangel for of this day, Pika. Do you think that we're gonna be seeing a different pace, or like a different tempo, or like are we gonna be witnessing a different kind of gameplay from the other teams?
Yeah, maybe a little different approach, I guess. I don't know. But I like the pace that we're going at. I don't really mind even if we go to like maybe stage 4, stage 5, not have a single eliminated team, as long as at the very end of it all, it turns into a big rumble. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. As long as there are memorable moments, right? So this right here, this was a nightmare. You see that trio? Oh man, that hurts.
Yeah, and we're not taking out the possibility, of course, teams that are going to go head-to-head right at the beginning of the match, but I believe teams are really being cautious. Okay, they don't want to risk losing members of their team at the initial stages of the game, so they would want to make sure that they keep at least all of their members intact as soon as they step into stage number 3 or 4 in every match. Because let's face it, it's hard, right, to keep a full squad and you get to the last few zones of the game. I mean, that's always an advantage. That's always the ace, you know, one of the secrets that you need to have in order to get that winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's always easier said than done to get to the very end with a complete troop. That's always such a wish. But look at this. The moment that we got to our last 3 teams, no one was left undamaged anymore. Somebody was at least knocked down even once or already healed, right? Look at this. The more we move, the more we advance, it becomes more chaotic as you look at it, right? So, and again, I leave it to the... I already declared that it was really Tom who made the biggest difference during that encounter. If not for those small picks every now and then, it wouldn't be the way that it was for Rox. So again, absolute praises. All my songs are sung for Rox Esports.
And well, you're a fan of Gen G. Obviously, you keep choosing them at every match as a team that has the biggest chance of actually getting that winner chicken dinner. And I did say that Underplay is going to perform good. It's just like they fell short this time for game number 3, but I wasn't wrong as well that they're going to be having an explosive performance inside this tournament. Now, as we head on to game number 4, we're going to give a little time for you guys to decide which of the 16 teams you think is going to win next. Again, this would be the last Erangel for the day, the last chance for the teams to make this their bread and butter. So, before anything else, don't go away. Pika and Red Queen will be right back after this. already halfway through, ladies and gents, but you are sure to get the same high dose of action here. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. We are still your amazing and your favorite casters, taking you where the action is, Red Queen and Pika Lozano.
All right, a whole name this time. Okay, I see it. I see it. But yeah, as Red Queen said, we have chopped off half of the day, folks. So what that means is our players will only have 3 more maps to try and get those points, those juicy points for them to climb up the rankings. We have 3 days of this, and you cannot afford to miss a single game and try to leave the lobby without causing any damage to any of the other teams.
Yeah, ain't no rest for the weekend. This is day number 1, and this is the part where you should be building your foundation. So that means putting up huge number of points onto the scoreboard and just make sure that you create a huge gap in terms of lead, because you're definitely going to be needing that one if you want to just cruise along as soon as we step into day number 2 or perhaps day number 3 of this competition. But match leaderboard, ladies and gents, I am seeing ROX at the top spot with a total of 19, followed by Underplay with 17 and Genji Esports with 11. Is this?
Yeah, simply put,
Let's see this.
yeah, this is for the game. Yeah, for the game alone. So this
Oh,
right
okay.
here
So
was
we're
only for
talking
game
about the
number 3.
previous match. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. We're just clarifying this for everybody. So right now, the way that ROX played their cards was really close. To the success. I told you. It's Tom. He is the man of the match. Okay, getting back to what I said. So they played it really close, really safe, and made it so that they were not gonna fumble. They were not gonna make any unnecessary risks. Yes, it boiled down to the wire being a 1v1, but it goes without saying it is really ROX Esports' Tom who put in the hurt for a lot of the players.
You know, I just have to put this out there, but Tom is looking like like a leading man material. You know what I mean? He does have that face. He does have that face. Now let's talk about the one who is currently sitting at the throne, and it is none other than Underplay, ladies and gentlemen. Red Queen's team of choice, right? A choice of team. What the heck? Anyway,
One of those.
yeah, I mean, okay, they already have 1 chicken dinner, set up a total of 43 points. But again, like what I said, they're not out of the woods. It's not as, this doesn't give them the license to rest, because we're talking about just like 1 point lead up against one of the heavy hitters as well, which is Genji Esports, 42 points. Also followed by Beyond STRATOS Gaming.
Yeah, see, this is what we were talking about. So Tom from ROX Esports with a total of 6 eliminations so far, making him one of the heaviest hitters that we have here in the entire day 1. Is just proving to be a big threat here for a lot of our contenders. So they have to step up their game. I did kind of foresee it already, Red Queen, when it came to that final circle or that final 2 teams. Because Tom, the proper positioning, the confidence to take those shots is just really outstanding.
Yeah, and again, it goes to show just how much training that you've done, to be this accurate when it comes to shutting down your opponents, whatever the range is. Mid to long range would be like one of the things that are hard to pull off, but with amount of or like with the right, let's say, time of practice, I think you can pull that off easily. Now, teams to watch, ladies and gentlemen. After 3 matches, we've got ROX, we've got Underplay, Genji Esports, and DPLUS Kia. But DPLUS Kia had that explosive performance, I believe, match number 2. Or was that? No, match number 3 in the previous match.
Yeah. That even match number 2. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna add to that. They did well, not spectacularly the best, but yeah, in the previous match they did exceed their own expectations. So pretty good stuff we saw there from the teams. Now, I know we're gonna be asked, or at least you're gonna ask me, if I'm gonna stick to my guns when it comes to my prediction. But yes, I am. I'm leaving it to Genji. I am still putting my faith here. They are only 1 point behind Red Queen. 1 point from getting that top spot. It takes 1 winner win a chicken dinner. Just 1.
So Gen G all the way. Okay, Gen G all the way
All
for
the
for
way.
Pika right here. Okay. Um it's really hard to pick a team here because a lot of them really still trying to set up the tone. But Underplay, now that they've managed to stay at the top, um, no, I'm not gonna pick them. I feel like there will be like a shift of power for our match number 4. So I'm just gonna be looking at my list of teams here. Um, you know what? I feel like beyond Stratus Gaming, we'll be able to pull off another explosive performance. I think they're gonna carry over the same kind of energy that they've shown us just a while ago and put up a very good fight for game number 4, considering that this is the last Erangel for today.
Okay, I'll hold you to it for sure. I feel that. I feel that commitment to BSG right there. Okay. And again, the stats don't lie. I'm pretty sure Red Queen also based it on that. So, yeah. I am not one to shut up about it. I'm pretty sure there's some rationales, right? Okay. But let's talk about the other teams also that gave us some of the moments. ASA a while ago, they were able to hold on for so long, right? So that right there is a statement. So we've seen some of these teams actually pull those off even for the past 3 games. There's always one team who would have one member left and try to go the distance. So is that going to be another thing here that we're seeing in the final Erangel? Oh man. And again, last chance, Red Queen.
Okay.
Last chance.
ASA. This is big side, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay, big side. Yeah. I will have to agree with you. That was a very good performance coming from him, and considering that again he didn't have that much option to begin with. He didn't have that much space to work with, and so the way that he handled the situation, I think that is the best way to go. He wasn't able to put down any players as he goes into the circle, but the fact that he survived that kind of pinch right there, I think that's a very good performance coming from ASA. There's still a lot more to expect, at least for this team. This is just game number 4, day number 1. A lot of things can still happen, but so far it's we are already having some kind of picture in our heads, just which of the teams really are has that determination and that commitment to power through all of the matches, or like for the entirety of the tournament. I will have to say and be honest here that perhaps I expected too big of some of the teams that I've already witnessed playing, but this. I don't want to say that this comes off as a big surprise for me, but I do know that Korean teams, they have a different way of approaching every situation in a match, and that is exactly what makes this games, or like this set of matches, exciting.
Yeah, we did mention that earlier, a bit of a spoiler actually, ladies and gentlemen, because some of these teams we've already witnessed before in previous tournaments. So we have a slight idea on how they will most likely go through this. And we were not wrong, actually. We were not disappointed. They were going to take their sweet time if need be, and that's what's been happening for the past 3 games. I don't know if this is going to change dependent on the map, because now we only have one more shot at Erangel here, and I don't know which of these teams is going to take that leap of faith and try to give us a first stage elimination. That's never happened. So that right there is going to be quite a game changer for us. Now, a little later on, we're going to have 2 Miramars. Now, that is a high octane map with almost no
man.
covers, almost no even playing field. It's always high ground, low ground, high ground, low ground. So I don't know. Is it going to be that? Are we going to be oriented to a more aggressive Korean playstyle? I don't know, Red Queen. Let's leave it to the cloud.
It's Gangnam style for us, Fika, or like at least for it's Gangnam style. Okay, what to expect really coming into our 4th game? This shaping up to be an exciting one. Not gonna lie there. I'm still waiting for like when the teams are really going to be aggressive, you know, at some point they will have to do that one. They will have to be forced to actually drop into the same areas and challenge up their rivals, or like challenge up teams, just to catch up, you know, with the numbers that those teams at the top were able to set on the board. Because especially for the teams that are currently down there at the bottom, I mean, again, only 3 days, 3 days for the entirety of this tournament, and there's really no chance for you to play it too passively, especially that we only have 18 matches.
Yeah, true enough. Honestly, I feel that some of our teams need to get out of their comfort zone, right? Now, if when it comes to patience, I feel that everybody here has that equal amount. They have that equal gauge of patience, because no one really pushes unnecessarily here until, again, it's a clear shot. We've seen that happen so many times. But now, since there are already base scores, base points for you to try and chase, you have to get out of that. I did mention a while ago there's a bit of pressure for the bottom three because they were all tied, and the first team, or the first
Yeah.
few teams who can try to move on out of there, they're gonna have a little bit more breaths of fresh air. But right now, if you're at day one and you're still a one-digiter, that's a problem.
Oh man, yeah, really. If there's something wrong with the execution, there's something wrong with the game plan. Of course, you need to always go back to the drawing board, and hopefully, you guys address it as much as possible. You need to identify what is that thing that you guys are doing that makes it impossible for you to catch that chicken dinner. And coming into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, by this time you should be able to figure that one out. And you're right, Peak. I mean, being at the bottom 3 and you still have that single digit score, that could be um, catastrophic, considering that, again, this is only a 3-day competition.
Man, I mean, you blink and it's done. Like, honestly, after these last 3 games, that's it for day number 1. You only have 2 more days, and that 2 days will just feel the same way as they did today. You know, it's gonna be just as fast, just as honestly a breeze to go through. Truth be told, so man, they need to make haste. It's probably now or never, if I can say so, Red Queen. If they don't start racking up those eliminations, maybe even score 5, but get to the top 8, that's a big deal already. Again, it's not
Yeah.
for us here as casters to put the pressure on the teams, because we know what this field is like. It's really tense, but it is the slap of reality that some of our teams and players need to understand. It's the hustles. It's the hustle period here.
Okay. I mean, there are no skilled sailors in a calm sea now. In this case, there are no skilled players in a calm map. So that's how I see it, really. And again, the beauty of like participating in this kind of tournaments, because the fact that you will never go home empty-handed. Okay, you might not be winning those matches, you might not be getting those chicken dinners, but the fact is you are learning something new every map, every matches. So hopefully you guys take note of that one, like really take note of it, so that you can use that as your aces, as your advantage, as soon as you step into another tournament, perhaps, or as soon as you step into the next match. And right now, ladies and gents, it is now match number 4, the final Erangel for day number 1. It's a clean slate, it's a restart, it's a reset for all the teams right here to do good in Erangel.
Oh man, are our players ready for part 3 here, ladies and gentlemen? Another Erangel. So looks like we're gonna be quite northeast bound here, seeing this part of the map. Probably end at shooting range, or never mind. This is actually, I feel, westward. Is it westward? Yeah, we're gonna check that out in a bit, guys. Because yeah, I feel that this is gonna be. Oh, it is eastward, isn't it? I think it is east. So yeah, we're gonna check that out a little later on. So here we have the vantage point of our previous. Oh yes, it is. It's northeast bound. So we're looking at our previous MVP a while ago, Tom. Again, Red Queen. If Tom keeps this up, he's gonna have a huge target on his back.
Oh, definitely. I mean, those teams that are performing really well, or like those players really performing well, will always have that big targets on their back. So what they want to do is like really grow a pair of eyes at the back of their heads, just to make sure that they can defend their six, right? And now, ladies and gents, again, the flight path is from the south to north, and now the circle has favored the east side this time. Most of the players, or like most of the teams, already down there in the central location. I think these are the same teams as well, dropping into the military base. We've got MSJ. Now, this is a different take on the side of MSJ. Instead of dropping inside the military base, they have now favored to drop down around Primorsk and Quarry area. Also, perhaps around a Ferry Pier. So right down there in the middle. ROX going in for a vehicle gameplay. Okay, making sure that they can go from point A to point B with ease. You know, mobility checking in right for them. Yes, and they're headed towards this containers, which we all know is also abundant when it comes to resources.
Right, and you know that's the one thing that you can count on here at Erangel. There's almost no shortage of resources here, Red Queen. So you just gotta make sure that you look at the right spots and be ready if somebody's gonna play tug of war with you for these resources. So in this case, we're looking at Forever. They're one of the teams, by the way, Red Queen, if I can add, who made it out of the bottom three and forcibly made their way to top 9 so far with 12 points. So that's a good sign, right? With that example from Forever, that's an indication that some of these teams at the bottom, they can also make that grind.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Then again, all of these teams right now probably considering that Underplay as well as Gen G. We also got Beyond Stratus Gaming, ROX, DK, already starting to rack up points, right? And you don't want to be left behind, especially for those teams, you know,
Mm,
at the bottom half. And if you're going to ask me, I am not used to the fact that I can see DUKSAN Esports landing at the 10th spot, and I don't know what's going on. You know, probably they are handling this thing internally, but obviously there is something that needs to be corrected.
oh yeah, we did mention a lot about Doksan, right? So we've seen them in the past, that they've always been a sharp team, to say the least. They've represented well, they know what they're capable of. But this is, again, these are your peers in a manner, because I'm pretty sure they've already scrimmed, they've already encountered each other in different scenarios. So that's a sense of familiarity. Maybe that's what's killing Doksan Esports' momentum right now, Red Queen, because these players, they know the game. They know how Korean teams or this Korean meta might be. Don't quote me on that, folks. That is just a theory for the time being. But in terms of points, they are on a three-way tie against ASA and Vega. So Doksan Esports, rooting for you here.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. And again, this is just day number one, so maybe they will surprise us um, come day number two, right? Nothing is set on stone just yet, so we'll just have to wait and see. Now, so far, we've got DPLUS Kia over here, scouting the place and just really looking for an area to stay in. But unfortunately, if you mind, okay, I believe that is a challenge right there, like an invitation. Okay, guys, we're up here. If you
Mm.
guys are ready to fight, oh man, we are not. We're not gonna back down on that one.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't think any of these teams are going to be caught unaware, right? I haven't seen a one-sided encounter here, Red Queen, unless it's a full flush of 1v3 or 1v4. Because I think that these teams are very aware that, you know, they are watching their six, as you always say. So maybe, just maybe, uh, I don't know, a surprise factor of sorts. Maybe use a DMR. That could come in handy. I haven't really seen an actually convincing DMR frag so far, Red Queen. So these players are not caught snoozing, if just to say the least.
Yeah, I believe we'll be seeing a lot of DMR action happen as soon as we step into Miramar. I think that would be the weapon of choice, for most of the players here, considering the kind of power that it can bring into the table, right? Shutting down players from a mid to long range can be very helpful, especially considering that Miramar is really huge map, the biggest map that we have in the competitive scene. Underplay esports, ladies and gents. Still no action so far. These players are probably just goofing around at some point, just making sure that they get everything they need first before they get into any action. Same thing goes for the rest of the boys of ROX. And again, for those teams that I believe needs to put in that extra work are those teams that are part of the bottom half. That's it.
Yeah, legitimately. And you know what? Yeah, now that I think about it, it's a bit of a pressure on the side of DUKSAN, right? Granted that we've seen how they really worked, but it just takes one. It just takes one good game here, Red Queen, for DUKSAN to eventually get their footing. So you said it well that they might have been sorting this out internally. We don't see that happen, but there's a huge chance that they're already drawing something on the smorgasbord. Now back to the action. BSG, one of our top teams so far here, with 34 solid points. So should they be able to score, I don't know, Red Queen, maybe a good 8 points here, they can tie up with Gen G, and if they score beyond that, they could take the throne from Underplay. And
Yeah.
Underplay, you did mention earlier, there's a huge possibility that they can go for a second. I mean, good stuff right now that we're seeing, not a single repeater just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you already have the lead, right, best to actually continue on staying at the top spot. You need to be able to perform well to keep up that consistency to maintain your position, right? And we are seeing a little bit of aggression, coming from the teams. Stage one, and we are already hearing some, like gunfights. We can see some teams trying to challenge up other teams inside the battlefield, which is actually good considering this is already game number 4 and the final Erangel for this day. And we do expect that aggression to still go high as the tournament progresses. And just looking at the overview, the circle has now gone to the west side of Erangel, and again we are seeing a lot of callers right down there. We've got EMT coming off fresh from the military base, and a lot of gatekeeping opportunities right in that area.
And what has not changed though, Red Queen, is the fact that we are now moving to stage 2 without a single eliminated team yet. So that it's I think we're gonna be seeing that for the rest of the 3 days, Red Queen. It's probably the meta that we're gonna have to get used to for the Korea Pro Series. Honestly, the legs here. So now, however, we might come in contact.
Ooh,
Gen G
okay.
does have a bit of distance in between them and SNGE. So SNGE. Oh, but never mind. There's a bit
Mm-hmm.
of a retreat here from Gen G.
Yes, sir.
So maybe, just maybe, they could. They might most likely have a little bit of a problem here if they
Yeah.
don't. Oh, but there's the first casualty. U1 from ASA. So yep, Red Queen. We had to say it. I jinxed it.
Yeah, I mean, it was DUKSAN that actually got the knockdown. Unfortunately, Vega was the one who finished it off, so Vega gets the point. So that's a steal kill right there. It's just so unfortunate for Huan. I mean, not the right place at the right time. He was actually right there in the middle of at least 3 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Missile has got his target locked, but unfortunately, he completely missed to shut him down. And now that vehicle is obviously compromised. He will have to find himself, another one along the way. If he is lucky to find something along the roads of Erangel. Now, Vega, on the other hand, they heard the gunshots, and I do feel like they're ready to take that bait, Pika.
Yeah, I also found that quite a bit of a smart move on the side of Vega. They didn't want to engage until it was a clear terrain, right, for them. At least it was a clear shot. So again, this is what we were talking about, the patience. And they already have one elimination. So truth be told, yes, one elimination, but that stands above everybody because no one has a
Ooh.
single elimination just yet. So pretty insane. Okay. Now Asa already with one casualty, again care of Vega Esports. They are on a deficit here, Red Queen. As early as now, I'm already gonna say it. Speaking of deficit, Rox Esports already has Otto on his knees. Never mind, that is one down, care of CXXN from Forever.
Forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. Okay, here we go. Stage 2. We're still looking at 16 teams. I mean, there are some players getting knocked down, but no team elimination just yet. But a fight might be brewing again, ladies and gents. And I can see players coming from ROX and perhaps just have to be clear on this one. I'm not sure if these are the boys coming from DPLUS Kia, but we'll just have to wait and see. Now, ROX, our previous winner chicken dinner, right? From our second Erangel, we can see Pumbaa right here just scouting the area, but they already have one casualty, and that would be Otto. So again, in this kind of situation, you have to be as proactive as possible. You know, you guys are already lacking in players. So what are the next steps to take?
Yeah, proactive, that's a good term. That's a very good term. You have to be adaptive, very flexible. It's always easier said than done, Red Queen. We know this already, but let's see. We're putting our faith in these teams. But you know what I've been seeing a lot? This right here, a lot of AUG. A lot of AUG action from our players. So in this case, we have Chips. A while ago, Chips was also donning the PP19 Bison. So that's a pretty strange weapon choice. Speaking of strange weapon choice, there's the AUG again coming into play. Care of Oriel. He gets one down. So let's see if that's going to be a confirmed frag.
Oof, ROX not looking too good after having a wonderful performance during match number 3. And man, they are losing members. But the good thing about that is that Pumbaa is very accurate with those nade shots. But they will have to pull off a win up against Eagle Owls with just 2 players remaining. So, man, they will have to like pull off a miracle here, Pika.
Yeah. Man, keep those fingers crossed, guys. We are seeing action finally as early as stage 3. So, and again, all jokes aside, so we are seeing eliminations coming in left and right. Oh wow, you said it yourself, Uriel. After that nade a while ago from Pumbaa, already a confirmed elimination. So let's see, Eagle Owls right here. More animals taking on taking on the rest of rocks, who are animals in their own right. So if to say the least, Pumbaa,
Man.
another one from Eagle Owls in Zenta. Okay. Oh, but that was taken by.
Oh man, that was you know, like a punishment coming from Pumbaa right there, just because you turned their backs at Pumbaa. Oh man, that was like unleashing a wrath. But okay, EMT. Still with a complete squad. They are right at the edge of the zone. Probably will collide with another team right here. I'm just waiting to check out the name, but I can see orange right there down south, very near as well, with a special loot crate. And it looks like one of the players saw us coming from DUKSAN, headed towards that special loot just to perhaps upgrade his armors or probably take that FAMAS. We never know.
Yeah, that's right. I am keeping my eye on that. Safe to say. Now here we go. FAMAS has been doing a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, Seiwu falls to his knees. Care of War right there via the Scar L. So, oh man. Okay. Okay, again, more variety of weapons here. Gotta love it. BSG already one man down, Red Queen. So that's 3 versus the world for BSG. And we're used to BSG being really dominant, right? So, but right now, not a single elimination. We're already at stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with BSG, Peak, I mean, if they want to get through the circle, if they want to get into the safe zone, they will have to deal with not just 1, but 3 teams in front of them. And that could be very difficult to survive. Not unless those 3 teams that are already inside the zone will take care of each other. Now, back to MIRAEN SEJONG. I do hope I'm not butchering your names, but yeah, they're going up against ROX. They have the advantage, but ROX still doing a pretty good job defending themselves. But unfortunately, Pumbaa has been eliminated, and so does the rest of ROX with 2 elimination points. So that brings us down to just 14 teams remaining. Stage 4 for match number 4.
Oh man, Red Queen, unbelievable stuff. So ROX a while ago with the spectacular showing, barely making it to our top 8. So that's a bit of a shocker here, and exiting with only 2 elimination points. So again, anything can happen. Let's not forget that it is MSJ who did that. Now they are on top of everybody when it comes to those elimination points. They might just continue the streak with 14 points already. Oh man, looking good. Really looking good here, MSJ.
There we go. DUKSAN Esports trying to make a difference for the team, right? This is already stage 4, and again, they're going for placement points first, which is again unusual for me. Not really used to seeing this kind of performance from this team. And now we've got BSG on the screen once again, ladies and gents. They were trying to flush out the players coming from NS REDFORCE. Unfortunately, it backfired real bad. Pika, they are now the ones on the ground and just basically getting massacred at this point.
What unfortunate throw there from Clutch. Now, and the funny thing is, even after he knocked himself down, it didn't turn into a frag, a self-inflicted frag. Somebody actually stole it from him. So it was an easy point for an opposing team. Man, again, those mistakes are really costing these players. Gen.G, however, they're in a bit of a standoff here against Forever.
Man.
So Forever, one more rising team here that we have to keep our eyes on. Gen.G, look at this, ever so compact, making sure that the buddy system comes into play. And Crazy taken out by that nade from Missile. Really weird saying that. From Missile.
Yeah, Forever's not enough. At least for Gen.G Esports, man. They wiped them out real good. They have been eliminated with just 1 elimination point. So again, this is already the 4th game, and Forever is really not doing good, ladies and gents. I do hope, by the time that we finish this day number 1, they go through the live broadcast and really take down some notes, learn from their mistakes, and come back strong for day number 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series. And now we are seeing Tyrant doing a massive spray up against that one player from EMT, but he failed to actually shut him down. Is it going to be a different story for the side of Gen.G Esports as they battle it up with If You Mind Game PT?
Okay, there we go. Shaden, another casualty to add to the board here. BSG down to their last man. Oh man, okay. You know what, Red Queen, I am not used to this. Oh, but Daho falls to the play zone. Was he the last man? Yes, he was. Unfortunately, BSG ends their journey for map number 4 here with only 1 elimination point. Unbelievable, Red Queen.
Man, yeah. Amazingly, though, stage 5, we still have 12 teams, right? So it's really
11,
getting
yeah.
crowded, right? Getting crowded for our safe zone right now. Hyun being a little bit low on the HP side, they taking in some damage as well. Pop off a smoke, which is good, right? Which is ideal right now as they're getting challenged up by the boys of EMT. But you know what? Shun is not letting this one go. He's cooking up that nade, still ready to throw up against Saisei in that same spot, and he gets him good.
Oh, good, he did. My gosh, clean. Oh, okay. Here we go. A bit of a scuffle here between DS. Oh, but Shun finally falling to his knees care of Hyunbin. So this is what we know about DUKSAN, right? They're not afraid to engage. Problem is this absolutely worth it? It's a 3. Okay, that's good. That is good for DUKSAN Esports.
Oh man,
Now, at what
we're
cost,
talking
Red Queen?
about three players getting eliminated. Still not the DUKSAN I know, but we're not closing the fact that
Slowly.
these guys are like wrecking balls, in any tournament. I mean, the fact that they won the COG in Ruthless Esports is something that that's very promising. Now, 10 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and if we're going to be paying close attention to the amount of scores that we can see, it is still Gen.G at the top. They have the most number of kills, 5 elimination points, followed by Angry this time. And, coming off of the kill feed, I do believe we are losing players from the side of Asa.
Okay, familiar sight here, honestly. But you know what? That's it, Red Queen. That eliminated. I believe that was Big Side as well, who was the last person eliminated from Asa. So he's probably the the more common survivor for that team, and unfortunately 0 elimination points. So they were only 2 teams away from getting into the point zone. But yeah, again, it is what it is. Now, I did keep my hopes up for forever a while ago. You know, I believe in forever, if you get what I mean.
Oh
That
man.
they would they would try to advance a little further on, but no. Also with just 1 elimination, this actually opens up an opportunity for Vega to overtake them. They already are at 13 points, so maybe just
Yep.
maybe hang in there a little longer. Vega might make it the top 8.
Okay, so DPLUS Kia obviously already in the middle. Okay. Pretty surrounded. I'm not sure if this is the best of spot though, but they do have the higher ground, which is ideal. Okay. Those teams right at the edge of the circle will probably go up against each other before they can even at least move forward, right? And that's exactly what Genji Esports is doing right at this moment, challenging up if you mind, game PT. I think this is a fair fight, although we already have Tam on the ground. But let's see if you mind can do a good job defending themselves up against Genji Esports, which is pretty hot right at the moment.
Oh no! There was also a friendly fire casualty there, Red Queen, on the side of GP. So man, that's pretty unfortunate. Okay, now they have their hands full here. Genji might just come in for the kill. They are the top scoring team so far, and again, the buddy system coming into play, Red Queen. They're not gonna go anywhere alone. There's always backup. There's always somebody watching over the shoulder. So this is turning out to be quite the game for Genji.
Oh man, there's somebody always creeping up. Okay, that sounds so horrible, but yeah, I mean that is one of the things that you need to do if you guys are playing, playing a tournament, right? You need to be stalkers. You need to be great hunters, or else you're the ones getting hunted. But yeah, 9 teams remaining, ladies and gents. Kill feed is starting to get a little busy. MSJ, okay, I believe they still have 3 players remaining. Genji Esports 6 elimination points, and to be able to get this far inside a match with the complete set of players, man, Genji Esports is really doing one hell of a job.
And they have to keep their eyes out for the contender right here. We have UP. Underplay is still on a tear. They are slowly trying to chase Genji from where they are, scoring their first elimination. I believe they're approaching 2. So they are taking sweet time. There goes Voice, care of Osal from DPLUS Kia. More casualties and more points here to add to Underplay. So just like that, Red Queen, from 0 to 4 in seconds.
Exactly. Now, DPLUS Kia trying to do a reset, opted to go for that re-5. I mean, that's the best thing to do. I mean, you still have time. You still have that opportunity to get that firepower that you guys need to be able to get that chicken dinner. And checking out Underplay. 4 elimination points, doing a massive spray up against Genji, just making sure that, their presence actually felt this time. Genji is trying to counter up against Underplay. Missile seems to not be able to shut down this play. Okay, it's ZZP now that got the knockdown.
Okay, so again, Red, this is what we're talking about. Genji, is this gonna be their redemption arc? Are they going to be able to eliminate the demon standing in their way? Team Vega out of there, ladies and gentlemen. Number 8. And that means they do have some points to bring home with them. So does DS. So DUKSAN Esports, with all the valiant efforts, still manages to leave here at 7th place. Let's see the rest of them later on. But there's a backstab right here from Hungbu.
Here we go, Youngpoo. Not done quite yet. Still cooking up that nade. Ooh, throwing up against ANG, but Missile. Okay, I got you locked in. Target found. Now Missile just waiting for that right opportunity. Of course, that right opening to seal the deal. 6 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and a couple of players coming from the side of NS REDFORCE is currently knocked down at the moment, and Noble is just capitalizing on that information, throwing in a lot of nades still, but not connecting, Pika. It is not connecting at all.
Noble also has a ghillie suit, but no, that Molly's gonna flush him out. We have a running bridge. You gotta be careful, Nolbu. That is not what you want right now. Look at him, just taking cover as fast as he could because that ghillie suit might have come in handy. Except for that the molly flushed him out from where he's hiding, and he has no medical utilities. He still gets one. Amazing, but got backstabbed in the process.
Man, that was a good play coming from Sporta. I mean, Sporta literally just saved the day, you know, for the team right there. I mean, as soon as DPLUS decided to actually charge in and move in for the kill, it was Sporta's bullets that actually put a stop on that one. Amazing gameplay. 4 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen, and we
What a
can still
shot.
see Underplay doing an amazing job, you know, trying to make sure that they survive stage 7 here in the final Erangel, putting up a total of 5 elimination points.
My gosh, okay, so this is the fastest game we've had, Red Queen, since we started today. Stage 7 with 4 teams. This is looking really good, really fun. Now GP down to the last man, still holding on for dear life with 4 eliminations already. This is not bad anymore, not to mention the placement points that you are gonna get in the process. But again, I don't want to jinx it. The higher you place, the better. Gen G right now. They have the biggest pressure, Red Queen. Are they gonna fumble again? They are up against angry Esports over here. So what that means is if they drop the ball for the 4th time, this is gonna be tragedy.
And also, Pika, I mean, we still have to consider the fact that Underplay is currently the one sitting on the throne, right? So we're just waiting to see if they can play this one out real good and maintain their position, or is Gen G going to dethrone them after match number 4? I mean, we still need to consider that they've managed to put up 8 elimination points, right? So that's a 3-point lead up against Underplay. Now, New G's on the other hand doing a massive spray. Oh man, that puts 60 down. Oh, that's a 2-piece kill from the side of New Jeans.
And Trey, okay, so again, as I mentioned, these angry boys are literally angry. They are on a rampage, putting those 2 top teams in trouble. Oh my gosh, Angry Esports might be able to get away with this, Red Queen. And look at this, Young One, the last man standing. The last man standing for GP, if you might. Oh, but there it is. I had to say it. Missile just put him out of his misery. Last 2 teams, Red Queen. Is this going to be it for Gen G? Or is Angry Esports just going to fuel their rage with his victory?
And just check it out, 11 points for the side of Angry. Oh man, this is the motivated by anger, I can say. So that is a powerful tool right there. ANG versus Gen G. This might be the final moment, Pika, that you are waiting for. Gen G finally securing a chicken dinner.
Oh, no jinx here, ladies and gentlemen, because again, for 4 games in, Gen G has been robbed of their supposed top spot. But there it is, now tying things up. And we've seen this scenario before, Red Queen, in the same map, but with a different opponent. Gen G 2v2 against Angry Esports. So who's gonna make that first mistake, the spot? We have 1 vantage point over here, just ever so slowly, slithering like a sidewinder, just trying to make his way uphill.
All right, here we go. Again, we're back into information gameplay, but you know what? It's a different thing now. Up against ANG and Gen G Esports. But what? I'm so sorry, Pika, but it was Angry again, denying Gen G the chicken dinner that they are all working so very hard for.
4 games in a row, ladies and gentlemen. Gen G's destiny has crumbled right on their fingertips. My gosh. And it is Angry Esports this time who put a cork on that champagne that Gen G Esports was so eager to pop.
Obviously, New Jeans, oh man, on a celebratory mood, very happy with what his team has or had achieved. Oh man, these guys are just like celebrating, you know, their winner chicken dinner, and I believe this is their first win of the day. So congratulations for taking that WWCD.
You can tell that breath of relief from all these players, right? Because that was really close, really, really close. But again, the tail of the tape, Red Queen, is Gen G. Number 4, their fourth
man.
attempt at the winner chicken dinner, and inching ever so close, still slips on the last few seconds.
You can just imagine the frustration, right? Of like getting too close to what you want to get and not really getting it at the last minute. Oh man, but you know what? I'm still gonna give it to them. I mean, the fact that they have
Yes.
been putting up huge number of points. I mean, they're pretty consistent at getting those elimination points, and I don't think it's gonna be a problem for them going through 6 matches for the 3 days. That I mean, for the entirety of this tournament, I do believe they're really one of the teams that you need to watch out for. And you've called this out. I mean, you've said this at the beginning of this tournament that Gen G really is a team to watch out for, like a force to be reckoned with, and that's exactly what they're showing us right now. And if they continue on playing at this kind of pace, oh man, it's a sure win for this team.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing else to say for Gen G. They've already gotten my love, from the very start. But I just feel like maybe, just maybe, I hang in there a little longer. I'm gonna hold my breath up until that victory, that winner chicken dinner comes forth. I'm not one to give up. You know this, Red Queen. I feel that the momentum's still on their side. They know they're pacing, but now it is safe to assume that we're moving to Miramar, and things are gonna get completely out of hand.
Yes, sir. And look at who finally showed up just to show his appreciation to all of the Korean PUBG teams. Of course, this is Sash. But yes, I mean, again, we are not running short of any action here, ladies and gentlemen. It was kind of a slow burn, but I think it was worth the while. I think it's just Korean teams, it's their way of spicing things up, right? Because we all know how Koreans love their spicy food. Oh, here I go again talking about food, Pika.
You know what we're gonna do after. But having talked about that, I feel that this game right here is already a premonition as to how close Gen G can get to that winner chicken dinner. And that's just me. I don't want to jinx it. Now, let's also give credit where it's due for DUKSAN Esports, right? We saw them pop off quite a bit, right? Even with a little bit of a problem moving forward. That's still the DUKSAN Esports that we know. And I'd say the same for DPLUS Kia. They've had some moments. Again, Red Queen, I cannot name a single moment that I like. Well, maybe this one. The one where Noel Boop was he was set ablaze even after he had the ghillie suit. So that kind of ruined the party for him, I'd say.
Yeah, I feel so bad, for the side of DPLUS Kia. They had the opportunity, of course, to wipe out the entire REDFORCE, from that angle. But they completely missed that one. That was a missed opportunity right there to assume those the points that they need. And we all know that DPLUS Kia, they need, to make up for the lost games, right? I mean, we are already headed to game number 5, which is the second to the last game before we end day number 1 of this Pro Series. So, things are already getting crucial. Again, this is not a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to have like 2 weeks of games right here. Only 3 days. Okay, 3 days, right? 3 days of PUBG Mobile action. So, yeah, I mean, these teams really don't have time to rest because they don't have time on their side.
And 16 of the best teams in Korea here, ladies and gentlemen. So you know what's up. It's a lot of adjusting. It is a lot of high octane, high intelligence action coming your way. But I'll put in a sprinkle a little bit of those black peppers over there, Red Queen, because we've seen some blunders happen every now and then. Hopefully that those blunders and these denials are not going to continue. But ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching our final 2 Miramars for the day. Pika and Red Queen here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. The triple threat is done, ladies and gentlemen. We have bid adieu to Erangel at least for day number 1. My name is Pika, joined by Red Queen, and this is still the PUBG Mobile Pro Series for Korea. We have witnessed an amazing first 4 games without a single repeating winner chicken dinner. So that alone is a statement.
Not yet. I mean, this is just day number 1. We keep seeing that one.
I know.
And of course, we are now headed to a different terrain, ladies and gents, the barren desert of Miramar. Limited resources, open spaces, steep mountains. What are we about to see this time? So, definitely
I'll tell you
whole lot
why.
different from all the Sanhok and Erangels that we've witnessed for today.
It is super simple, right? In previous leagues, we've seen teams actually repeat winner chicken dinners as early as their first day, but this time around, it seems to be a very even playing field. However, it doesn't seem to be the case, as Angry Esports has 23 points for that match alone. So they are in contention for the previous 29 points made by, I believe that was VSG. So we're going to check out the rest of how this goes. But I did tell you, Gen G, because of their eliminations, they're going to get up there.
I mean, this is now a tug of war between Underplay and Gen G Esports. At 59 and 52, this is more like a 20-point lead, right? Compared to the third placer right now, which is Angry and Beyond STRATOS Gaming. Again, if you build your foundation at during the first day, it will be very difficult, for the rest of the teams to catch up, considering that we only have like 3 days of PUBG Mobile action for the entirety of this tournament. And again, if this is how strong Gen G as well as Underplay Esports play in every match, oh man, they are definitely going to be writing their names, at least for the first, second, and third place.
Yeah, that's right. Most likely they're gonna etch it up and not move from that point forward. However, this is still up for grabs. Look at this. Our top fraggers we have a variety of them, at least heading to our game number 5. So we have Satan, Despot, DNB, Sixta, and of course maybe I'll say Ellen or Alexen. If I'm reading that right, both from Angry, Despot, and him. So we got good representation from Angry Esports. These were the bulls a while ago who did the push-ups. I did tell you, Red Queen, that's gonna do them well.
Exactly. I mean, again, Gen G Esports, they're on fire right now. They're on a killing streak. They have their eyes set on the prize for day number 1. But then again, it can be exhausting at times playing at this kind of level. So now that we are stepping into the second to the last game of day number 1, let's see if there's going to be a change in their patterns, in their behaviors, in their dynamic, in their synchronicity inside the game, because this is a different terrain. We've said that a while ago. A while ago, it's 3 Erangels, right? But now it is an open space. It's a big map. We don't really know what to expect just yet. This is the first Miramar.
Yeah, it's literally a hot one. This map right here has 0 shade, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even kidding when I say that. So there is no part of this map right here that you're not gonna feel warm. I mean, just watching it from our perspective here as commentators, it is already looking like absolute El Nino, to say the least. So that's just one way of putting it gently. Now, this is also another couple chances for our teams to try and get their names on board. So the bottom 3 teams, yes, they are yet to climb up. We've already seen a change of pace here by Forever Esports. So maybe, just maybe, that right there is a wake-up call for the remainder of our bottom teams to slowly ascend.
And you know the drill when it comes to Miramar. Since this map has limited resources, you need to drop into the big cities, right? And we don't have that much in Miramar. It's either you play with the rules of survival, where you have to fight for what you want inside a battlefield, or like really go far away from the fight pad just to, like loot everything that you need, pillage through towns, which is sometimes can be too risky considering that there is a big possibility that you can overextend your stay, or like if you don't have vehicles to work with.
Oh man. And you know what we're seeing right now? I believe this is a player per player match. Honestly, this looks really this looks really intense, Red Queen. So I'm excited. I'm excited to also get my hands on that eventually. But yep, getting back to the action here, I feel that as she mentioned, Miramar, it's gonna be a bit of a pressure for some of our teams. Granted that it's not gonna be the same formula that you're looking at, right? It's because yep, Erangel, we're so used to it. It feels like home for a lot of our PUBG players. But no, Miramar is very unforgiving. I always said before I had the love-hate relationship with this map. So it almost turns out well at times, but for the most part, if you're not on the high ground, you can consider it a loss already. That's just me.
Yes.
I don't know, Red.
So yeah, giving up the higher ground can always be, crucial for the team. And we always have those weaknesses. We always have those strengths. And speaking of that, we saw the teams that did pretty well during Sanhok and Erangel. Now that we are stepping into Miramar, do you think we'll have a different set of teams that will dominate this time, Pika?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question. I feel so too. Maybe there are some teams who have been waiting for this. Maybe we have some of the teams and some of the players who find this to be their comfort. Yeah, we haven't seen really significant long-range shots, Red Queen, if you're actually able to recall. Just fairly good mid-range fights or even up close. But when it comes to the cross-map shots, hardly. And that right there, it's kind of what makes me a bit more cautious in calling this action right in the middle. Maybe some of the teams here are wishing for Miramar.
Exactly. Again, we don't know what to expect coming from the team. So if you have any idea, if you've seen some of the teams here play in other tournaments, we'd love to know about that one. So just type it down there in the comment section and make sure that you do follow Ruthless Hype Esports. Subscribe to their channels to stay in the loop of action inside the community. And also don't forget to show some love and support for your favorite teams as well. And while you guys are at it, don't forget to, maybe visit our Facebook gaming pages as well. It's Red Queen and Pika, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. That's what
It's gonna
to
be
rain.
this looks like it's gonna be westward travel here, Red Queen. I found that to be this is a pretty scary flight path to say the least, Red Queen. I don't know if you believe so or if you can hear me clearly, but yes, I feel that some of our teams are gonna have to land at Los Leones. Unfortunately, maybe make their way towards El Azahar and Minas Generales. The mines are a very dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, it's going to be the same places for now, Pika. I mean, Picado, Monte Nuevo. We also have Hacienda del Patron, San Martin. So maybe even Chumacera area, because there's plenty of space that will definitely go up into the northern side, because considering where the flight path is at the moment, I think it would be very difficult for the teams to actually go as far as the north side. Speaking of teams, there are already some players that are already on the ground around Los Leones that did a vehicle gameplay. We've got that spot on your screen coming from Angry right here. Already has this pickup. But then again, he needs to go to a lot of places just to make sure that he gets everything that he needs. Again, you might want to go to the higher ground position, right, when you are in Miramar, and you don't always have the luxury to go down and go to places and loot some more. So you will have to deal with the fact that to be able to get those resources that you need, to be able to replenish your backpack, you need to go through those players that you were able to put down or like sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, that's the dilemma, Red Queen, that we always say here about Miramar. For you to give up spot or for you to gain good ground, you need to be in a certain amount of elevation, right? So that we're talking about mountains, hills, maybe even the top of this building and all that. But you don't really get all the resources you want if you have that high
Mm-hmm.
ground. So it is versatility
Hmm.
versus visibility, I'd say. That's a big problem here in Miramar. Look at where the circle is. We do have one landing at Puerto Paraíso with their backs turned on on the beach. So I'd say that Eagle Owls right here, they're in an okay spot for now. And again, quote, for
Yeah.
now.
Well, let's just hope the zone will not go up north, or rather the east side, because, oh man, that would be literally an uphill battle for them. It can be difficult to actually survive the situation, but of course, you just have to pray to the PUBG gods that they continue on favoring you. Otherwise, it can mean your doom. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Stage one here in Miramar. We did hear a couple of gunshots happen, but of course, that is just more like a warning of some sort. No actual action happening just yet. As you can see on the screen, DPLUS Kia, we've got Nobu still trying to get through this building right here, getting all the bullets, getting all the ammos and attachment he needs to be able to perform well, at least for game number 5. DPLUS Kia. Okay, let's talk about this team. Right now they're currently at number 5. Okay, fifth position, which is not bad at all when it comes to the standings. But it is not enough, ladies and gents. It is not enough for a 3-day event. They need to rack up some more points just to make sure that they stay at a competitive level. But it will be difficult to pull off, considering that Genji as well as Underplay is on a roll right now.
Yeah, that's a big gap, honestly, from where they are. Again, 20 points to the top. That's a bit of a haul right there, Red Queen. But I can say the same for our 15th and 16th team so far. We have EMT and SNG, unfortunately, still stuck, hard stuck, if I may, at the
Oh,
bottom
man.
2 spots. They haven't really inched further from since the start of our day, since they got there. So this is a bit of a pressure. We already have NS at least breaking through the 2-digit mark, so that's a good start. Yet, yes, it is still about 49 points away from the top spot, but again, it's no longer a sight for sore eyes, at least for NS. Let's see how they're gonna do.
Yeah, obviously, man, SNG, EMT, I don't know what kind of miracle they would want to pull off, considering that this is just day number 1, but it will be very difficult for them to catch up on the number of points, especially those that already are at the top 10, right? Two of them, or like two of this team, still on a single digit score, so they will have to put in like really huge effort, like huge work, just to even climb up the ranks. They will have to go in every match aggressively, like ending the game, or like ending every match with a double digit score. That's the only way they can even penetrate to get to the top 10.
Man, yeah, it could be wishful thinking at this point, but it's it's not impossible, right? We've seen miracles happen, Red Queen. So again, let's
If you
empty our
believe.
minds. I know exactly. You gotta believe. You gotta have faith, playa. So that's exactly what these teams are reminding us. We gotta keep our faith. We gotta keep our honestly our absolute trust in them. Now, speaking of trust, I trust that we are about to get the same exact formula, even though we're on a different map here, Red Queen, that we're not going to see action. We're not going to see any eliminations whatsoever until we get to stage maybe 3 at the bare minimum. But
Oh
that's the
yeah.
reality. These teams are absolutely patient. I'm
I mean,
yeah, I'm leaving with that.
this is the normal scenario when it comes to Myanmar. Usually, we really start off really passive when it comes to Myanmar, considering how big the map is. But for Sanhok and Erangel, that's that's the thing that I'm not really used to be honest. But considering the proximity of the teams that we have a little bit on the down south area, I do believe it's inevitable that we see some action happen. Perhaps stage number 2, but again, we'll just have to wait and see. The best thing right now that teams can do is to make sure that they have vehicles because you know how it can be crucial having vehicles inside Miramar, and just like what is happening right now, NS Red Force just collided with the boys of ROX XZY doing a massive spray using his M416, and I think that vehicle is about ready to blow.
Yeah, not looking very good there. Probably need to take it to shop, guys. So yeah, just try not to abuse it. But we have a bit of trouble here on the side of Vega. Nova needs to be picked up, so we can't afford to have that loss this early. And again, this is what's really amusing to me, Red Queen. Whenever we see somebody get knocked on their feet, there's withdrawal right away. Like the culprit will just go back, maybe just regroup with the team and allow that player to get picked up. So right now we're back to square one with only 23 seconds left before stage 1 ends. Still 0 casualties. Maybe that they're happy with damage, right? Just taking some damage. Okay, another knock here.
Ooh.
Another knock.
Okay, obviously Sixta caught them by surprise. A good play coming from Underplay. He got the element of surprise right there. Definitely caught those
spoke
two
too
players off guard. That's a very good execution. That was an easy 2-piece kill for this player. Hey, Sixta.
And again, I spoke too soon. I had so much emotion pouring out of me after that observation, right? Saying that, oh no, they're not gonna go for the finish, but just like that, Sixta with a couple frags, just proving me wrong. So yeah, that's a record holder right there, ladies and gentlemen. As early as stage 2, we already have our first couple eliminations. Good job. And ASA now, they have to play this thing very, very carefully.
And just check it out. Gen G Esports with the late entry for the safe zone. They're coming in hot from the blue zone. Okay. I mean, the good thing about it is that they don't have to worry about any teams coming from behind, right? Everything that they need to eliminate will be just right up in front of them. But that would be like if they will stay at the edge of the circle. It can be difficult to get inside, considering if there will be teams that will decide to gatekeep them. But then again, Gen G, we've known them to be very aggressive again and very good at executing and getting those elimination points. So if that is going to be a problem for the side of Gen G Esports, I guess that is one of the questions that we want to answer in just a while.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm definitely with you there. I want to see how this is gonna pan out for Gen G. So, and again, you didn't have to ask me. I'm still rooting for them for this game.
Oh no.
But I think, yeah, they're definitely gonna try to slow their pace down. Wait for the other teams to wither down.
Wow.
Okay, what a shot there from Aston as well on New Gene. So now Angry Esports, they've already put the finishing touches on ASA. So that right there is I don't know. I'm lost for words. I basically can just say that was a good start off moment for them for this particular game, and we're only at stage 2.
Yeah, and obviously that spot, you said it yourself. We're only at stage 2, right? But his helmet is very much compromised right there because of all the damage he has taken, from that bullet, from the engagement. But the good thing about it is the fact that they still have a complete set of players. Okay, that was pretty close because Nugent was already on his knees, and if it's not for him, Nugent can be seen waving goodbye, and headed back to the lobby. But that was a good save coming from that player. Now Underplay again, a beautiful setup or like trap coming from Sixta. Getting him a 2 elimination points, so that was a good start, for the players of Underplay. And right now, this is the current situation, ladies and gents. We are just waiting for the next circle to shift. Now, this is what we were talking about, Pico. We've seen teams who stayed in Puerto Paraíso, that's BSJ, and now they will have to climb up. That is, that is going up. They will have to enter the circle, but they will have to deal with the players of BSG and perhaps even the boys of DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, originally that spot was held on by a little bit, just by a little bit, by Eagle Owls, and now they were aware of the situation. They moved up, trying to again seize the better spots because that beach could only hold them off for so long. They weren't gonna get backstabbed, yes, but it wasn't enough to give them any points. And more so, it's gonna start shrinking for sure because of the blue zone. Now, moving forward, let's see how Gen G will make this plan come into fruition. Granted, the many times, Red Queen, that they've been already, honestly, they've been given heartbreak after heartbreak from the teams
Oh
who got that
man.
winner chicken dinner.
Oh man, is this finally the time for them to actually secure that winner chicken dinner? Well, who
Still,
knows?
Red
Okay,
Bro.
here we go. And this REDFORCE going up. ROX XZY just failed to actually shut down players from ROX with that nade, but obviously it was still a very good follow through using that Scarlight with a massive spray. Was able to put down at least 2 players right there. So we are just waiting to see if they can actually get the job done with that spray. But oh my goodness, ROX really in big trouble right now. Pika NS with the dominance.
Oh, don't look now. I was about to say that. NS, they have cavalry ready to go, even if ROX had the compound to themselves. So that's really good thinking on the side of NS. Now it is up to Jerry to try and make it out of this compound alive. There is an opposition almost at every corner here. So I think the best way for Jerry to go is out through the window, maybe up top. Heal a little bit, and that's the last medical utility he has, Red Queen. That helmet might hold for a few seconds, but I don't think that's gonna be very effective against 2 people.
Oh man. Ooh, and this is already a second battle up against Forever and Gen G. Now, Forever, okay, I think this is a smart way to go. I mean, not really taking in the challenge of Gen G Esports. They're not ready just yet. Okay, perhaps they would want to climb up to the higher ground before they decide whether or not they're going to be, doing a massive counter up against Gen G Esports. But on the other side of town, we've got, again, another fight coming in. It's Jerry this time still versus NS. Do you think he can pull off a win considering that he is outnumbered?
Oh man, that's gonna take a lot of guts, a lot of smart plays, and honestly, a bunch of luck. Whoa! When I had to
Whoa!
say that, there we go. Jerry takes out 1, so that's a big knock, enough to bait the rest of the team to come and get him. But this time, I feel the numbers are gonna be way more advantageous. I don't want to jinx it, Red Queen. Jerry's looking good. He does have ammo to
Yeah.
spare.
Uh-huh. Show me the money! Okay, I think I'm talking about the wrong Jerry
I know,
here.
I know.
Okay, here comes the attack!
No!
Okay, was able to shut down that one player coming from NS REDFORCE, but unfortunately, again, it's just too much firepower for just one person. He gets tagged from behind. Of course, very obvious outcome right there. 14 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and checking out EMT Horu right now is currently bleeding in the open. Not sure if he is already getting picked up, but Gen G Esports, again, our #1 team in this tournament, already put up a total of 1 elimination point, and they still continue to do so. But this time up against DPLUS Kia, or are they going to reposition themselves? Because, well, this spot is already out of the zone.
NS as well. They're looking good here with the top number of eliminations so far, Red Queen. But yeah, they have a lot of points together. I'd say they're still a threat. They are the top fraggers at this very moment. That could change any second. But NS, let's keep our eyes on them. Meanwhile, Nolbu here has his hands full, taking out Hoxie Jr. from VEGA Esports, also getting his own frags as well as Finale. Man, it is pandemonium up in here, Red. Okay, they're picking the pace. They're picking up the pace, rather.
Oh man. All right. It's okay. MSJ. Okay. So MSJ has been eliminated, ladies and gentlemen, which brings us down to just 12 teams remaining. And from the kill feed, I do believe it's Tom that had been put down on the ground, as well as the Shy of BSG. Okay, Wings, on the other hand, also popping off those smokes to try and save his teammates in this crucial situation. But yeah, I mean, Wings is the only active player for the side of Beyond Stratos Gaming, and that puts them at a huge disadvantage. The Shy, okay, it's a done deal for the Shy. He went back to the lobby this time, Pika.
Oh man. I have mixed feelings about this Red Queen. Oh my gosh, there goes a member. There goes Junie from Gen G. Oh my gosh, so that's the first knock off of our Titan right here, ladies and gentlemen. So Saden, now he has to make haste and pick up Junie to but oh my gosh, do you see this? It's Missile who goes for the response. Now, is this gonna be a big bait on the side of DPLUS Kia? They know where the victim is. They know where the wounded player is. All they gotta do is peek, just one good peek, and that could be it. This standoff, this bluffing, is looking to be quite interesting. But no, a bit of a retreat from Gen G.
Oh yeah, if you mind has already been eliminated, ladies and gents. And okay, Gen G Esports, they are on full force up against DPLUS Kia this time. Let's see if DPLUS Kia can make a difference for their team, right? They need those points and they know it. And can't say it's an unfortunate situation that they need to go up against Gen G. And you've said it, they are the top fraggers, you know, at this moment. So, is it going to be a difficult challenge for the side of DPLUS Kia? We still don't know, but I do hope it motivates them. The fact that they are a little behind, right? They are currently at the 5th place, and they need to still work hard just to make sure that they remain competitive.
I like that. I like that connotation that they have to remain on their toes, right? They have to be very cautious. DPLUS Kia, this is too good for them to back out now. With 4 eliminations, they're only second to NS, which I did say earlier, Red Queen, we have to keep their eyes on them. We don't see much of NS so far, but they're still a complete squad with 6 eliminations. It means that whatever they're doing is actually working. On the other hand, we have BSG, another winner chicken dinner earlier, who is in a bit of a struggle here, trying to maybe rack up those eliminations, probably keeping their head down.
Wow.
Oh!
Oh man, okay.
Oh, no.
All right. Angry right now. Showing up again, stepping up for the Miramar match, setting up a total of 3 elimination points, and they're going up against Gen G this time. Tyrant, I believe, was able to shut down one of the players of Gen G, and they still continue to do so. I mean, they are confident, but you know what? I think they're getting a little help from the side of DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, this third-party dip is not looking to be very favorable. I'd say this is probably subconsciously getting help, but yeah, they take what they can. We still have 11 teams, Red Queen, and we're already at stage 5. My gosh! So imagine all that mayhem, and we still have a long ways to go. We still have 2 digits worth of teams. My goodness. Okay, so again, I am keeping my eyes on NS. I'm so sorry, but this is really scaring me right now. The fact that NS has the most eliminations and we haven't laid sight upon them so far is a mystery to me. Who have they been eliminating?
Okay, so this is a 4-way battle, obviously. We still got a DS or like DUKSAN. Okay, they have a compound to themselves, so that could be a good refuge area for the side of DUKSAN. They don't have to worry about any bullets coming their way because they have that cover that they need. But for those teams that will have to climb up this mountain right here, they're pretty much exposed. So it can take time before they can successfully at least move forward, which is gonna be a challenge to pull off, not gonna lie there. But we've got Finale of VEGA Esports cooking up that nade, ready to throw in up against Jinpei. Okay, managed to actually get 1 point from that nade. Jinpei was able to evade that next shot, but it is no escape for Finale. That would be your final destination right there.
My gosh, okay, so Vega really punching up. This is looking to be quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I like this. I like what I'm seeing from Vega Esports. This is honestly a good turn of events. So now look at the points that they have here, Red Queen. Currently, they have a total of 19. I know this is still a far leap if they're going to try to tie up with, say, DK, who is the next best team so far. But the fact that they're still complete, that is a big deal. Not to mention, they're only 1 frag behind of what is this? NS. So, my goodness, Vega. Oh, we have problems. We gotta watch out for this.
Okay. Obviously angry now, flushing out players coming from DUKSAN Esports. We can see Despot throwing a lot of mollies there, a lot of nades. Let's see if they can actually be successful this time. Despot using a DPS, which is a very lethal gun to have. Okay, missing his shots, but they continue on to flush out DUKSAN. Just trying to disorient them at this point.
Yeah, I like that. That's true. Probably to make them swim. Look at
Oh!
another direction. Oh my gosh! And Eugene falls. Care of DUKSAN. So yes,
Oh,
Red
man.
Queen, they are getting their footing back. Look at that. One good call, and DUKSAN overtook a lot of the other teams here. This is getting
Yeah.
spicy. They're still complete, but yes, unfortunately though, if I'm gonna say so myself, Gen G, an early denial this time around, the Red Queen. I never got to point that out earlier.
Yes.
So, Gen G, is there still enough left in the tank for one more game later?
Hmm. And I think it was QX, from DUKSAN's that made a difference for the team. I mean, if it wasn't for that shutdown, um, it would be very difficult for them to actually win that fight. Now, well, not really difficult, but it will be a big challenge, right? Because they are all in one spot, they're all in just one building, and again, if one nade hit them, that could be like a domino effect. But good thing QX went off angle. He found an opening shot, and that is a good execution right there coming from DUKSAN that made them win that fight up against Angry. And right now we've got DPLUS Kia again doing a massive spray up against DUKSAN right at the moment they left that compound. So, again, good spot.
Oh, but a little bit of healing here required for QX. So, should this be successful, then I'd say the DUKSAN Esports, they're gonna get back on track, up on their feet, ready to go. Okay, there it is, QX. Now all he needs is a few medical utilities, and he'll be patched up. So back to the fight we go. Look at the positioning that they're in, Red Queen. So this right here, this is good enough cover, as we mentioned. Not the high ground, yes, but with the amount of teams that we have, they can probably hold up here for a little longer until it narrows down. Speaking of narrowing down, VEGA still putting the hurt on a lot of our teams. Oh my goodness.
Maybe this is their time. They have been
Mhm.
working hard since game number one just to make sure that they put enough points. We've got Noble cooking up that nade. Okay, completely missed his target there, but oh man, he just revealed his location, and that is a crucial information, for the side of DUKSAN Esports.
And now I'm at a bit of a loss here. So I feel that because of this circle, you see where EMT is. Now they have a problem. I don't think they can penetrate through the safe zone unseen. That is a bit of a struggle here. Stage 6. So not only can you not afford to get hit by the blue zone, but everyone's all over the place. It's a huge scatter of
Mm.
teams here, Red Queen. So yeah, I feel for EMT. They're also the least favorable team now with only 2 members left.
Mm-hmm. And again, an effective and accurate on-point nade coming from Junior. Shutting down one player coming from DS, and that will be QX. Vega still continues on to be strong at this point in the match. You've been defending his team, doing a massive spray, gets one, but unfortunately he gets tagged from a behind. So this is a back and forth situation between these two teams. But Saw S is the lone wolf for the side of DUKSAN Esports, and it's been very difficult for him to actually win. But you know what? Oh, DPLUS Kia is just right there monitoring what is happening and just waiting for the right opportunity to, like, maybe third-party dip.
I hate myself for actually jinxing NS just because of what I've been saying. They they left the party with 7 frags. They never moved after I mentioned it. Now it is a D plus Kia with a dominant showing right here. 10 frags, followed very closely by Vega. Now these two teams at the bottom, SNGE and EMT. Let's not sleep on them as well, Red Queen, because they could be the party poopers or the spoilers here in case we get narrowed down to our top. Well, I would say top 4, because now we're only left with 5. So also Eagle Owls apparently still complete. A while ago we thought that they were not playing as intelligently or as aggressively. But look at where they
Well,
are.
yeah. I just want to point it out as well. I mean, DPLUS Kia started from being at the fifth place, right, and now they have catapulted themselves up to
Mm.
the third spot here in the standings, which is tremendous. I can say very good performance coming from this team. Now, what they need to do is just be consistent, right? Be consistent at getting those elimination points. I mean, we're down to just 5 teams remaining, and DPLUS Kia. Okay, considering that Chips is currently knocked down and bleeding out there in the open, but 10 elimination points, a double-digit score, can still make a huge difference for the team.
True enough. True enough. Yeah, I'm really holding my breath here because this is making me palpitate a little bit. DPLUS Kia so close to that winner chicken dinner. I feel the dominance already. But of course, not far behind, we still have the boys from Eagle Owls. Complete squad with 5 eliminations, good enough points. Now they could be the one in contention here. The last man standing for VEGA. Oh, and that is it. Foxy Ski here, ladies and gentlemen, tried his best to weather out the storm. But you know what? We got a clap real loud for VEGA Esports here, Red Queen. That was a beautiful showing with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, he wasn't too sly there for Foxy Ski. 4 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen. We've got DPLUS Kia, we've got EOS or Eagle Owls, EMT, and of course SNGE. Okay, if you're going to ask me, the team that has the most to lose would be DPLUS Kia, having set up a total of 11 elimination points. So they need a chicken dinner just to make sure that hey, they finish strong. They end with
Yes.
a bang.
Oh, and not to mention that to get their names on board. We did mention momentum earlier, Red Queen. We did bring that up. And if you have momentum for day number 1, you could just carry that over, maybe to the next game, and maybe even to the next days. So now, as you did say, it is DPLUS Kia who has the most pressure here. But with 12 eliminations under their name, make that 13. Oh, they are looking absolute alpha here. So let's see. Last 2 players standing each for EMT and SNGE. How are they gonna survive this?
Okay, so the only thing I can see here is that Eagle Owls know exactly from which direction DPLUS Kia will be coming from. And as you can see on the screen, Uriel is just really making it rain nades, but not hitting their targets just yet. MTEK Storm X, so we've got Amen, last player remaining right here. Not enough firepower, so let's see if DPLUS Kia can actually shut him down at this angle. Very difficult to pull off because EMT, okay, even with the last remaining player, he is at the top of this mountain. But oh, with that nade coming from Eagle Owls, that pretty much sealed the deal. So we're now looking at the final 2 teams here, which is going to be really, really exciting.
Oh, I did say it, Red Queen. It doesn't matter whether the frags are on the side of Eagle Owls. They played it quite safe, and just like their namesake, they just stayed in the dark up until it's the right time to start hooting. Now here we go. The blue zone slowly shrinking on the side of DPLUS Kia. They are in a bit of a pickle here. But the fun thing is, Red Queen, at the final circle, we have a complete squad each.
A 4v4 situation. And okay, this is what makes the fight an exciting one. Okay, disadvantage on the side of DPLUS Kia, considering that they will be coming off from the blue zone, so that is like high pressure gaming right there. And obviously Eagle Owls is capitalizing on that one, but here comes the charge, Pika. They are now on the move, but I don't think Chips is gonna make it this time.
Oh, but he did! Oh my goodness, very close! Uriel takes out Osal and Nobu with a bit of vengeance there against Will. Zenza taken out. This looks like it's going to be DPLUS Kia, ladies and gentlemen. I hate to say it, but it definitely is a DPLUS Kia game number 5. Congratulations for the 5th winner chicken dinner today.
Where my boys at? Where my boys at? Of course, I never really say doubted the skills that these guys have. We're not going to end day number 1 without DPLUS Kia really showing up, putting up a very good performance. Again, it was a little bit slow for my taste, during game number 1 up to game number 4, but game number 5, finally they showed up. So I guess it only goes to show Pika that Miramar perhaps is their strong map after all.
I love it, I love it. And this is, yeah, that's Nobu right here. That's the guy. That is the man right there. I'm not going to lie. Nobu, whenever he has the chance, he's gonna go for those frags. I'm pretty sure it was a joint effort for the entirety of DPLUS Kia, honestly, Red Queen. So, yep, it really pays in dividends now that we look at it. Congratulations. And you of all people, you're also one of the faithful followers of this team from the very first time that we witnessed it.
Finally, boys already showing up, for the pro series. And now it is shaping up to be a very good game, right? We are now headed to our final game for our day number 1, which is man, has been amazing. But let's check out the highlights. All right, let's see which of the engagements here we think is the best one that tops them all.
It's so hard to determine because everything was done very calculatedly. But this one right here, this nade by Jerry was, in my opinion, a very, very good call. Yep, in the end, he kind of fumbled there and went a little too greedy. But the fact that he knocked somebody down for a nade and allowed him to draw the rest of the opposition, and that was really smart.
And also, just to give a spotlight to the performance of VEGA Esports. Okay, it was a little bit slow, but very effective kind of gameplay for the side of VEGA Esports. They haven't quite gotten the rhythm just yet, but I also don't doubt the fact that VEGA Esports has, like a lot of tricks up in their sleeves to show us. And perhaps we will be seeing that day number 2 of this competition. But then again, they don't have any time to waste. I mean, if they're gonna go at it, they have to go at it at full force.
And that they did, despite the fact that they know it's a huge risk, they had to do it. They had to full throttle. Otherwise, it was a now or never moment, Red Queen. This final clash right here, this was nerve-wracking to say the least. Especially, but yeah, we thought that our Chips was not gonna make it, but the high ground advantage was just really too much to handle, I'd say. And not to mention momentum, Red Queen. They had so much frags under their belt. It really looked like, at least for the first time today, this was a predictable outcome.
Yes, sir. And again, if we're just going to be talking about accolades, it's going to be DPLUS Kia. It's going to be DUKSAN Esports. And I do believe, exception of NS REDFORCE, they're also one of the teams I think that has the most experience here in the Pro Series. So we're excited to see, at the end of day number 1, I'm sure they're going to have a chance to go through the live broadcast, and whatever it is, or like whatever lessons they pick out, from day number 1 will then have to be carried over to day number 2 to help them at least, gain that knowledge, gain that confidence to go through and finish off what they have started. But more of that action, ladies and gentlemen, right after we come back. Again, this is Red Queen and Pika. Don't dare go away. Well, after 5 grueling matches, we are now finally at the end game for day number 1. So, welcome back. You guys are still tuned in to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea with me, Red Queen, and Pika. 안녕하세요.
Wow, okay. She did brush that up a little bit, you know. And I like that. She went she went on that crash course. But yeah, speaking of crashing, ladies and gentlemen, it is the potential final game, or rather, it is the final game for day number 1, and potentially the last chance for our teams to get out of the danger zone. So it is gonna be either crash, or is it gonna be an ascension for some of our teams as we head on to our final Miramar of the day. It's hot,
Danger zone.
literally.
Danger zone. Yeah, finally, the boys of DPLUS Kia decided to show up. Well, before we started game number 5, they were at 5th place in the overalls, and now they have managed to climb up the ranks and settle at 3rd spot. So this is the energy that we have been waiting for, you know, coming from this team. Now let's see if they can still push and maybe break barriers and reach what Gen G and Underplay had already set onto the scoreboard. 27 points for game number 5 from DPLUS Kia, ladies and gents.
Yeah, that is truly, again, another feat for us to watch out for. There's probably the biggest gap I've seen today. 27 to 12 in one sitting. So that's pretty big. But again, Red Queen, I did say so because of all the eliminations that Gen G Esports have been putting up in front. They're still the team to beat here in terms of totality. They have 0 winner-winner chicken dinners, but the amount of frags they've been getting, they're slowly making that gap between them, and whoever gets that top spot.
Man, Gen G Esports really have some tough competition. I mean, having set up a huge gap just a while ago, but you can see that a lot of teams are already just catching up behind. But let's talk about the man of the hour. It is Nobu coming from DPLUS Kia. Not a stranger to being the MVP, you know. 5 elimination points and a total of 964 for damage output. Now let's talk about teams to watch. And again, DPLUS Kia started off a little slow, but well, they're already here right now, doing great. Followed by Eagle Owls, VEGA Esports, and EMTEK Stormix.
And yeah, that's the point, right? So, sometimes some of the teams that we know, they kind of need a little bit of revving up before they start to really pick up the pace. In this case, DPLUS Kia, yeah, you know, Red Queen, they've been at the tip of our tongues for the entirety of the day. And now finally they did this, and look at this, look at these stats. We have 3 of the 4 members being some of the fraggers that we have for a top 5. So good stuff.
Whew, I mean, talk about an explosive performance, right? I mean, DPLUS Kia obviously know what they need to do. That's one of the objectives. I mean, they just have to really perform strong. They have to start strong, and they have to end things strong. And that's exactly what they did during game number 5. So it's going to be an interesting scenario as we enter the final game for day number 1, Pika. I mean, it is another Miramar match. So if they can pull off that kind of energy, that kind of pace back into the final game, oh, it is not impossible at all for them to score another chicken dinner.
Yeah, see, that's also what I've been trying to say. With the teams that we've been looking at, from 1 to 5 of our winner-winner chicken dinners, it's so hard to determine if somebody's gonna do it again. And we only have 3 days to do this. So maybe, just maybe, one of these teams that previously won are gonna be able to do it again, making this a momentous start for the Pro Series of Korea. Imagine if any one of these teams would make 2 chicken dinners in one day. That's a record already.
You know what, guys? Again, Pika and I were talking off air, you know, right after this whole tournament, we're going to go for a Korean barbecue. So make sure that you follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, because we're going to be updating you guys. We're going to show you how we fist, just because we are so happy with the performances of the teams that we have right now, and just how exciting this Pro Series is, you know, in the Korean community.
I for one, felt the change of pace here, not gonna lie, when it comes to this Korean style of playing PUBG Mobile. I love it. You know, I was so used to, honestly, fast-paced. The moment you see a drop, the moment you see some parachutes open, you already hear comms. You can hear the players already starting to give locations because they're already being shot at. But at this type of this meta, the way that like, the Korean PUBG meta works, it's so different. I love it.
It is. It is. Well, I do hope we see that drop clashes that we crave for, for day number 2 and day number 3, because it's going to be crucial. Like we said, a lot of teams will be trying to make up for the loss, and we'll try to catch up with the points. So I do believe they're going to be more aggressive as soon as we get to day number 2 and get day number 3.
Oh man, a lot of these PUBG M action, and they just really get me so hyped up. Makes me smile, both inside and out. Not gonna lie. So, in my opinion, I feel that day 2, as you did mention, we're gonna have more heat headed towards our teams here because it's the closer we get, the less games they get to play, and that just puts a lot more pressure onto the scoreboard. Right now, unfortunately, we still have teams with single-digit points. So that right there is, yep, it's gonna leave a bit of a bitter taste in their mouth if they do so today. Leave with just that 1 digit. Hopefully that changes moving forward.
Well, you don't have to be hard on yourselves. Again, you're not gonna go home empty-handed. There's always those XPs that you need to collect, that you need to gather for your team or for yourself. I mean, you always learn from your mistakes, right? And
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is that okay, there are some teams that are more experienced than you. There are teams that are I think better chemistry compared to your team, but it doesn't mean the end of the line for you. It just means that you just have to put in some extra work in terms of like improving your gameplay, improving your accuracy, improving your chemistry as a team. But I guess you always have something to look forward to.
Yeah, improvement really doesn't have any boundaries. So let's check out how the rest of the teams. And again, I'm putting my cards right here with Genji. I still have faith, Red Queen. Come on, don't do this to me. But yeah, improvement, definitely it's limitless as long as they're more than willing to put in the work. But speaking of work, a lot of our teams have their work cut out for them as we head straight down north to southeast. My gosh, so Puerto Paraíso being the last stop here. Safe to say we're gonna have a lot of detours here for some of our teams. Probably gonna go to Cruz del Valle. We have some El Pozo destinations looking
Yes.
like it. So, man, this is a very tricky last game.
Well, it's a different fly path, from the previous
Yes.
Miramar. So we're definitely going to have a different rotation from the teams. Now, we can see that if you mine has taken the La Cobreria, and also some parts of the crater fields right here. I can see also Tam around a water treatment area. ROX, DS, DUKSAN as well, all in the middle. Of course, you would want to go and grab, better loots, better guns, and better armors. I think that is the best way to go. But for the side of DPLUS Kia, I think they just went on for a vehicle gameplay.
Yeah, it's a smart move. Again, as we mentioned, this is Miramar anyways, probably the largest map that we have right now here amongst this trinity of maps that we have. So, yeah, it's safe to assume that just maybe they're gonna play this a little slow. I'd say the same for Gen G. And looking at Gen G, they also dropped pretty late, Red. So maybe this time around they're gonna take their sweet time at least, because I think it was Game 5 where they had one pretty early elimination. I think they abandoned at maybe 12th place. So, or even later than that. So that's not a look that Genji would want, despite the fact that they're still the top scoring team.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about just like quite a number of points, that not that much lead like they've had during the first 3 games, perhaps. I'm not taking out the possibility that Gen G might actually win this whole tournament, but we are expecting for them to actually double up on aggression in getting those elimination points, because right behind them we've got DPLUS Kia, we've got Underplay, we've got Beyond STRATOS Gaming. So it will be difficult to maintain that position, not unless you continue on playing with aggression. Right now, aggression will be the name of the game, considering that we only have 3 days, to close this whole thing up.
Yeah, true enough, honestly. So yeah, and to be honest, I feel that if they don't try to again do something different here, especially for SNGE, they are gonna get eaten alive. This is an entire pit of monsters to say the least here, Red Queen. So yeah, the pressure is definitely on. Well, I mean, look at that. I did mention we still have this team right here, SNGE, the sole team, who still has just one digit in terms of points. That's not really good. So what that means
Mm-hmm.
is not only were they unable to make it to top 8, but they're unable to rack up elimination sufficient enough to get them out of this danger zone.
Mm-hmm. And there is a fight brewing in, perhaps around Hacienda, the Patron, and San Martin. We've got NS Red Force, Vega, and some of the boys coming from ASA. But ASA, okay, they will have to stay a little bit longer at the edge of this circle, but not long enough for forever to actually catch up on them, because you would want to avoid being sandwiched in between a lot of teams right there. So they will have to find a very good spot just so they can have a chance to shut down players from an easy angle, from like a very let's say a distance, a good distance, to just get some points. But right now we can see them, or like we can see a lot of them doing rotations, which absolutely is a thing of need here in Miramar. But stage one, I don't believe we are going to see some really action happen, but perhaps some long range shots, but not really like a hard push coming from the teams. Maybe some damage output, yes, but not really converting that to elimination point.
Yeah, not yet. We did say that. There's always some damage done, but never the full, not the full confirmation. It's just it withdraw at the last second. So I like this. Just dipping the foot in the water, but never really going for the swim for some of our teams here. So yep. And what ASA, big site right here. He did give us quite a good moment earlier, just to throw back a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, for what it's worth, I feel that ASA a while ago they did quite well, but the other teams were just really pushing for the skies. One such team is Vega, which really impressed us, Red Queen. We saw this.
Mm-hmm. But still, they're still lacking in somewhat willingness to win this whole tournament. Again, this is day number 1, but they are placing at 8. So we still need a little bit of work, coming from the teams, but still not a bad performance from VEGA Esports. Now, Underplay, on the other hand, started off very strong, right? Okay, we're talking about 3-point difference up against DPLUS Kia right here. So, can this be the map that can reclaim the second spot, or perhaps maybe dethrone Gen G at this point?
Yeah. Man, okay, that is the question of the day. We're gonna have to hold our thoughts for that one. However, we have Underplay here, folks. So Underplay, they've been going hot and cold, Red Queen, for the past number of games, right? So they did be good one game, and then they slow it down the next, and sometimes get eliminated quite early or earlier than most. So yeah, I have mixed feelings. However, in terms of points, I feel that they're okay. Placement's fine. They're currently at 3rd. However, I don't know if you're gonna agree with me on this one. There hasn't been a standout moment for Underplay Gaming thus far, except for the winner chicken dinner. I don't know. That's just me. I don't want to be the Simon Cowell here, but and that's just the reality.
What? Okay, all right.
I mean, tell me otherwise.
Yeah, and again, I think they know where the teams will be coming from, right? Because we've played this game like a lot of times already. I mean, these teams have already played with one another a number of times. They know their favorite spots. They know which direction they will be heading, and like what he's mentioned a while ago, we are seeing a little bit of a change when it comes to pace. We are seeing more aggression as we progress into the game. Underplay 6-, okay, that was an open angle right there, but completely missed the chance to shut down that one player.
A really burned through all his ammo there too. Like he barely has enough for a second reload, not even half. But are we gonna see our first knock only in stage 1 here, ladies and gentlemen? And that's gonna be a miracle for the day if that is to actually happen. But of course, again, we've said it a while ago. It is just shoot and withdraw, rinse and repeat
Oh man.
up until maybe the coast is clear.
And just look at that. We have been getting some very good circles. I mean, it always favors the middle, right? It's not the circle is not even making it challenging for the teams here. But a lot of them will be coming from the down south. So again, a lot of cleanup will happen before they get into the zone. So hopefully we see the kill feed light up. I mean, we are already at stage 2. Miramar has been quiet. Um, Hopefully there is some sandstorm that's gonna happen in just a while, so that the teams will be forced to actually collide with one another.
Yeah, that right there. That I'm excited to see. But for what it's worth, I really am. I'm pretty excited for whatever miraculous turn of events come our way. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I feel that DK, if they continue what they did earlier, Red Queen, this is still gonna be their game, but they do have some unfinished business here with the top dogs in the form of Genji.
Yes.
Who's gonna take the first draw here? Oh, I don't think it's that.
Oh
No, it's not
man.
DK. It's not DK.
I think both of the teams are actually being careful here, being really, really cautious. I mean,
Yeah.
you just have to wonder, like, what kind of mindset Genji Esports is they have, coming into the last game. Okay, they have the top spot. They don't have that much lead, but they want to maintain their position. So, what kind of strategy do you think are they going to be showing us for the last game, Pika?
Yeah, I feel that in terms of, at least for Genji, I feel that they have different approaches here. For Genji, I think they're not gonna go for the frags here anymore. Placement is where it's at. 61 is not a joke. So imagine if they even reach the very end, the very tail end of this without a single elimination, they're still granted 10 points. That leaves them at 71. In the sense of DK, I know that they're gonna wanna play ambush here for the time being. They tried to push for Genji, but they realized, oh no, it's too early, it's not the right time. But maybe later they're gonna come out busting caps, taking out teams left and right. They still do have the momentum, let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, two teams actually are in San Martin. Okay, this is Underplay in Vega. We've got Sixta. Okay, he just did a massive spray right there. But, okay, maybe give out a little bit of that damage, but not enough to actually shut him down. But I don't think Underplay is going to be leaving this compound just yet. Or maybe, just maybe, they are ready to challenge up
I
Vega
think
and
they're
actually
splitting
crash
up.
into... yeah, crash into that compound and just get the job done, get it over and done with.
Okay, yeah, that is interesting to say the least from Underplay. But again, we trust their judgment. Let's see how this is gonna go. DPLUS Kia again, still on that loiter. And interestingly enough, they do have a bit of separation, all things considered. Yes, they do see Gen G over the horizon. I'd say dipping in as well would be Eagle Owls and Rocks Esports. So, wow, Monte Nuevo seems to be quite a bit of a hot zone here. But with none of the teams choosing to go for that first coin flip.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And again, stage 3, the area is still pretty big. So, there's I mean, the circle is not really compelling the teams just to engage with one another just yet. But we can see that Otto has taken up a higher ground. But he needs to be careful because this thing is a little bit exposed. But the good thing is that okay, he can see players down below and has the opportunity to assume a lot of points, for ROX. Um he is just all alone. So I bet he is far away from the rest of the team. So if he gets shut down, on the other hand, that will be very difficult for like a revive.
Oh yeah,
If we're gonna
response.
be considering that, right?
Yeah. So sometimes it's those unconventional plays that might work. But again, yeah, you're right. I also want to chime in on that because if there's any indication of history, those players who wander off a little too far because of maybe the pursuit of a vehicle, information, or resources. They tend to be the ones that cause the downfall of a certain play, right? Or maybe accidental discharge. Maybe you leave your vehicle unwillingly, you get knocked, or you nade yourself. That's a problem.
Mm.
So can't afford to risk those this early on. And again, D plus Kia, I think, Red Team, they went for positioning here. D plus Kia has stayed on this high ground for quite a few minutes.
Yeah, they're doing a gatekeeping situation up against SNGE. Now, I don't want to say that this is one of the teams that probably is the easiest to eliminate considering their position in the overall rankings. But yeah, that would be a great opportunity for the side of D plus Kia to improve their overall status. But SNGE, okay, obviously they are going for a rotation and trying to find a good spot for them to improve their overall status as well. But can they
Ooh.
manage to do so? That is one of the biggest questions that we have. But Underplay in a bit of a pickle right here. It's getting very difficult for them to actually escape, this compound because there are already a lot of teams that has the higher ground advantage and completely surrounding them.
Yeah, see, that's another problem. If you overstay your welcome, you may also have a lot of company coming your way. So, oh man, yeah, this is gonna be a fast stage 4 here, Red Queen. Just look at the feed. We are seeing names coming off left and right from all different teams, and the first team to go is none other than, I'd say, the rising star of the previous game, VEGA Esports. They only managed to bag one elimination, and now they exit, head straight to the lobby. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, 15 teams remaining. Eagle Owls also losing one of their members. Oh man, Big Star completely out of the game. Chips coming from D plus Kia. Okay, still performing very well so far. Okay, 2 elimination points for the Team K, cooking up that nade. Ready to throw in up against EOS. Oh, Will 2 goes down again at the hands of Chips. D plus Kia really is on a killing streak, Pika.
For sure. And as we mentioned, this is exactly where they were prior to this game. It looks good. They do have momentum on their side, but again, not to jinx it. Hopefully they keep this going with 2 eliminations so far, complete squad, and a lot of points to spare. They are the top dogs, and I just said it. Red Queen, I just said it. So we have Asun right there falling off his vehicle. That is not good for ASA. Now you're going to be forced to pick him up and spend medical resources. My goodness.
Okay, stage 4, and we're down to 14 teams remaining. Okay, good progress inside Miramar. Not the usual thing that we see, but still very promising. Engagements coming from the teams. Now ASA, man, okay, not looking too good. They are up against SNGE, but it looks like it's a 3-way fight because I can see Forever as well joining into the mix. Now on your screen, we've got DUKSAN Esports now challenging up beyond STRATOS Gaming, trying to flush them out. But I think they were the ones that was caught off guard because they lost a member in an instant.
Yeah, that's right. So again, this is what we were talking about. If you stay in one compound a little too long, you are bound to have visitors, and that's what's happening here. DUKSAN Esports, now we have 2 members. Oh my gosh, that is really unfortunate. Psyche out of there. NS, are they feeling themselves now? Are they going to be able to rise to the top once again? And now, good news, Red Queen. Honestly, I'm going to swerve a little out of focus here. SNGE finally hitting the 2-digit mark when it comes to points.
Oh yeah, well, welcome to the big league. Okay, okay, QX. Oh man, last player standing left for DUKSAN Esports, but scratch that because NS REDFORCE just joined into the mix, and Beanie just made sure that, hey, TS, you're not gonna survive this one. I mean, that nade was on point, and that was a very good performance coming from NS REDFORCE. But we are seeing them kind of backing up just a little. Perhaps they're going back inside the buildings just to take refuge. We're not exactly sure what is happening right at this moment, but that was the last thing that we saw so far from that engagement.
Yeah, pretty pretty shaky start here, or rather a pretty shaky mid game here for a lot of our teams. Because at stage 5, we've already had 4 eliminations. This is pretty fast compared to our previous games, ladies and gentlemen, especially the previous Miramar. That previous Miramar kind of took us a while before we saw this much carnage. But at this point, yep, Gen G, I did predict it. I'll be real with you, Red Queen. They're going to allow the other teams to bleed it out and take each other out, call it truce, maybe maybe a ceasefire up until it is the right time. I don't even know where they are right now.
Yeah, we'll probably see that clutch movement at the right time by the time that we hit, stage 6 or perhaps stage 7. But for the side of Beyond Stratos Gaming, it's 4 elimination points under their belt. It's Daho that has the most number of kills and is cooking up that nade real good up against NS REDFORCE, but it is a little difficult considering their position, Pika. I mean, they will be coming from down below. NS REDFORCE has the advantage because they can see them coming. They will know every movement that Beyond Stratos Gaming is going to take, or going to make, rather.
Yes, definitely so. And again, BSG, I also have faith in this team. I'm starting to become a fan, honestly, Red Queen. And the way that they're handling these things, these positionings that they have, it's starting to make real sense to me. However, Pomba a bit ahead of the curve here and takes out Seiwu. That's the first casualty. I hate it when I jinx these teams, Red Queen. I was just saying that they were complete. But now, one casualty care of another previous winner chicken dinner in Rox Esports.
A lot of smokes are being popped off once again, ladies and gentlemen, and that is one way to conceal your positions. Okay, not really expose your location. But Daho, okay, good response, good nade throw, but oh man, I don't think he was able to shut down any of the players from that angle. It was Wings this time that got shut down by Mini of NS REDFORCE.
In the hands of in the presence of a UMP, of all things, there goes Tom, taking out a couple more in the process. Make that 3, my gosh, Tom on a tear. Ladies and gentlemen, Rox Esports back on track, but no, not without damage on their side. We have NS taking out a few of their members. Oh, and Tom goes away as well, just like that. Red Queen, the pace is definitely picked up. Rox is out of there. We're down to our last 9 teams.
Yes, sir. Here comes DPLUS Kia already making a move up against NS REDFORCE. XZY is currently knocked down as well as Forda. Nobu cooking up that nade. XZY gets sent back to the lobby. And right now we are looking at Nobu doing a massive spray up against that one player right there behind that UAZ. And it's just so fortunate for the side of BDB because he was able to evade those bullets coming his way. But NS REDFORCE still standing strong with 2 players doing a massive spray still up against DPLUS Kia. But who will win the fight? It is all too crucial. It's a back and forth situation again, ladies and gents.
Oh man, this is a very, very dangerous territory for all of our teams, especially now we only have 1 player remaining for Eagle Owls as well as NS. Oh, and SNGE too. Yeah, even Forever, by the way. You know what? That's very dangerous for all of these teams because now we are about to enter point zone. Oh, wow. Okay. Just when we thought that the DPLUS Kia is going to go on steady footing here, they have been eliminated by Gen G. Okay,
Yeah.
Red Queen, I rest my case. That is definitely what I was trying to say.
See, this is one of the moments why UMP is the most effective SMG that you can have. You know, when you guys when you find yourselves in an altercation, because you can actually put down players effectively in a mid range, and that's how NS REDFORCE actually defended themselves up against DPLUS Kia. And now we're down to 8 teams remaining. NS REDFORCE seems to have survived all of those engagements that came their way. But there is another challenger, Pika. Gen G Esports, ladies and gentlemen, looking to rack up some points. They know NS REDFORCE. They are vulnerable, right at this moment, considering that they just got off, from a fight. And Gen G capitalizing on that one. BD cooking up that nade. Let's see if he can shut down Satan coming from this angle. Satan getting a lot of hit, getting a lot of damage. But it's the same thing for the side of NS REDFORCE, but look at that. They have defended themselves well.
Amazing.
And that made Gen G Esports back away.
I'd give them both credit. You know, I love the fact that NS REDFORCE was able to stand their ground. And I also love the fact that Gen G knew when to peel out. You see that at the cusp of being one elimination, rode the buggy, got on out of there. Nicely done. We're gonna live to fight another day. We're not in a hurry here. So you know that gesture when you point at both your eyes and then you point at the enemy as well. I got my eyes on you. That's exactly what Gen G did. I got my eyes on you guys. We're gonna see each other a little later on. But right now they have bigger fish to fry. Let's not forget MSJ still a complete squad here. Red Queen, the only other complete squad aside from Gen G.
Well, MSJ, I mean, it's about time they finally show up. They need those points. They need to work on that one real hard. EOS, Eagle Owls. Oh, man, that was some, you know, like straight out of a movie scene with a DBS on hand and just like shutting them down while jumping and shutting down two players all at the same time. Wow, that was beautiful to watch. Just so, you know, fortunate for the side of MSJ because they still have that third player just waiting for, you know, to give that backup. That is the reason why they actually won the fight. But that is you know, like a close call if you're going to ask me. But 7 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen, 16 players alive, and we are still at stage number 6 with a few seconds on the clock before we hit stage 7.
Yeah, I know that these teams are trying to recollect themselves. They finally have points here, so that's already a good sign. Now, Asa apparently Red Queen has been bumped to the bottom, so all that only to be again placed at the top 16 so far, at least for this game. Now here we go. MSJ, are they gonna be greedy here? They know that SNG only has one remaining player. Maybe they've caught wind of that. Are they gonna go for the flush out? But look at this, just like the predators that they are, Gen G just over the horizon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man, I mean, if you paid close attention to the name of the last remaining player of SNG, it's Wolf. So, man, he is
yes.
literally the lone wolf, you know, for the team. Oh man, on point nade coming from Gen G this time. Okay, you guys are not gonna be surviving the attack. I mean, the force coming from Gen G right there. They are again pretty brutal at this point, you know. They're really determined to get those points, and NS REDFORCE did not even stand a chance, you know, from the guys of Gen G, which brings us down to just 6 teams remaining. We still have a full set of players for the side of Gen G, which is always an advantage.
Yeah, see, that's what I was telling you, Red Queen. Gen G did not let that business go unfinished with NS. They really did come back for those guys, and they finished the job. I told you. They pointed at the eyes, and then they pointed at NS as well. I got you on my sides. I will come back. But right now, they're going to allow these other teams. There are still 6 teams up here who will need to be narrowed down before they can grab their winner chicken dinner. So SNGE and Forever down to their last remaining players. It is gonna be oh no. Okay, Fabian, okay, barely making it in at stage 7. That has got a sting, Red Queen.
Okay, 2v1 situation. We've got Fabian taking in some heat and damage as well coming from the underplay. Jinpei cooking up that nade, of course, trying to push Fabian into a corner. But this is a 2v1 situation. Should be a pretty easy kill coming from the side of underplay. But, Wolf decided to play!
Oh! Wow, okay, I see it. I see these plays. That's amazing. Okay, so the lone wolf, Red Queen, was able to be a scavenger for once, able to capitalize on those mistakes, giving at least one more point to the team. However, I cannot say the same for Forever, because that is the end of the road for them. See you guys tomorrow. Now here we go. Last 5 teams, Gen G Esports. They have 1 elimination per. What's gonna happen here? Are they gonna start to go for the wounded? Or are they gonna let these other teams duke it out before they go for the kill?
Yeah, who's gonna break MSJ's momentum? Of course, it's going to be the Genji Esports boys. I mean, there is no doubt that Genji is really dominating day number one of this competition. Man, oh man, they are on a killing streak. They are an unstoppable force right at this moment, Pika. I mean, they continue to assume more and more points. I mean, as we speak, right now, just look at what Genji is doing up against MSJ. They went into a 2-2 split just so they can be sure to go in for the pinch.
Mm. Yeah, I like this. I like this. There's a bit of a buddy system once again going on. I think that's one reason why a while ago they did get eliminated a little early on. I think they went for a very uncoordinated
Oof.
split. But right now, still looking very
Oh,
dominant. Oh,
man.
but there's a bit of a trade here. Care of Hoxie from MSJ.
Hoxie was the one who went a little bit off angle to make sure that he finds that opening knockdown. But still, Genji Esports, they have the advantage. But the good thing about that is, with what Hoxie did, he bought a little time, for at least one player coming from MSG to move a little bit forward. But, I mean, the situation, or like, the fight is not over just yet, because this is now has become a three-way battle.
Oh.
An underplay, man. Jinpei finally goes down.
Oh, what a crazy attempt, by the way, there from Jinpei trying to go for a backstab. But again, the numbers game, and Gen G, they have eyes in the back of their heads, Red Queen. It's the buddy system. It's the buddy system that's really doing this job for them. Now, I don't want to jinx it. Whenever I say that there's just one more team to take care of, it becomes a problem. Okay, so now it's ZZP left on his knees, but everybody's still up and running. That being said, MSJ here, down to their last couple members. Oh, okay, so now it's GP that gets eliminated. MSJ has a problem here. And Justice brought to his knees. Red Queen, the end is nigh. Oh, and Genji with a complete squad, finally sealing the deal with their first winner chicken dinner for the day after 5 games, Red Queen.
You can feel their look at that. One player just screaming at the top of his voice, just making us feel like, okay, finally for the last game we secured that chicken dinner. They have been working so hard, starting game number 1, and now they are savoring their sweet victory now that we have landed that chicken dinner during the final game. Well deserved, I can say, well deserved.
See, yes, I am with you there, Red Queen. It is not the cause of bias, but realistically speaking, Gen G statistically is our top team for today. They managed to rack up some winner chicken, some elimination points, and then capping it off game number 6 with a winner chicken dinner. Now we're eager to see what the standings, what the leaderboards is gonna look like.
Are you kidding me? Of course, it's going to be Gen G at the top spot, and with
For
that winner chicken dinner as well, and a double-digit finish. Oh, man, teams are going to be having a hard time, just trying to catch up with the number of points that they have already set up. But yeah, good momentum so far. Again, we are looking for the consistency. Okay, you might have done well during day number 1, you might have done well in the previous matches, but then again, something can go wrong, and that could be like the start of something new, I guess, for you, or like a domino effect of some sort. But we don't know what's going to happen. It's still too early to say anything, but at least this day number 1, it shaped up to be quite an interesting series of games, for not just for us, but for the teams as well. And I do believe by day number 2, Pika, we can already choose among the 16 teams who we think has the best chance of getting that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an apparent standing by the time we get to the end of day 2, right? But again, loyalty pays off, Red Queen. I, for one, am a massive believer of what Gen G is capable of, so gotta love it. Now, yeah, this is a pretty late start for all of our teams here, Red Queen. The pace only picked up, say, stage 4, stage 5, I'd say. And it was pure action from there.
Yeah. I think, they just really made it very exciting for us. I mean, okay, fine, it was
They
a
did.
slow burn, it was a slow start, but um, the moment that we hit, game number 3 to game number 6, I think that's when everything changed. There were aggression. There was already aggression. There was already a change in the pace, and just teams really going at it. So I am excited to go in for our day number 2, Pika. I mean, that would be the second to the last day. How fast is that? Second to the last day before we end this tournament. So again, time is not on anyone's side. Only 18 matches for this Pro Series. So, whew, man, it is going to be an exciting day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, very good note right there, Red Queen. Time right now is nobody's friend, so everyone has to make haste. Not to mention, you gotta perform. You just can't be greedy. You can't be hasty. You gotta be smart when you approach it. And again, realistically speaking, I'd say one of the teams. I don't want to sound biased right here, but Gen G really did that. They took note after note, and then that big stumble that they had before this winner chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure they slapped themselves on the wrist just so they would be able to finally close out the chapter for day number 1 with what felt like was theirs from the very first game. So that's all she wrote, I'd say.
Well, is it going to be the same story for day number 2?
Yes. Question mark. Question mark.
Right? Yeah. Are we gonna be seeing the same teams dominate day number 2? We don't know. I'm pretty sure. Again, after this day number 1, everyone's going through the live broadcast. They're gonna be picking up the strengths and weaknesses of each of the team that we have here, and probably come up with a more adjusted game plan. Another gameplay, which gameplay is going to be more effective for each of the teams here. So again, we have a lot of questions, right? We have a lot of uncertainties coming into day number 2. So you better watch out, you better stay tuned, and you better subscribe to Ruthless Hype Esports channel to be able to just keep up with what is happening inside the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea.
Man, that's one heck of a day, for me to say the least, Red Queen. I know we're gonna see some stats a little later on, but all things considered, what a way to start off this series, and honestly orienting us on what this style really is, what this meta really looks like for the Korean PUBG community. These pros right here really hitting it and showing us what they're made of. Now, tomorrow it is, I won't say it's a fresh start. It is just take 2, right? Because this is a cumulative point system, ladies and gentlemen. They are gonna pile up these points. So, honestly, give more energy. Let them know. Give them some love. We cannot wait to see what tomorrow has in store.
Oh, man, and to even think that this is not even the how to say, the end of their shift just yet, because I'm pretty sure that they will have to go to the war room, right? Go through the broadcast, talk about their mistakes, talk about what kind of gameplay they're going to be showing up next for day number 2, talk about which of the teams they will have to eliminate first inside the game, which areas to drop in, which areas to actually raid. So those factors, right? Some will probably have a little tuning to do, recalibrate their aims, their accuracy inside the battlefield. So a lot of these things will definitely happen or commence tomorrow for day number 2.
Oh, for sure. I'm more than excited for what that's gonna turn out and how that's gonna look like, because now these players have learned their lessons. They have a lot of notes to go back and forth.
Yes.
Right. Just to chime into what Red Queen said, but of course, it's also a matter of maybe, just maybe, trying to change what they've been doing, right and or wrong. Remember, it is okay to take risks, kind of, if you're on top. In this case, we have Genji, we have BSG, we have DPLUS Kia. These teams can just flip the script like that, and the others will never know what hit them. So, for me, Red Queen, I'm keeping my mind empty for this one. I mean, I just want to be as transparent as what tomorrow's gonna be like. If I overthink it, I might not be able to go to sleep.
Man, Oh man, oh man. All I know is just I'm excited to get into day number 2. You know, I've been looking at the credentials, I've been looking at their accolades, I've been looking at their achievements so far. These teams are not disappointing. They're really putting up a very good show. But you know what I am most excited about now? Because now that we're done with all of the 6 matches, is my Korean barbecue. And again, ladies and gents, our names already posted down below. It's just right below the camera right here. It's Red Queen and Pika. You have to search for us on Facebook and Instagram because we will be having a Korean barbecue party, and we'd love to take you guys with us. You know, we'd love to show you
Oh my God.
how much we enjoy a Korean feast. I do love my kimchi. You know, I love kimchi. That is
Spamming
like
it.
my favorite foods to eat. Even with meat or without meat, I just like put it in my mouth, and it's like heaven.
It's good for your health. It's good for your
It's
health.
good for your
guys.
health,
Not even
yes.
But yeah, all jokes aside though, thank you so much for this first day that you gave us. You allowed us to bring you the action. This is not it yet. We have 2 more of this amazing action ensuing. Now, I'm also very excited if it's gonna be a dominant performance from Gen T altogether, or is somebody gonna step up to the plate as early as tomorrow? Red Queen said
Who's
it
gonna
right.
challenge
It's
them
a
up, right?
I know. It could be something else. And that right there is where it's going to get absolutely interesting. So now, back to the match leaderboard here. This is just for the match, to clarify, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the total yet. But Gen G Esports emerges on top with a 9-point lead against MSJ.
There you go, ladies and gents. NS REDFORCE coming in at 3rd with 10 points. Underplay, we also got DPLUS Kia at 8, Forever at 6th. If You Mind Game PT with 6 points. And the only thing to have a very bad game number 6 would be ASA Korea because they weren't able to put up any scores for this match. As for Gen G Esports, a total of 1 chicken dinner, a total of 47 kills and 33 placement points, which actually equates to 80 grand total points for day number 1, followed by Underplay, DPLUS Kia, and Angry. But this is a good amount of lead, if you're going to ask me.
Oh, super. 27 points is not funny. Like that is worth a lot of games if you think about it. But of course, it goes to Gen G's Missile right here, who, with all his arsenal prowess, able to bag that man of the match title. So yes, it also goes without saying they inflicted the most damage, care of those nades, care of those frags as well. So Gen G, yep, you made your boy proud. I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely do not regret sticking it out with you for 6 solid games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gen G Esports right now banging their chest in the lobby together with some of the teams down there in the event. Okay, they're walking with their head high, right, and just making everyone feel that, hey guys, we are the ones to beat inside a battlefield. We are the teams that you need to watch out for. And Gen G Esports, again, we are expecting that you guys can keep up that pace, can keep up that accuracy and consistency inside a battlefield, so that you can actually maintain your place at the top spot.
So now I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have word from over there at the main event itself. I think we have an interview. We're gonna check out how that goes. So stick around. Let's check it. Okay, so that's just a quick
Okay.
glimpse, ladies and gentlemen, of what really went down there, just to give you guys an idea, right? So,
You're right.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a bit of a victory speech as well from Gen G. So
Of
it goes
course.
without saying, it's a natural process, and who else deserves it, right? Today was already a movie, Red Queen. It is a Gen G movie, and that's how the story ends, right? At
Yeah,
least for
it's
today.
not easy. It's not easy to pull off a consistent win, from game one to game number 6. So I do believe it was a convincing, strong start, for the side of Genji Esports. And to give them that spotlight is very well deserved. If I were the host, I would definitely interview them like, okay, what did you think is the like what part do you think from the game you think was a bit challenging for you guys, considering that in every match, because they were able to put up like a number quite a number of points. So was it very difficult
Yeah.
for them to keep that consistency? So those are the things that I would want to find out.
I mean, if I'm gonna ask, uh, I would be like, did you ever wanna give up the flag today? Because you were so close yet so far each and every game up until match number 6. But it looks like the answer is pretty obvious. They just played it smartly towards the end, very wise, not really rushing all the way to the very end. I like it. It's a
Mm-hmm.
very, very noble way of making that happen. I thought that, yes, oh man, after that fifth stumble, Red Queen, after match number 5, that they were not even in the top 8. I thought that was it.
I mean, again, considering the point system that we have, getting that winner chicken there is not as, as exciting as it was before. But it does make you feel good, making sure that you guys are the only teams. Or like the only team left inside a battle royale game that still like gives you like shiver, or like makes your hair stand out. Just you've worked so hard to get that chicken dinner. So Genji Esports, despite of not having or not catching that chicken dinner from game 1 to game number 5, I mean, it's not problem at all. I don't see that one being like a hindrance, for them to getting at the top spot. It's just bonus
Same,
points,
same.
to be honest. Like they caught the winner
Yeah.
chicken dinner at the final game. For me, that is just bonus points.
It is. It really is. I'll be real. I felt that there was just a lot of work to be done, despite the fact that, yeah, we've been fragging, a bit of denial, but I don't know. This could be part of a big ruse, Red Queen. What if all this time they never really wanted the winner chicken dinner yet? Maybe they wanted to rack up the elimination points. Maybe they just want to show the team that, oh, we're very bloodthirsty. We can make this happen even without placement. So, it
Okay,
is a sinister,
right.
a sinister plot by Genji.
Okay, we've been talking about Genji Esports, Underplay, and even Beyond Stratus Gaming for quite some time now. Well, deserved, because they have been working so hard just to make sure they maintain their position in the overall rankings. But we did say this during at the beginning of the tournament. So I will have to put it out there. I have really big expectation coming from DPLUS Kia and DUKSAN Esports. DPLUS Kia was able to deliver, right before day 1 ended. They showed up, they got the winner chicken dinner, they ended the game with a double digits. So I guess for me is a show of power, a show of confidence that we are still, one of the formidable teams that we have here in the Pro Series. Now, what I am expecting to see is the same DUKSAN that I saw, during the Clash of Giants season 3 down there in the Ruthless Hype Esports. I haven't felt their presence, at least for day number 1.
There we go. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too, Red Queen, just to chime in. I felt that DUKSAN is they're not yet accustomed probably with these opponents. Maybe, just maybe. I know we did mention that there's a sense of familiarity there, but I think it goes both ways. Maybe DUKSAN is familiar with the way they play, or not familiar with the way they play, but they are familiar with how DUKSAN Esports play. Again, I don't know. This is all just in theory, folks. Let's see how that's gonna turn out. But maybe tomorrow the sun will rise at different angle, and that could be what they need.
Maybe they should have the breakfast, lunch, and dinner like what Genji just had for day number 1, right?
Whatever that
But
is.
I'm pretty sure, I have no doubt again for the side of DUKSAN Esports, considering again the achievements that they have. They're one of the highly decorated teams in the Pro Series. So I'm not second guessing the kind of power that they can bring into the table, but I do wonder if it's going to be enough time for them to catch up. With the numbers that Genji has already put up on the board, and not to mention DPLUS Kia is already at the 3rd spot.
Yeah. So with DPLUS Kia, again, these are names that we're really familiar with. Maybe some of you guys are too. But DPLUS Kia, you saw them play. You saw what they're capable of doing, especially Nolbu. So Nolbu, from the past, how many times that I've seen him play, he's always a reliable fragger, and he always makes really, really good decisions, right? And that's just one bit of the puzzle. There are still a lot of players, a lot of teams who gave us moment per moment. We have Tom to begin with. We also, again, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for us to find out tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today for day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. My name is Pika. This has been Red Queen. We are saluting for today. Good night, sleep tight, and see you tomorrow.